Hello and welcome back to Limbus Company. I'm Luce, and did I forget the alert? I might have forgotten the alert. Oh, but yes, we last time we managed to get through Canto 2, which is supposedly the weakest of the stories. The good news is tonight we're going through Canto 3, and we're going to be experiencing a good bit. Although, as you can see, the Arknights collab is finally here. The thing I've started the game entirely for. Why am I going for the Canto instead of the event, you ask? Well, when I attempt to start up the event, it said warning it's gonna have spoilers up to chapter 4, and so I should figure, I'm actually not that far in here. Plus, the more Cantos I complete, the more I unlock, so I figure it's probably gonna be worth it. And, right, oh, I did forget the alert. I'm sure. I'm a very professional streamer, as you can see. Only the most professional, so that I make alerts after I've already started. But yeah. For the record, I already did my polls, and unfortunately, I only got Mianar for Gregor, which is still at least one of the 3 I wanted. Dang, I love that splash artwork, by the way. That looks really nice. Face the sins, save the ego. And another reason I want to do the main story more is because that's going to give me a decent supply of lunacy that I can also do with roles. As I've mentioned with my other gacha games,
정전이 된 좁은 방에 홀로 59일을 있어본 적도 있어요.
Yeah, with a lot of gachas, I don't really enjoy doing I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, I'm not a fan of doing live roles, which is, I'm sure some are a bit unfortunate, but... Oh, 8.5. Then why don't it say Canto 4? Well, right now, I'd like to see how the story improves, so... humming along. Yeah, as you can see, I did get a few new good ones. In fact, my friend told me to up-tie 3 that one immediately, so... The sun's almost set, leaving the bus to be shrouded in dusk. Charon's humming a song while driving. I found myself singing along in my head while in the strange and familiar tune. The most beautiful performances are born from broken and ruined things. Ironic, the way the world works. There's definitely a lot of different arts from a lot of different origins. I couldn't even begin to say whether or not there's any accuracy of that, because I do know some that were from that sort of thing. Yeah. But usually, it can be a lot of things. I'm sorry, I'm too much of an art connoisseur. I should, just to continue onward. Virgil spoke, having noticed that I was looking at the driver's seat. Alas, they have not the privilege to fully appreciate the glee of their own music. Oh, how unjust that is. Oh yeah, I can't tell you how many famous painters died before their stuff really got popular. Caron, look like you're in a good mood today. Caron nodded. Joy brings out singing. I see, although, as far as I remember, you would often hum that song when you felt down. Caron has no such memories. Caron sings when she's happy. Virgilus's eyes seemed to well with a subdued shade of dark, the kind of hue that would be picked right away if one wanted to express solitude as a color, but it only lasted a brief moment, so I decided to dismiss it as the vivid sunset playing tricks in the light. The world Caron hums now is one that lacks sound and color. She's going to go through a long tunnel with no exit in sight. I'm sure that, like most of the history of my own life that I've forgotten, Caron and Virgilus must have their own threads of cruel reminders. Yeah, it was hinted at in Canto 1, but in Canto 2 it's clear. Everyone here is a sinner in a literal sense. They all have something to atone for. The only question is, does that also apply to Caron and Virgilus? Is this like the Velvet Room where even the workers are going to go through the personal journey, or, Pardon me. I believe that's enough of personal stories, Dante.
당신의 업무는 나와
Your work
친분을
is to
쌓는
manage your
것이 아니라
crew, not to
저들을
befriend this
관리하는
old guide.
것이니까.
I mean, I don't see how those are all mutually exclusive. We're gonna be, for better for worse, we're all stuck with each other. I see no reason we can't get along in that time. When I look in his face again, the hint of sadness had fleeted, replaced with a faint smile. So he does care about Charon to some degree. Is she his daughter or something? I gave him a few nods and turned back to the red check on the sinners. Our business passengers had lifted spirits for a while now. Oh, it helped they did what they were assembled for and secured a golden bow for the first time. Yeah, the first chapter being a cavalcade of failure, both in the overall mission, even the very start. Hey, we promised we'd fight for you, not that we'd win. Yeah, they make it very clear we're definitely fighting our way from the bottom. Absolute rock bottom. All the sinners were talking about their exploits in the J-Corp district. They should have seen me. They show that card right there. Seriously, that was a real highlight. I'm starting to get sick of hearing the same story for the 7th time in a row, so let me change the subject. Where are we going this time?
이번
This time we're headed to K-Corp's
K사
nest.
동지다.
District 11, eh? Job's taking me all sorts of places I never thought I'd visit. Tis home to another great individual, and you'll certain to find a souvenir shop there. I've always yearned for a limited edition figurine set. She yearns for a limited edition figurine set mines. Ooh, didn't it also have a restaurant chain famous for its Hamburg steak? Now that does sound delicious, actually. Life has gotten much easier these days, hasn't it? Back in my marching days, all I had was a pinch of salt in my mouth.
그러게 말이에요.
I know, right? The only food I
제가
could swallow
항해할 때
during my
목구멍에
voyage was
남길 수
canned
있는
soup that tasted like
음식이라곤
iron.
철맛이.
Can't wait to try the steak, right, Ryoshin?
뭐
Well,
지역마다
imagining the
다를
variances in
피해색을
blood color by
생각하니
region does make me
침이
salivate.
고이긴 하군.
Can't discuss
진짜
anything with
무슨
you. Hey,
얘기를
kiddo, what do you want to eat? Looking for someone to share tales with and have a sensible conversation, Roja naturally turned to Sinclair.
싱클레어? 어머,
What?
얘
Golly,
왜
what's,
이래?
gosh,
하얗게
golly, what's
질렸군.
wrong? He's turned pale. He's also suffering from hyperventilation and tremors. Oh no, don't tell me he's car sick. How long has he been like this? Ever since Mr. Virgilus mentioned K-Corp. Oh, so we're going to be learning Sinclair's backstory this time. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Because you did not order me to do so. Mersault stared at me like I was at fault for not doing the obvious. I've just got an upset stomach. I'm sorry.
진짜 괜찮은
Really
거
sure you're
맞아?
okay? Now that I think about it, Faust, I'm noticing a trend with one of us having visceral reactions to the destinations that Virgilus reveals. Additionally, when we arrive, it turns out that place does have a history with the person in question. Does that have something to do with the reason why we've all joined the company here?
우리라고
You just referred to the team as
칭하시는군요.
we.
미묘한 변화의
It's part of
차이를
my mission
감지하는
to detect the
것도
slightest of
저희
changes.
줄이고
As for your question,
수감자들의
well, I
입사
can't
이유에
tell you the
대해서는
reason for recruiting these
상세히
sinners in
알려드릴 수
detail.
저희가 가야 할
There'd be no point in
행선지와
denying their
수감자
destinations and
각각의
backgrounds of
신변이
each sinner are
어느 정도
indeed
관련이 있다는
related to a
사실을
degree.
부정할 필요가 없겠죠.
기다 아니다부터
Do all the
말하면
uppish snobs
될까?
have some condition that makes them yap
쓸데없이
on and on about
혓바닥을
things that can be
길게
answered with plain
노리는
yes or
건
no?
배운
두갈적 발화가
Hysteron
언제나 옳지는 않아요.
Proteron isn't always correct.
파우스트는
Faust simply
그때그때
adopts the most
가장
effective
효과적인
mode of
방식을
communication for the given
선택할
situation.
뿐이랍니다.
Hister what?
뭐?
Be honest, you used that word because you knew it'd confuse Heathcliff and get him off your ass.
배운
It
사람이라서가
means you're struggling to
아니라
understand Faust because you're
당신이 너무
uneducated, not that
배운
Faust
사람이라.
is overeducated.
파우스트,
Why you? Just as Heathcliff approached Faust with his bat shaking, Sinclair suddenly started throwing up on the floor. The bus quieted down after that. Crap, we're gonna have to play janitor now. And seeing these alternate timeline versions of each character, this is really cool. I like it. I can actually show, I guess I can show right now. Yeah, this is the main winner here, and as you can see, I uptied him. Yeah. As soon as I got this guy, my friend told me to just uptie him to 3 immediately, and so I did precisely that. Story was kind of interesting too. Like I said, I really do like the alternate team version stuff. Although, I've also been told that my 2 main sources of wrath are also not particularly good, which is a shame. I've not used resources uptying them, but yeah, it does mean I'm gonna be a bit struggle generating wrath, because as you can see, I've got a lot of wrath costs, especially, oh yeah, I mentioned I got the one here, so I can put it here. Yeah, Brilliant Glory here, so I need wrath to fuel this one in particular. The rest I'm honestly not struggling with at all, but it's something to be wary of at the very least. looks like this is a fight. 18, eh? To battle.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠어.
Yeah, I'm trying not to waste. I'm also not trying. I'm trying to waste. So, blah, blah, blah. I am avoiding wasting too many of these dungeon entering resources on grinding, since I know as I complete stages, I will get better ones that will cost the same but give me more in general. Which is also one reason I kind of want to focus the main story a little. I mean, the crossover is going to be here a month, so I think I have plenty of time. But at the same time, well, I do want to see. The game does have me genuinely interested in seeing what will happen next. Yeah. This is why if I ever do actual YouTube or content creation, I will absolutely script things. Shortly after the situation with Sinclair was dealt with. By the way, you're in the back streets of District 11 when you said K-Corp's nest, right? I missed pointing out earlier since everyone got a bit excited. I rarely speak, if ever. I know what I said, Gregor. K-Corp's nest is where we are going. Huh? Alright, but we're in a nest. Indeed, there's the immigration process.
난 K사 비자 없는데.
I don't have a K-Corp
나
visa.
빼고 다들 있는 거
Y'all ain't
아니지?
about to tell me everyone else has one, right?
뭐냐?
What? Why are you looking at me?
방법은
The solution is
간단하다.
simple.
그리고
Yeah,
뚫릴
keep on
때까지
DER,
죽살을
reach
반복.
defense. In short, cider.
돌.
She just wants some apple cider, doesn't she? Ah. Whatever that eccentric abbreviation means, the sinners have learned to stop questioning
림버스
it.
컴퍼니 정도의
A company
회사라면
this big might give
그냥
ours a free
통과드리고
pass, not to mention breaking
류슈
through
씨가
the usual
말한
method dear
방식으로는
Ryoshu suggested
엄청난
will take
시간이
ages.
소모될 거예요.
How badly must you underestimate a
날개가
nest
관련한
actively
둥지를
governed
대체
by a
뭐라고
wing to
생각하는
say
거예요?
that? Oh, I see. No one's gonna take into account how much I'll suffer for that cider, huh? Sadly, none of our sinners bothered to respond to me in any capacity.
이스마일이 말한
As
대로
Ishmael said,
우리는
we'll pass the
비자를
immigration
면제받아
without needing a visa.
통과한다. 림버스 컴퍼니의
Limbus Company
뒤엔
has backing of the
꽤
shareholders
다양한
from a
분야의 주주들이
wide
계시고
variety of fields. So it's not just Virgil, or he's being vague, but this does imply that there's actual groups of people that want us to succeed at whatever it is we're doing. Oh yeah, but I guess since we gained one golden bow and missed another, but since it was mentioned that the branches can be collected later, this also means the reverse. We can also take them from the faction that took the other golden bow when we reach the end. Though we have a lot of preparation before we can do that, though.
아,
Oh, do you
혹시
happen to know the
H사의
shareholder of
주주님도
H-Corp
아시나요?
then?
제 동생이
They once personally
어렸을 때
visited our home
붉은색
because my
여권이
young
아니면 안
sibling
된다고
insisted
고집을
upon having a
부려서
red passport as a
직접
kid.
저희 집에
글쎄
Can say, I'm
나
merely a
같은
humble
일개
guy who wouldn't be in the
길잡이는
position to
그런
know
것까지
such a
아는
thing.
위치가 아니라서
Virgil's here is basically the closest thing we have to a boss, so I'm pretty sure he is much more in the know than he keeps pretending he is. But, as mentioned, we're all stuck in this position, so we aren't really in a position to complain. We don't even know what the ultimate goals are, and we can only hope they're to be productive in some fashion, or at least help everyone involved.
그렇게
Otherwise, the question doesn't
대답할
seem like one
가치가
that's really
있어
worth
보이는
answering.
그보다
How
중요한 건
That leaves the route to checkpoint as our
검문소까지 가는
concern.
검문소의
Thorough
심사가
inspection showed there's plenty of people
까다롭다는
looking for an
건
easy way in,
통행권을
including those
노리는
who will take a
자들이
pass by force.
버스 근처에
I hear civil
벌청객의 소리가
info
많다.
surrounding the bus. Well, have bus will battle. I guess we're gonna have to feed the bus to them. I'm sure this can't lead to anything bad.
그래, 배로 가자.
한방 먹혔지?
Yeah,
한화 휴재.
yeah.
개인의
Yisang is
꼴물지 마시오.
having these,
전장에 전념하시오.
yeah, having two uptight 3 and one uptight 1 here is really helping out. I only really have these
그래,
two for the
누굴
fire,
조심해?
for the
올
wrath
거라니까
generation,
용건만 간다니요.
but
참,
whatever, I
서줄
guess.
테다.
Yeah, I have noticed Slime Ishmael is very, very slow, which is unfortunate, but at the same time, maybe I could
참,
try
서줄
and swap
테다.
out for a steampunk Don Quixote though. You probably saw that I have her now.
떠오는 대로.
I heard she's actually a genuinely good tank, so once I get my attackers in order, that one's probably worth considering a little. Oh yeah, my characters are over-leveled a bit, but since I missed yesterday, I mostly spent them on XP to get everyone up to a reasonable level. That way I don't have to worry about doing it off-stream much. Weird as that probably sounds. Crocahoo Chiron's Crocahoo Parking.
자, 내리지.
Alright, off the bus.
심사받을 시간이다.
Time to get inspected.
아,
Oh, and let me add
혹시나
this
해서
just in
말하는
case you're feeling
건데
too inclined to your usual
너희가
antics.
평소에 그러니까
Don't go around making a scene,
걸성사납게
expecting
사고를
things to
치고
go your
다녀도
way,
이곳
because that will not be how it
검문소에서는
works in
버리는 게
this
좋을
particular
거다.
place. I thought his words were pretty intimidating, but despite the
K사로
worries,
방문하신 모든
welcome
분께
visitors to
환영의 인사를
K-Corp Nest
드립니다.
open-heartedly.
한 줄로 순서에
Please
맞게
inform an order line
입장하신
to
다음
enter and stand where the
안내문에 따라
instructions
적합한
indicate.
위치에 서주십시오.
The menacing and interrogative atmosphere could subdue the temper of any first-time visitors, and the sinners were absolutely in no exception. I occasionally could hear Sinclair sniffling, followed by Rodya and Gregor calming him. Any of my questions of why were met with handshake and sideways.
그래, 평소에도 이렇게나
How
질서를
nice it is to see that you all
지키면
stayed in line,
얼마나 좋아.
behaved
소풍
like a
나온
brood of
병아리
chicks on an
같이.
outing. Wait, why are you out here? What made you follow us outside the bus this time? Noticing my flustered reaction at his unexpected company, Virgilus opens his mouth.
이곳이
Because this is
둥지이기
a nest,
때문입니다.
Dante.
혹여나 이곳에서
If one of you were to get
예상 못한 사고라도
into unexpected
Dante,
trouble, well, Dante, the responsibility
전부
would be a bit too
책임지기는
heavy for you to bear
어려워질
alone.
테니까.
When Virgilus put it like that, it sounds like he was saying you're not reliable enough to be sent without supervision. I mean, to be fair, he's not wrong. We've seen what happened. I knew it would be wise to keep this to myself. Well, again, he's not wrong here. Oh, dang, I didn't even see those guys. Let's look at, yeah, let's look at the
훌륭한
airport.
전시회였어.
Oh, nice level up.
이걸 오히려
Manager level up.
고맙다고 말해야 하나?
Yeah, make a couple here just so that I'm always regenerating here. I'm not gonna go flawlessly. Yeah, I'm not being flawless with this game of never being full or anything like that. I do empty it whenever I get a chance, but yeah, you heard that old adage about focusing on making sure you're optimizing your ice cube creation. Yeah, you don't want to let it take over your life like that. Wasn't sure how to put it into words before someone explained it that way, but I think that's a good way to think of it. Code purple. Look, this is pure story here, so we don't have to worry about fights.
빠지네요.
The line's moving quickly.
10분
It'll be our
정도만
turn in
기다리면
about 10
저희
minutes at
차례가
most.
오겠어요.
Oh, wonderful. You don't know how many times I've been through securities like this, and it took ages just to move one person.
통과 질문은 저희 13명이
With
다
all
해야
13 of
하나요?
us, need to answer him at
단테 씨는
creation
말을 못 알아들을
questions.
텐데
They won't be able to
어떻게
understand
해야죠?
Manager Dante. What should we do? Ishmael seemed to have a habit of speaking quickly and more inquisitive when she got anxious.
안 그래도 그 이야기를
I
하려던
was just about to get to
참이었지.
that.
잘 들어.
Listen up, the K-Corp official will only ask very
K사
simple
직원은
questions to the passengers in
이들은
line,
너희들
and your
또한
answers will be
매우
similarly
간단한
concise.
대답만 하면
Oh,
되는
poor
거야.
Faust, she's already screwed.
신문소 직원이 어떤
Yes, and what do
목적으로 왔냐고
you mean,
물어보고
glass houses? Shut up. When the border official asks about the nature of your visit,
Limbus
say I'm here for
Company
business on behalf of
업무상으로
Limbus
왔습니다.
Company.
업무
Please refer to my
비자를
work
확인해
visa.
주세요라고 대답을
Remember
하면
this exact
된다.
phrase so you can
토시
recite it
하나
word for
빼먹지
word.
그밖에는
I'll take
내가
care of the
알아서 할
rest, so
테니
you just have to prove you aren't
그저
here to cause
문제를
trouble.
일으키지 않을 사람이라는 것만 증명하면 돼.
혹시나 저 말을 외우지
Even
못하겠다면
memorizing that is too much of a burden
차라리
for
입을
you. I
다물고
suggest you keep
있으세요.
your mouth shut.
그저
You can
갖고
present your
계시는
employee card
사원증을
instead. Keep quiet and don't cause trouble. Easiest task in the world. I mean, maybe not for this particular team, but in general, yeah. I was worried that Faust might rat me out, but thankfully Virgil was idly staring off into space, sparing me from a scathing commentary. I sneakily mumbled a sarcastic remark.
자, 그럼
Now, next up,
질문이
if you
있는
have a question,
사람은
make sure you first ask yourself if
내가
it's
정말
actually
같이
meaningful.
조용히 손을
Then quietly
들도록.
raise your hand.
그러지요.
Several hands lifted, including mine.
업무
Rodion. Since this
목적이니까
trip is for
무기는
business, we can
들고
carry our
들어가도
weapons,
되지.
yeah?
그렇다.
Correct.
다음.
Next. Oh! Well, I think that's also so that they don't have to change the sprites to have the characters not holding their weapons.
그럼
Then
그에게
Greg's creepy
기기에
crawly
대한
arm and
핑이나
Dante's
단체의
clock head are getting a pass.
맞아요.
That should be the
참고로
case. For
관리자님의
reference, our
머리는
manager's
무기가
head
아니라
counts as a
위치로 분류되기
prosthetic rather than a
때문에
weapon,
관광 비자료도
which means it will be
허용된대요.
approved
비록
even if we
불사의
were on a
능력을
tourist
지니고
visa.
있더라도요.
Powers to revive notwithstanding. Yeah, we probably shouldn't be advertising that power. Ishmael took the role of model student and answered in Virgil's stead. Feels like something changed about Ishmael's attitude since the casino job. She seems to have decided to take matters into her own hands after I betrayed the expectations of my capabilities of a leader.
정확해.
Precisely. Gregor and I put our hands down at the same time.
리오슈.
And Ryoshu, put your cigarette out before you speak.
난 손 안
I didn't raise
들었다만.
my hand. Virgilus was doing his best to ignore Don Quixote's arm outstretched, but he finally caved and gave the woman an adamantly raised hand a chance to speak.
그래. 돈키호테.
Fine, Don Quixote.
뭐지?
What is it?
저 유리벽은
For what
어떤
purpose doth
용도로
that
있는 것이오?
glass barrier serve? Following Don Quixote's finger, our attention was drawn to a glass wall that stood in the middle of the building. I assume it's on the other hand of the dividing wall. We were counting people waiting in line.
저쪽은
That line
기다린다기보다는
slowed
아예
to a
사람들이
crawl.
바닥에
People are sat on
앉아있고
the ground waiting for it to move.
줄을 선짓 꽤
Looks like they've
시간이
been there
지난
for quite some
모양이야.
time.
무장 경호원도 많군.
There's armed guards as well.
이곳
3
인원은
times as many
세 배.
compared to this side.
대부분 건물에
Most of the
세워져
glass
있는
walls you find in this
유리벽은
building here are for safety
안전을 위한 용도일
reasons.
가능성.
뭐 쉽게
Simply put, that
말하자면
line's for the back
뒷골목
street
사람들
folks. Each
전용
nest handles
구역이지.
immigration differently, but wherever it
둥지마다
might be,
방식은 다르지만
it's super duper
어쨌든 제대로
hard to
된
get into
비자가
another
없이 다른
nest
둥지로
without a
가는
proper
건
visa.
진짜. 왜 검문소 근처에서
Why do you think those bullies
목숨까지
jumped
걸고
us on the
우리를
way to the
습격하려고
choke point? They
했겠어?
wanted our visas
비자를
so
강제로
that we could visit the
빼앗아서라도
nest.
그리고
A problem we
우리가
are not in our
해결해 줄 수
power
없는
to resolve.
문제이기도 하지.
However, that didn't satisfy Don Quixote. Whether it was the fault of the gloomy yet oppressive atmosphere in the wall or the disturbances happening, I couldn't say.
관리자님,
Manager,
저희 차례입니다.
it's our turn now. Oh, right. Our line moved at a quick pace. We barely had time to chat before it was our turn to answer the official's
기억하세요.
questions. Remember, when you're asked about the
그쪽에서
purpose of our
한
visit,
번만 더
I might
말하면
have one more time and I'll show
심사관인지 뭔지
sangria to
아는
you
놈이랑
and the official or
만단지.
whatever. Despite Ishmael's worries, our inspection was smooth
소속
sailing.
그룹
Please
이유를
state your
말씀해 주세요.
affiliation and purpose of visit.
아무튼
I come from
Limbus
Limbus
Company에서
Company on
왔습니다.
business. Here's my
사원
employee card.
확인했습니다.
All checked out.
림버스
From
컴퍼니에서
Limbus Company,
왔죠?
business reasons. Look at my
비즈니스
card and all
때문에.
that.
확인했습니다.
All checked out. After our first center we proved who we work for, it was a breeze to the rest of us. The official asked the same one by one, took a cursory glance at our faces and employee cards, though based on their speed, it seemed more like a customary gesture than actual look over, then let each center pass. Okay, so yeah, after the first ones were approved, they said, okay, the rest of us are fine. Something's amiss over there. The glass wall standing was thick enough to blot out sound. It was hard for us to tell what was going on. However, I could see what was happening ambiguously. Someone with cuffed hands was being dragged by security. A small child was next to them, clearly scared and
신경 쓰지
confused.
말죠.
We shouldn't bother. I don't
잘은
know what
모르지만
happened, but I guess someone
날개의
broke a
금기를 어긴
taboo.
모양이에요.
Don't let Don Quixote see it or they're gonna
그래.
force something. Yeah, sure, those impoverished
가난뱅이들이
vandals and their
어린
audacity to
금괴를
break the
받자
taboo of not stuffing enough
만족스러울
cash in
만큼
the right
충분한 돈을
people's
뒷구멍에
pockets, am I
찔러주지
right?
않았다는 거 웬 더 있겠어?
As harsh as he's being, it's also possible that, yeah, they just weren't well off enough to get through something and were driven to
지금
something desperate.
저한테
Are you
이죽되는
mocking me
건가요?
right now? Eh,
뭐야?
What, you thought I didn't care?
신경 쓸 일은
Guess someone's
아니라며.
knickers are in a twist. While I was distracted by Heathcliff loudly celebrating his first successful tease, our usual spec sprang forth at our least despicable
소속
again.
그룹.
Please state your affiliation purpose of visit.
약자에게
I've come to liberate
자유를
about us. An emotion expressed for the first time on the official's face, flabbergastation. We look at Don Quixote with a face of something flabbergasted. At least no one's can you not see their suffering? Please state your affiliation, purpose of visit. The official ignored the demand and parroted the same question. All the while, Don Quixote was getting more and more excited by the minute. And then, in looking at the transparent wall, I saw the child scream as the man dragged away and handcuffed.
그대가 나설 마음이 없다면
If I want to take action, I shall myself.
코드 퍼플.
Code
코드
purple,
퍼플.
violation of
금기
taboo on
트럼보 사이트
site.
지원 요마.
Requesting thrombocyte units, repeat.
트럼보
Veering away from the inquiry like a broken record, the official broke into an intimidating immune response to the radio.
안내합니다.
Attention, code
코드
purple,
퍼플.
code purple.
코드 퍼플.
Circulation and booth
순환
14.
이동 건
Collide. Blaring sirens accompanied the perplexing announcement, all while thick metal glass around.
그냥
Should have smashed his skull
대갈통을
and carried it in a
부수고
body
시체
sack.
그런다고
I doubt that would have made
아주
much of a
달라.
difference. Trombo I believe they refer to pallets and white blood cells, respectively.
의미하는 것 같소만.
저들을
It
의미하나
must be
보군요.
them, fitting for K-Corp, I'd say. Looking at the direction Faust indicated, we saw what they meant. Secured armed forces wearing menacing uniforms were staring at us. Huh, this wasn't listed as a combat encounter. Do-do-do-do. Yeah, if I remove these two, I can put in
시간 체납자인가?
some better ones, but at the same time, as you can see, absolutely no one can generate wrath. That is, unfortunately, not an option for me. Yeah. Whoopsie.
기술들을 해방하러 가죠. 안 익숙해서
그래. 후회하지.
어디서 뱀 기어가는
Yeah.
소리 들리지
Yeah,
않아?
that's a lot of fire cost that I simply cannot afford.
그래. 후회하지.
기술들을 해방하러 가죠.
Oh
그래.
yeah, I have less. Okay, I have less
후회하지
fire
않게
costs if I
해주지.
bring him instead, so we're going to do that. Not an ideal team, but I'm not sure we have much choice. Yeah, we can generate basically everything else just
만곡된
fine.
직선을 직선으로
And
질주하겠어.
yeah, I'm aware that you can't use the Muinar ego immediately. I've gotten used to this sort of situation, but it looks pretty serious. Indeed, we've violated taboo of the wing. It's not like anyone was hurt. Can't we talk this through? Faust looked straight into my face. For Faust to face someone directly when she usually stares at empty space, I can only indicate one thing. I must have something incredibly
어떤
frustrating.
날개든
No matter the wing, infringement of taboo means loud explosion left Don Quixote dismembered where she stood.
별도의 발포 경고
Lethal
없이
measures are taken against the violator
금기절이지.
without warning. It looks like Border Control isn't willing to forgive us until they dismember the rest. Armed security staff are surrounding. You never cease to surprise
바닥
me.
밑에
You managed to wring
고여있던
out the last drop of
조그만
expectation I
기대가
had left in you.
빠지지.
I'm keeping out. Pin the whole
저
thing on
녀석의
her. Take
단독
responsibility,
아까는
whatever. I thought your company has to
관리자님만으로는
handle
부족하니까
situations that our manager cannot handle
동행한
alone.
어쩔 수
I came with
없는
you to
것에
take care of
책임을
inevitable
져준다고
problems, not
했지.
to have a pissing session in the wind. Virgilus casually pushed his way through the line of guards and leaned against the wall. He then crossed his arms up to further drive home and will remain a spectator. I mean, our best bet is to just pin it all on Dawn and fix her up later. We don't have much choice right now.
일기당천.
Yeah, I'm over leveled for this at the moment, but it does mean I won't have to worry about leveling in the future too much since, yeah, near the end of chapter 2 they ceased leveling enough from the story alone. I'm assuming that is specifically to get you to do the XP tags. Luckily, the new player login bonuses actually gives you a genuinely good amount, so we should be in good shape there.
좋아, 장부에서 샀지.
일기당천.
Yeah, this isn't too hard at all. Raid.
벌써 끝났나?
물넘고.
Oh, nice.
반항하지 마.
Quiet K-Corp checkpoint security. Calm.
내가 눈에 새겨주고
물넘고. 꺾기 제철. 바람 불어오는 대로
장부에서 샀지.
짓밟아라.
반항하지 마. 좋아, 장부에서 삭제.
Excellent. Really just gonna watch from there?
그렇게
You
쳐다봐도
won't sway me with that look,
소용없습니다.
manager.
아무도
I'm nothing more than a
귀담아듣지
guy
않는
that none pay
길잡이
heed to.
주제에
It would be impertinent of me to brandish my
칼까지
weapon. Well, to meddle one final time, K-Corp
마지막으로
security takes the
오지랖을
form of healing bullets that
부려보자면
restore most wounds in the
K사의
blink of an eye.
특이점은 HP 탄으로 어쩌면
I suppose it could be compared to that
관리자-
ability of yours. Hey, wait. Completely ignoring my feeble plea, now they could hear it. The security guards closed in on us. So they have healing power of that strength.
완벽한 장부 집행으로 다들 고생했다고. 작은 형님께서 자라완을 몇 개 주셨다.
Sea terror sample.
팔구의 처음 온 놈들은 운
Chunks of
좋은
sea terror
거라고.
flesh collected for research
꽤
purposes. The
귀한
calm noise of the
거거든.
waves faintly through the insidious blue light. Oh dear, the Seaborn of the focus. Oh dear. I'll describe it more whenever I do the actual event story. Again, I'm probably doing after the again, I'll probably do it after Canto 4 so that it'll have a decent amount of characters leveled and built. But that's interesting. Verboten. Forbidden. Ah. Yeah, the Seaborn are basically a vaguely Lovecraftian menace that they're a hive mind that consumes and assimilates. Yeah, I guess this looks good.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로
Don Quixote's too
질주하겠어.
busy being a pile of limbs right now, so we'll just have to use everyone else.
일기당천. 하나 넘고 물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Hello, Catalog. Welcome. We're barely 10 seconds into Canto 3, and we've already screwed ourselves over. 8 enemies in total, so we're in this wave, so we've got a ways to go. Hopefully my team being a little over leveled should help out.
그래, 들어가자.
Playing within 10 turns should be very easy. I imagine once we get to later Cantos, the conditions will be a lot more tricky, but
벌써 끝나가는군.
어때?
yeah, winning between 10
죽을 것 같지?
turns seems by and large fairly straightforward. You got another crushing blow in you, right?
내가 눈에 새겨주지. 마모,
장부에서 샀지.
마모.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
헛! 마모.
넌 예상 못했나봐.
Ooh, that's a nice shield. Yeah, there's a lot.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
Yeah, upties really are a whole different ball game. Less violent hockey. Okay, that's a good one.
훌륭한 전시회였어.
Sure feels that way. It's easy to get lost in all the
원래
action that's going
고맙다고
on.
말해야 하나?
Well, I'm not gaining nearly as much experience. But don't worry, I got a few ways to restore my lunacy energy if my energy if I need to, and even so, I can even just use some of the packs there to earn some experience, and we'll be in good shape. HP bullets. Level 19. Yeah, everyone's in good shape for this.
정리 시간이다.
Yeah, I guess the white floor even does look a bit like... This does look like hockey with the ice floor there. Oh my, what are you? Stern security. Capitalize on win rates. There.
차 부숴줄 테다.
하나 넘고 물 넘고
Inflicting tremors are quite nice.
꺾고 제쳐라.
Makes it a lot easier to stun them. May not be as good raw damage as something like Poise or Rupture, but there is value in stun locking enemies.
일기당천.
On that note, I do quite like how the Muinar Wanderer status, after using his power for the first time, is the icon for Liberator Guards. I guess for anyone who doesn't play Arknights, Muinar is basically a retired knight from a nation themed around horses that uses knighthood as a thing they fight for glory over.
부숴줄 테다.
He's a retired knight, and he showed up in quite a few events to help the protagonist from behind the scenes. So it was actually pretty hype when he finally showed up and was actually playable, because he'd been doing a lot of stuff to help in the background until then. He's very much a knight errant type character. He insists, oh, I'm nothing special. Hence why he's so usually acting so inconspicuous, but whenever he actually does fight, well, both in story and game, he solves problems. Sheesh. Having someone else with upside 3 is being a huge game changer.
좋아, 장부에서 삭제.
They're healing quite a bit, it would seem. HP below. At the start of turn, heal 15. At less than 15, heal additional. That's only 30, though. That's not gonna out-damage. Yeah. I'll out-damage anybody I have at upside 3. And yeah, I did thread spin the Brilliant Glory Ego to level 2 so that it gets its passive. I noticed that he doesn't get the thing that makes it so much fun until at least there. I'm definitely going to be maxing out eventually, don't get me wrong, but I have to have priorities because I do have 1 or 2 overpowered characters that can carry me, but I also need a decent team for the mirror dungeon and such for the weekly stuff. Yeah, middle younger brother, or Sinclair's gonna have to carry me for a bit. He's strong, he's just... I've noticed that he seems to get stronger the more he takes hits, but my goal right now is to avoid taking too many hits, but... some of the other... the only other identities I have for him are even more complicated, so I figure I'll just go with one who's just good damage output, and if I mess up and take a few hits, he can recover easily. Any would-be fatal injuries inflict or healed away at the single shot of one of these regenerative wounds. It's only a matter of time for the thread by which he clips patients on his wings. I can't take it anymore. It's gonna be the most pointless fight in the world. I told you, every conflict with a wing is an exercise in futility. I didn't know the futility would hit us right away. Flesh tree grows as soon as it's removed. It's difficult to continue on with combat. Really, any art can be rubbish like this, huh? Ryoshi made the most pained expression I've ever seen, begrudgingly swinging her sheath around. Cuts and slashes will mend before even a drop of blood can spill. There couldn't be a worse battle for Ryoshi to fight. Isn't there something we can do? Hellolysis, a bioengineered technology, allows continuous repair of damaged or lost cells. One dose already lasts considerably long, so imagine what it means for those in the nest who receive constant supplies. Put it simply, you cannot reasonably defeat them in combat. Even Faust was shaking her head in despondency. In the height of chaos, I've arrived at last. A peal of overwhelmingly energetic laughter rises in the air.
완벽한 장부 집행으로 다들 고생했다고. 작은 형님께서 자라완을 몇
Part of
개
me wonders if
주셔서
I should actually mix it up and bring some of the less powerful characters just so they get higher XP.
꽤 귀한 거거든.
It's not a big deal, but the reason that I'm not leveling all of them is because I simply don't have enough XP tickets for it, or I don't have a good identity for them yet. Although I suppose I could default to the regular ones, and that's fine, I imagine. Siegfried. Do I want to reference Soul Calibur Siegfried, FGO Siegfried, Roy with Siegfried? A figure approaches the terrifying forest reminiscent of a frenzied beast. What's the thing running at us? ETA 3 seconds. Manager, your judgment. I don't know what to do. Virgilus was the only one who showed no surprise. To be more clear, he is more displeased than unsurprised this apparently expected arrival. There you are. K-Corp's supervisor. A jovial-looking man appeared amidst the chaos of the mob. Greetings, one and all. You're free to share stories and work feats you are the witness here. But photographs and more will require permission from K-Corp. Alas, I must attend the magazine interview in half an hour, so I cannot overlinger. I pray you to understand. Something tells me I'm gonna love this guy. Was wondering when you'd come. I heard you became a serving a wing, Siegfried. I see your tongue is as sharp as ever, dear fellow. I rushed here once in response to a code purple, and methinks you're friends with the perpetrators. Not exactly friends. I hope you understand that I have nothing to do with the commotion. In that case, yes, I'm counting on you to give them a spicy lesson. What are you two muttering about? Agreed. Under what stone did he come out? Ah, well, it appears
보아하니
some of you come
꽤
from faraway
구석진
lands.
골목에서 온
Very
분들도
well, then
있나
I shall
보군.
grant you the privilege of photography
좋아.
at this very special
그렇다면
occasion.
이번만큼은
우리를 아주 길거리
Just
추종자처럼
worshippers in
대하고
the
있군.
streets? How dare? Don Quixote, what's wrong? The man himself.
우리가 좀
We're
바빠서
in a hurry, so get this done with 1 minute as
1분
possible and
안으로
keep that clock
끝내줘.
head out of this. A prosthetic, right?
일체인가?
Alright, make it 50 seconds. Both a skilled fighter and talented performer, I could only watch in awe as he proved himself to be nothing short of a hero.
자,
Now
여기를
look
한번
here once
봐주게.
more, I'm sure our fans will
우리
love it.
팬
This lighter, so damn strong. What did you do
방금
just now?
뭐란 것이?
Well, isn't that cute? One after another, he made short work of all of them. Burgess watched the carnage with a pleased expression.
동지에서
About time they learned what happens if they kick up a ruckus in a nest, thinking they can get away with it. Yeah, we kind of really should have pinned it all on Dawn and Ran. Who's this JoJo-looking character? I don't know, but I think he's going to be a fun one. Dante. You may not remember it, Momo, but at one point used to be something of a bigwig, so to speak. I was? I just couldn't picture it. Right now, I'm just a powerless leader who fumbles in any emergency, constantly being chewed up, spat out, and ignored in the trash by my own sinners. They've even started treating me as the 10th field medic. To think that this miserable manager used to be a respected leader of many sometime in the past. I felt a genuine desire to ask Faust for another way to recover my memories. However, your memory loss does not wholly excuse the faults in your performance as manager. I'm sure you understand what I mean. I thought the staff at K-Corp checkpoint, they showed no pity for the family they were about to tear apart, treating it as nothing more than our due process, and Don Quixote got us into trouble when she sprang forth to rectify. I know it would have haunted my sleep for days if we turned a blind eye, and seeing Heathcliff tighten his grip as he witnessed the disturbance, if not Don Quixote, I feel like one of us would have intervened. Truth be told, I didn't do everything in my power to keep Don Quixote down. Virgilus isn't necessarily wrong when he says he blames me for causing this. Taking back my head may not be for the best after all. Virgilus. Ah dear, I've got to tell him to put in a microphone next time. I'll take it that you've gotten my point. Hurrah! 46.5 seconds. Another day, another heroic tale of justice rewritten. Another tale of justice written. Ah, look at the curtains closed. Time to rewind, Dante. Effie and Saudi too. Oh, it's a bit more story. Well, I don't mind. I'm liking this so far. After 12 whirls of agony, the sinners were all back in one piece. The massacre must have been humbling because it feels rather strange seeing them so quiet.
어떻게 지내고 있었는가
How's
붉은
life been,
시선.
Red Gage?
요새
We've
통
barely had a
얼굴
chance to
보기가
talk in recent
힘들었는데
times. Haven't shown up
동지에서
since the
우수한
League of
해결사들의
Excellent
모임에도
Nest
안
Dwelling
나오고.
Fixers lately either. What, is that supposed to be the Super Friends or something? Justice League? Avengers?
내가 초대장을
Were you
무려
unable to read
수십
the
장이나
dozens of
보냈는데
invitations I sent
받지
you?
못한 것이
주소 바꿨어.
Changed addresses, and I don't have
그리고
time to lick top
당신처럼
brass boots like
충실하게
you're
꼬리
doing.
따위 흔들고.
I don't know what happened between those two, but Virgilus is being a bit hostile here, right?
보기에도
The difference in
둘의
disposition
성향이
between them is
다르다고
rather
느끼지
clear,
않나요,
isn't
Dante?
it, Dante? Yeah, it seems like the JoJo guy here really loves Virgilus, but Virgilus doesn't feel anything in response. If anything, he feels absolute hate towards the guy. In what ways?
간단히 말하자면
Simply put, Mr. Siegfried can be described as a pro-wing
해결사
fixer
중에서도
based on the views he's
날개
expressed.
칠면에 배르기를
On the other hand, our
쓰시는
guide Vigilus seems to
해결사만의
sought
독립성을
independence as a
추구해서
fixer.
영향력이 강한
He
어느 한
believes the
곳에
fixer loses sight of their
해결사가
core
종속되는
principles the
순간
moment they become insubordinate to an
해결사가 지켜야
influential
할
entity.
최소한의 가치마저도
Money corrupts and all that.
생각했거든요.
Yeah, I can get that.
힘 있는
He
자들
is someone who's
한정에선
strict towards those
누구보다
with
엄격한
power, after
잣대를
all.
들이미는 사람입니다.
True. Well, speaking with Faust, I saw Don Quixote quake and approach Siegfried with shaky hands. She must have been honored, even with after being made mincemeat by his hands a moment ago. A fan I am. I'm collecting figurines, sculpted after you. I've yet to get my hands on limited editions. I set my heart to becoming a magnificent fixer of you. An inspiring fixer. I've little time to spare, but I've more than enough for an autograph. Is that true? Would you sign it here? Slow breaths, Don Quixote.
안내합니다.
Attention, code purple
상황
dismissed.
종료.
Code purple
코드
dismissed.
퍼플.
All codes cleared. Huzzah! That's a job well
성크럼.
done. Now then, until
어디
next we
선가에서-
meet, haha! Leaping with tremendous force, he vanished in the air. Although there was a small delay, we did get the travel permit in the end. Virgilus returned to the bus in the meantime, or perhaps he only got off knowing we'd run into Siegfried. He looked upset when he walked away, but no one else seemed to care as much. Oh. Clueless to the surrounded frigidness, Don Quixote was happy as a clam, caressing the sheet of paper signed by Siegfried. I must be caught in a dream, manager. Will thou pinch my cheeks? Just as I was about to give a blissful Don Quixote a word when we walked out of the border checkpoint, an armored vehicle stopped. A newfound
새로운
foe?
적인가?
Bold of them to challenge us right in front of a
통제
next
검-
이
checkpoint.
차는
This vehicle is from
LCC.
LLC, the clearance department. Following Faust's plane reply, the doors opened.
왜 이렇게 오래 걸린
What
거야?
took you guys so
이
long? We had
근처를
3
세
cycle
바퀴나
laps waiting for it to be
뱅뱅
over.
돌았잖아.
A couple familiar faces appeared. Effie and Saudi. Even though their outfits changed, their faces were greased with as much confidence and poise. Oh, people from the before team. Something about you looks different, I gotta say.
카지노
That was a
잠입을 위한
disguise we had in order to
위장복이었답니다.
infiltrate the casino. It
결과적으로
was ultimately
쓸모가 없긴
useless,
했지만
however.
말이에요.
Yeah, we ended up just kind of busting our way through the old-fashioned way. Still got that sharp tongue too. My chest ached at thought of the harmonious cacophony that was our last operation. Saudi, you see the hand on the clock trembling? You made them cry. I
장난이랍니다.
was being playful. While you have much room
실력으로는
for
아직
improvement
발전해야
regardless
할
skill, I've
부분이
made up my mind to
한참
admit the LCB
남아있었지만
department does have its own
그래도
character.
LCB
I suppose at the end of the day we were ultimately successful. While we ran into a few bumps, we accomplished every single goal that we set out, including the optional ones, so that mission was technically a rousing success. In spite of the rough path we took, we did leave a positive impression.
팀들은
The
먼저
before team was supposed to be on
작전
the site of the
현장에
tower,
다른
correct?
대원들은 이미
The others
도착해
should be
있을 거야.
ready. We decided to wait
너희들이
for you
알면
because we
유용할
found
추가
it
정보가
had
있어서.
useful intel to share. And in case you cared about us, right? Do we have a couple new
너희들도
fans
우리의
knee deep in our
매력에 헤어나오지
charm?
못해. 왜 그런
You know,
거
something
있잖아.
like the sort of food that's cooked from gassy
귀신같이 맛없는 재료들만
ingredients.
모아놓아서
But the results is a
요리했는데
pleasant
맞아.
surprise. Yeah, had a lot of that in the battlefield. Miserable to swallow, but
분명
somehow
먹을 때-
memorable.
분 다
What kind of
어떤
food have you two been
음식을
eating?
드셨던 거죠?
저 그런데
By the
전달받을
way, what's the
정보란
intel you were going to share?
이번 목표 지점
It's about
말이야.
our target location.
우리 말고
It seems another
다른
faction
집단이
has
점령해
occupied the
있는
place
상태인 것
already.
같아. 그래서 우리
We're
쪽에서도
putting in more
평소보다
manpower than
많은 인원을
usual as the
투입하고
result. I
그래봤자
bet another swarm
또
of
어디서
gadflies
모여든
attracted by
새파리 같은 놈들이.
opportunity. As Otis pointed out, we weren't new to encounters against groups of foes drawn near golden bows. For our first mission, straggling against the soldiers from G Corp took shelter. Straggling shoulders from the G Corp took shelter in the abandoned facility, and our second, a variety of gangs inhabited the casino.
안타깝지만
Unfortunately, our opponents this time won't be
이번
some crummy
상대들은
no-names like
예전과
before.
팀사 기록을
We took a peek at
살짝
the immigration
살펴보니까
inspection
몇 주
records
전
found at
N사에서
N-Corp,
대거
dispatched a
파견한
legion of
기록이
employees a few weeks
남아있었어.
ago. Same
심지어
destination of
우리와
ours, too.
목적지가
N사에서요?
From N-Corp?
공식적으로
Though
드러난
this wasn't
행보는
an officially
아니지만
disclosed activity,
K사
seeing that
쪽에서도
K-Corp has
심사
let them
통과를 해준
pass
걸로 봐서
means that they might have made
모종의
a
거래가
deal under the
있었을 수도
table.
있지.
즉,
Which, if it's true that
N사에서 미리
N-Corp has
파견이
sent
와
staff
있는
in
게
advance,
사실이라면
then the journey will not
가는
be a
길이
smooth one.
순탄하지만은
I see.
그렇군.
I'm worried we might make several
이거
enemies
자칫하다
of several wings as we
여러-
go on.
장기적으로 봤을 때
In the long term, conflicts with
날개 간의
wings will be an
충돌은
unavoidable step in
불가피한
the
수순일
process.
거예요.
Yeah, it seems like everyone's going to want these golden bows, so we're gonna make more than a few enemies no matter what we do. Even if we did everything flawlessly and planned out without fighting anyone, that doesn't change that, yeah, everyone's gonna be, as hinted at the end of the last chapter, we're going to need the whole bundle eventually, and that means targeting other people who have them.
하지만
Judging
N사에서
from the fact that
공식적인
N-Corp
파견을
hasn't made this
공표한 게
motion
아닌 걸
officially known,
봐서는
it could end as a simple
단순히
conflict of
이익
interest.
집단간의 어쩌면
Furthermore, we can't discount the
그들이
possibility that it's
진정으로
not the
원하는 건
golden bow they're after.
황금가지가
Oh, wouldn't that be
아니라는
nice? They're after
가능성도
something
배제할
that's
순
in the
없어요.
area but conveniently not the same thing we want. We could just hand each other the items, tip our hats, and go separate ways.
어찌됐든
It doesn't change
여기저기에
we're
써먹기
convenient
편한 게
pawns for our
우리라는 건
higher-ups to
부정되지
throw
않을
around
것
either
같지만.
way.
아 맞아.
Oh right, I heard
K사
some
입국
morons
관리소에서
cause scene
소동을 일으킨
at the K-Corp
멍청이들이
checkpoint.
있다고
Did you guys see
했는데
where they were?
소문이라는 건 참 빠르게 퍼지는군. 마치
Rumor travels with such
로신한테
haste. 'Twas as though Estrada Raconte. Don Quixote hung her head, possibly in embarrassment. Possibly she's starting to learn her recklessness actions are having repercussions. That, or I'm mistaken, she's glad more people know what she's done.
그렇지 뭐예요.
A shame I missed it.
그런
That's not the kind of
광경은
spectacle
자주
you
볼
see
수
every
있지도
day.
않았을 텐데. 목숨이 여러 개
Really,
있는 게
though, who in their right
아닌
mind would have messed with the
누가
wing border
감히
unless they had
입국
lives to spare?
관리소에서부터 설마.
Please don't tell me.
자자,
Come on, we
시간도
don't have
얼마
much time. We
없고
should get
빨리.
going.
그런
Oh dear, Mr. Virgilus is nowhere to be seen
이번에도 안
again.
와?
Oh, him, he
그냥 봐.
went back to the bus first.
아쉽네요.
What a pity. I didn't want to miss my chance to say hello.
다음에는 꼭
We'll leave an
인사를 하고
impression
말겠어.
next time on him next
너희
time, mark my
대신
words.
우리를
I'm planning to ask
합류시킬
him if we can
생각은
join the team in
없냐고도
your
물어봐.
stead. What, is this the reason you want to meet him?
마냥 농담은
Well,
아니랍니다.
it wasn't entirely a
이따가
joke.
현장에서
See you at the
다시
site
봐요.
then. I suppose we could always use a couple more sinners.
너희가 무사히 도착할 수
Ooh, maybe we could see
있다면
alternate
말이야.
timelines of Saudi and Effie too. That'd be neat. If you can get there in one piece, anyway. the deal they struck. A pouty Charon and the cold stare. A pouty Charon and the cold stare of Virgilus awaited us on the bus. The air was heavy with the sense of oppression, leaving little room for lighthearted jokes. You're late. Charon counted 100 and you still didn't count. Charon. She seemed to have a few more words ready that flung in the icy tone, but Virgilus put a hard hand on her shoulder and gave her a glance. Charon will remember this. Sorry about that. I'll buy you something sweet. Yeah, I think she might actually be his daughter. Or maybe an alternate timeline of his daughter, or someone he sees as a daughter figure. Either way, he clearly has a soft spot for her. So, given how cold he is to everyone else, the fact he actually cares about Charon says a lot. If there was one thing the sinners and I were good at, it's sensing imminent danger and making way. Charon said the driver's seat without further complaint, and Virgil slowly turned to us. If there's one thing the sinners and I were all good at, it's sensing imminent danger and making way. Dispersing from the group, we scuttled to our seats, leaving only Don Quixote anxiously standing now. Let's hear your excuse, Don Quixote. I could not turn a blind eye to the weak being persecuted. No, wrong. My vision couldn't follow what happened. I have nothing to blink, so it shouldn't have been possible for me to miss in that moment, and yet... When I caught up on the situation, the first thing that came to my sight was Don Quixote on the ground, a shoulder trampled onto Virgilus' shoe. I asked for an excuse, not a justification of your views. This isn't the first time either, Don Quixote. You're responsible for 3 separate incidents already. That's 3 separate times you've jeopardized our work with your deranged behavior. What do you think? Speak. All my actions did inconvenience my colleagues. Her pain grew louder, but no one stepped in. Of course, she's being punished for her own actions, but more than anything, it was evidence disrupting this wasn't going to make the situation better. I was asking for your thoughts. Why do you not understand this? Speaking, only be interrupted. What you should have said to me from the get-go was an apology, Don Quixote. Anything you add should be an elaboration on how you plan to improve your conduct. What unjust, although demanding a specific answer? That was her demanding a specific answer out of me. Don't you know? The company already has the correct answers from the employees. The questions are only asked to see if you get it right. Oh, that hits kind of home. You're sorely mistaken if you believe the company is sincerely curious about your input. If only company insists, then... I'm sick of this. Virgil's kicked Don Quixote, tossing her to the floor, then gripping her by the collar. I'm sure you remember what went down when you joined. I hope you haven't forgotten the deal we struck that day, Miss Don Quixote. Yeah, he's punctuating this for emphasis. Virgil's eyes glistened with a much brighter hue of red than usual. Yeah, we remember in the prologue he was called Red Eyes, and the Avenger was the JoJo Avenger was also mentioning Red Eyes, so his eyes are definitely related to his powers in some fashion. Directly into them, Don Quixote gave back a nod without another word. That's all. Back to your seats. Watching someone who usually exuded pride and confidence quickly shift into such a discouraged, crestfallen state didn't make for a pleasant sight. Though a deal that got Don Quixote to go silent simply by bringing it up. That makes me wonder what it's about. Yeah, really. It seems like Don Quixote doesn't seem to necessarily agree with everything we're doing, so why did they join this one in general? We all know that everyone is a sinner who in some way has done something that needs to be redeemed. But we don't know if first of all, we don't know if this is even a path to redemption, first of all. But also, that makes it clear that Don Quixote did in fact do something regrettable. The same goes for the rest of you. A company isn't a platform for fulfilling egocentric dreams or preaching big ideas. If you would still go against the terms of your employment contract to act unprompted, consider the consequences before you do. You'll spend a grueling period of being unable to escape, not through death nor struggles at severance. Yeah, I guess getting help from that guy. Who's that, Mr. Zach for sure? Something must have ruffled his feathers. It's
프리트님이요.
Lord Siegfried.
본격적으로 작전 시작도
Oh,
안
so I
했는데
see. It's a
잔소리나
stage name.
들었잖아.
Sheesh, the
그러니까
mission hadn't even
눈치 좀
started and
보면서
we've already gotten
행동했어야지.
scolding. Have some tact before you act, okay? I knew
언젠가
this
한
day would come
번은
sooner or
이럴 날이
later.
올 줄
We should all be careful
알았어요.
from now
둘 다
on.
왜 나를 야리냐?
Why are you two birds gawking
조심해.
at me, looking to get stoned? Fine, I got it. Yeah, I wouldn't talk, Heathcliff. You're only barely once removed from Don Quixote. Inquisitors, ooh. That very title alone carries quite a few implications.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서 되갚아보죠.
With the conflict sorted out, the bus departed. Looking at the windows evoked a strange feeling in the
저
passengers.
인간들은 얼굴에
Check out those
근심 하나
people. They
없어
haven't a care in
보이네.
the world. This is way different from the roads we've been through. Aha, I guess this is our manager Bud's first time traveling in the middle of a nest.
둥지랑
There's a
뒷골목은
world of
수준
difference
차이가
between nests
심하죠.
and the back streets. Besides, each nest has its own
둥지마다
cultural
저마다의
heritage.
전원 집중.
Attention, all.
이번에 갈
Our destination is
목적지는
the town of Cole.
K사의 칼프 마을이다.
Situated in
그곳
Nest K,
어딘가에
investigation revealed the
로보톰이
passage
집으로
connects to the
연결되어
Lobotomy
있는
Corp branch exists
경로가
somewhere
있다는
within that
정보다.
village. As soon as the Callow was mentioned, Sinclair lapsed into fear again, started trembling. It's as if something were coming after
하지만
him.
너희들이
But as they
전해준
told me, a third
정보대로
party has occupied the area
제3의
surrounding. That's why I
세력들이 이미
requested
그
additional
지구를
recon operation
점령
from
중인
clearance.
상황이다.
비포팀의 사정관측
Preliminary
3과가
observation unit 3
투입되었죠.
from Bella 4 team has been dispatched.
에피와 소드
Mr.
씨도
Effie and Miss
함께
Soda should
하셨을
be with them
겁니다.
by now.
상황이 어떤지
We'll
파악이
receive a
되면
report from them once they get a
그쪽에서
good grasp
먼저
on the
보고를 줄
situation.
거다.
Shortly afterward, the bus entered a quiet woodland path leading to the village. Lush green trees rarely found the back streets began to decorate the scene, providing a comforting sight, but that was soon disturbed by something odd. I could see an ominous billow of smoke rise in the distance. Why is smoke coming from?
싱클레어?
Caron,
꺾어.
turn.
해피기도
Evasive maneuver, rumble
발컨.
tumble. The bus made a sharp turn shortly before a giant nail flew in and noisily embedded itself in the back window. Who the hell was that? I almost kicked it. Though
이 정도의 가속도로
Though I hadn't run a
실험해보진
test with a
않았지만
projectile at such velocity, this does look like the windows need to be
차는
reinforced a
조금
little.
더 튼튼히
우리를 향해 정확히
That was
조준하고
directly
던진
aimed at
거다.
us. They must be the faction the
아까
before team
비포팀들이
warned us
일으켰다.
about, the employees of N-Corp.
베르,
Verg,
에피가
Meppy got hurt,
다쳤어.
Karen's sad.
멈추지 않으면
Doesn't look like
더할
they'll stop
기세군.
anytime
전원
soon.
한차.
Off the bus, all. As we got in there, a group stood in the way, clad head to toe in rusty armor with faded coats of white.
정차.
Halt, you may not use this
이 길로는
road.
지나가.
You should have said
아,
so in the
이렇게
first
말로 하면
place, because
될
what
거
about our
위층까지 뚫을 거
windshield?
뭡니까?
Ah,
선전
bugger.
포고 없이
You're
공격해놓고
rather rude for someone who attacked without warning. Isn't it at least
말이야.
common
이지
courtesy to
않겠나?
state your
우리는
affiliations?
이단 신문.
We are inquisitors.
불경한
We're
일을
the nail that
꿰뚫는
fixes the
죄악을
blasphemous,
두드려
the
다스리는
hammer that
망치.
strikes down the simple. Yeah, even the very title of the Inquisitor usually carries quite a few implications.
인사
So N-Corp.
나겔
That's one
운트
convoluted
하모의
way to tell someone
직원이라는
you're
걸
employed with
어렵게도
an employee
말하네요.
of Nagel and Hammer. Nagel und Hammer.
못과 망치라고도
Also known
불리죠.
as Nail and Hammer.
지금은 이단 신봉제를
You shall not
점화하고
proceed as
있으므로
we're in the midst of cleansing heretical
지나가.
dissidents. Heretics? Hey now, we just want to pass through. We're not looking for any trouble. We're on the tour bus. Labeled as tourists all of a sudden, the sinners exchange looks in silence. To prevent another disastrous first impression, Gregor was doing what he could, even though his efforts fell flat, to gently appease the armored crowd, accompanied by an contempt kind, a harmless smile a tourist wear.
그래.
Greg, I've been
저번
thinking
광산
since
때부터
this job is
느꼈던
mine, but
건데
are you that into
사실
these kinds of bits?
이런 쪽 개그에
The job at the
욕심 있는 거
mines.
아니야?
그런 거
It's not
아니라고.
exactly it. The quiver in corner of his mouth aroused pity in my heart.
그렇다면
In that case, you should
그대들의
prove yourself to
순간?
be untainted.
좋아.
Fine, tell us how we can get on with it. The Inquisitor suddenly pointed in my
저
direction.
불경한
Behead the
여행자의 머리를
blasphemous traveler.
그리고
Me? And
우리
kneel before our
망치의
hammer
앞에.
as you consecrate their head to
그렇다면
us. Such will
그대들은
prove you
때묻지
are
않는
untainted, and your journey shall
여정이
continue without
불이
hindrance.
또한 물론
You will, of course, have to
그
part with the
불결한
defiled vehicle
태양도.
as well.
보자보자니까
Love to
무슨
spew
헛소리야.
on, don't you, blokes? Oi, I don't know who
아무리
you think you
우리가
are, but we'll
핫바지처럼
daft enough to do
보인다고
as you
해도
say. Furious, Heathcliff was the first to quit playing as a harmless tourist. Heathcliff, you didn't have to.
발잔치도 하는 것들이
Proper trifling twits. Are you telling me
어디서
who are you to
나보고
tell me to kneel? The Inquisitor, as it was declared to us, nodded in response.
알겠다.
Understood. Then I declare all of you to be heretics. And with that, the group of Inquisitors moved in position, ready to attack. Well, I guess we'd best get this job done.
내가 눈에 새겨주지. 헛! 차!
These guys are a little beefy, but nothing I can't handle.
하나 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
I guess it also says a fire my team. I'm not going to be. I can't exactly use their ult here. Maybe at the dungeon at the end, since they get retained through there.
자, 저겠지 잘 생각해보라고.
장부의 좋아.
마음
장부의
놓고 멀어졌지고.
맘.
Servile Inquisitor.
일기당천.
Deus Volt, my friend.
맘.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제. 완벽한 장부 집행으로 다들 고생했다고 작은 형님께서 자라완을 몇 개 주셨다. 8구의 처음 온 놈들은 운 좋은 거라고. 꽤 귀한 거거든.
I should probably bring someone else here.
시간
Perhaps
체납생가.
Don Quixote here.
챙기고 징수 곡괭이 챙기고.
Oh, I see. Right, I'm getting a plus 40% bonus because I have one of the gotcha characters on my team. Interesting. I could also just bring one of the weaker ones here since I don't think it matters too strongly. That should be fine.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서
Yeah, let's
내가
take
가보자.
armor, steampunk Quixote. Getting back to the bus, Virgilus greets us by casually looking at.
이번엔 상대하기
Was it a
조금
little trickier to deal
까다롭진
with than your
않았나?
usual foes?
누누이 말하는
I keep saying we could have done a
거지만
lot faster if you'd let to add.
나도 너누이
As I was
말하는
answer, there would be
거지만
no point to this if I helped you.
저자들
Those people, they laid your
우리더러
bolts
이단
on heretics.
신봉자라고
Just
했어요.
what is their judgment based
대체
upon? I think they were targeting me.
못과 망치.
Nail and hammer, the wing that values
가장
experience
중요.
above all else. Merceau muttered vaguely.
인간은
Experience?
자신의 가치에
Humans are made
맞는
to have
경험과
experiences
행동을
and
할 수
actions
있도록
appropriate for
정해져
their worth.
있다.
That is
그들은 경험에 대해
what they say of
그렇게
it. They told us to offer up
우리에게
the severed head of our
관리자님의 머리를
manager.
좋다는 건.
That means they're back. They
그들이
didn't
또 온
forget. They
거예요?
came back to that like Sinclair was almost having a fit. Rodio looked at him in the prying eyes, but as little she could do about it. Very, very.
소리
The
나는
soundbox is being noisy. Looks
선발대에서
like the
연락이 온
advanced team has a
모양.
word for us. This is. Give me that. Effie, this is the bus. How are things over there? You shall bear here your every secret purified.
방금
Was that Effie's voice?
에이프
Someone
아니,
else?
그보다-
No. Was that human voice at all? Whistles?
싱클레어.
Sinclair, what are you talking about? Hear the whistles right at the end, faintly. Where's there now? It's her, the wretch is here for this time. Destroy the rest of our town. Calm down, Sinclair. What do you mean by whistles? And who is this quote-unquote wretched woman? She's waiting for me. The message call was for me. Resentful tears were streaming from Sinclair's face as he rambled.
잠깐만요.
Hang on, there are people like the
저
ones we met
앞에-
on the road ahead. We should go back. What?
저희
Can't we just head back? I don't want to go. Let's turn around. Tip the steering wheel and...
잠깐만요.
Kiddo, what's
대체
wrong?
왜 그러는 거야?
What are you so worried you'll
앞에
walk
뭐가-
into?
가면 안 돼.
We should go. We'll all
전부
die. We
죽을
need to go
거야.
back.
넬
Neil
싱클레어 쓸데없는
Sinclair, don't be
소리를
absurd. Oh, don't remind me of Emil's despair from near. I'm going to... That's going to bring back very painful memories of my own. Otis was calmly taking a
잠깐
wrist.
기절할
I delivered a
정도로
light blow to the
복부에
stomach to knock him
충격을 가했을
unconscious for a
뿐이야.
short while, nothing more.
이번엔 박자가
We're in agreement for
맞았군.
once, it
당신
seems. I was close to stepping
겁쟁이들은
in.
전장이 필요
I don't need
없으니까.
cowards on my battlefield. Can I throw him out of the bus? That might not... That might be a little too far.
관리자님께서
If you say so, manager. Otis looked down at Sinclair with a displeased face. Even though he was the timid sort, he's never opposed someone something so strongly. This unprecedented behavior of his bothered me. But I can't bring myself to ask why, as he didn't seem to be in any state to tell me. Soon enough, he comes back to his senses. He stared out the window with vacant eyes. The others are all out
손
fighting. I'm sorry, I'll go join them.
진동이가-
I can't keep dragging the others down. Sorry, Sinclair, but you're one of my main fighters because you're one of my 3 stars that I got from the early polls.
일기당천.
Yeah, Don Quixote has a very funny looking weapon. Is that a giant hammer or something?
천천히 말하시게나.
It almost looks like a lightning rod or something.
라고 하기에는
No, that's
조금
T Corp. They're not N
어느
Corp.
정도 있네.
Oh, I get it. It looks like a
천천히
T.
말하시게나. 시간은
T
맞네.
posing for dominance.
라고 하기에는 조금 그렇고 어느 정도 있네.
자,
Just raw damage everything.
어쩌겠지 잘 생각해보라고.
대상
좋아.
사망.
장부에서 좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
Yeah, prioritize
해보겠네.
blocking there. Enemy res, pride res.
자, 해보겠네.
Prioritize damage this time around. Do that again. You got another crushing blow in you, right?
마음 놓고 열어젖히고 바람 불어오는 대로
There we are.
짓밟아라.
Damn. If nothing else, I do think the combat feels very satisfying, even if it's
장부에서 삭제.
just less violent hockey, like Cabal said. Cattleball said.
완벽한 장부 집행으로 다들 고생했다고 작은 형님께서 자라완을 몇 개 주셨다.
EX clear victory.
8구의 첨언 놈들은 운
victory,
좋은
wow.
거라고. 꽤 귀한 거거든.
Used up all my stuff, it seems. Not a problem. I can do a couple of these to level up again. Alright, level up. So. Daily bonuses. I guess I could do one more daily bonus here. Open Saturday. 322. Yeah, I guess I. Does this one also open with 3? Yeah, 316. I'm so close to unlocking some of these, aren't I? Maybe I should just use one of these whatever they call stamina potions here. Use boxes. Yes, please. Yeah, we'll just do that. Especially since we're so close to unlocking the better ones. I don't want to waste, like I said, I don't want to use too many of these items on the low ranking stuff when I'm about to get a better one. Wave 1. But this is also, yeah, this is also where the stamina is starting to not be permanently active, which is something noteworthy. Gluttony and envy. Let us prepare to collect. Yeah, what the T Corp seems to be tax collectors, so tax corp maybe?
내가 눈에 새겨주게.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Looking at this total skills whenever I maxed uptide this Don Quixote form, it looks like she actually becomes a very powerful tank,
장부에서 삭제.
able to survive a lot of punishment.
일기당천.
So, not a bad one to raise eventually, but this early on I think I definitely want to focus on raw offense just so the farming gets better. Though granted, I guess this early on it's going to be 6 of one or half a dozen of the other.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
차 부숴줄 테다.
Alright, so we officially need to expect this Inquisition. Of course I ruined that joke. Oh well.
벌써 끝나가는군.
아직 진주할 내역이 남았으니 죽지는 마시게.
맘.
물 넘고
Oh yeah.
거꾸로 제쳐라.
Feels nice having a decent amount of units that can like tremor at least, so I don't feel obligated to use slime and mail as much. Then again, I guess if I go full tremor, I can just constantly stun lock those, and that'd be funny.
거꾸로 제쳐라.
Good work. I could tell you dealt a rough blow.
자,
바람 불어오는데
쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
봐라.
Victory.
완벽한 장부 집행으로 다들 고생했다고 작은
First
형님께서
time.
자라완을
Yeah, I
몇
think
개
this
주셨다.
bonus for the Arknights crew is definitely going to be
팔구의
adding
첨언
up.
놈들은 운 좋은 거라고. 꽤 귀한
Silent
거거든.
Night.
정리 시간이다.
This call, town square. The smoke that was faintly visible through the busk windows cover the whole town.
난장판이네요.
What a mess this
정말.
is, eh?
그런데
By the way,
어디서-
don't you hear familiar songs somewhere?
나 이
Oh
노래
yeah, I
알아.
know this one. I used to hear this tune a lot during snowy
전쟁
days.
때 병사들
They
사기
played it
올린다고
a
이거
bunch
줄
during
때마다
wartime to raise our spirits. Did
진짜
the
힘이
exact
좁아서.
opposite for me. The song evoked various memories in the group. For me, I'm not sure. It's familiar, but it doesn't bring up any clear images in my head. However, I could hear a faint splash of feeling from deep in my heart. Maybe I know this song from before I lost my memory. This mist of emotion roused me, though. It doesn't feel precious or warm. An ache, an inexplicable sting is what I felt.
맞아요.
Right, that
이렇게
day, it
눈이
was snowy like
쌓여있고.
this. That song was playing. The trees before us were decorated with very grim ornaments. Oh, yeah, those are body parts and entrails. All sorts of internal organs and mechanical parts were hung from the branches as if someone put people's innards on display. Black, isn't this
이건
going too
너무 지독한 거
far?
아니야?
A
클래식.
classic, but more kitsy
아니.
than anything.
근방에 생존자는
There are
없다.
no survivors nearby. Then everything finally fell into place, just like.
마이크 테스트, 마이크 테스트.
Dang, even the gratuitous English there. Let me grab a sip of my drink. Indeed. Either way, it looks like these guys have cleaned out the city. Welp, I know what to do in situations like this. I guess whoever saw this came here and went, this entire city must be purged. A piercing sound caused the group to cover their ears. Enjoying your Noel, everyone. The night isn't really silent, but it sure is holy. This isn't Christmas still way far off? Yeah, please let's not have Christmas decorations here. My local stores already have the Christmas decorations ready to put out. It's on October 1st, which isn't even here yet at time of streaming. I mean, the Halloween decorations are here, but wow. That's mildly frustrating.
네,
You're right.
한참이죠.
It's not anytime soon.
내 이름은 크로머.
My name is Cromer. I'm a
순수를
humanitarian who loves
사랑하는
purity.
악의 제자, 그리고
And the one who
망치를
grips the
치는 자.
hammer. Alright, we'll kill her with Spamton. I don't know how you managed to get here, but you're trespassing on private property. As you can see, this hallowed ground is undergoing our nailing judgment. I hope you like the decorations I set up. Well, let's just say that you got lost. Turn back now, and a fine will be all you have to pay. I'm sorry, what? How much money do you think we have? We technically have a job, but as far as I can tell, we're not being paid. I'm feeling generous. Today is the day of nativity, after all. Oh, before we lost his keto there.
이곳에
Here I stand. Good, just in case. Do you see any heretics over there? The massive man named Gudo, who responded to return to us. He intently stares at all of us until his eyes fall upon me. He gazes at me for a long time. Although he was wearing a mask, those eyes of his. They froze still, as if his glare nailed us to the ground. Darn it, they really worship those nails, huh?
순수하지 아니한
I
자와
see an impure one and their
그들의 출입.
followers, and with them the
말씀하신
child you
그-
spoke of.
뭐야?
Really? My Sinclair is back. Come see me, Sinclair. I'll be waiting at the familiar spots. Crow. Alright, she sounds like someone whose head we need to lop off. Don't worry, Sinclair. Just point her out at us in the crowd and we'll do our thing. I can hear Sinclair grinding and gnashing his teeth. He made a dreadful noise. I couldn't be sure if it was from hatred or fear. Take out the rest, Goido. Or should I do it myself? I wouldn't mind. I urge you to focus on hammering the Imperial one who grips. Good, good. Let's keep this purification. Now then, everyone. Merry Christmas! A number of the Inquisitors gathered around Guido. He stands firm behind them. He's not making any movement, but his presence alone is threatening enough. Yeah, what about us is so easy to identify. It's possible we were actually an evil person before we were given this clock head prosthetic, but they have no way of knowing that because, last I checked, most people are identified by their face first, and we don't have a face. There has to be something else here, some kind of, do we just have exude the aura of evil or something? Or an aura of we can actually be stopping this person, and that's why they need to get us. An intense aura of hostility was radiating straight from him. Every skill costs at least 1 coin. Well, yeah. It consists of at least 1 coin. Compliance, survival. Yeah, it seems like all these employees of whatever faction they're from all have similar themed titles. Sheesh, this guy's amazing! Glad I brought up Uptie 3 immediately. Here I go, but he's amazing. Damage, above all else. Is it you?
대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
예상 못했나 봐.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Yeah, these guys don't stand a chance since I've been power leveling. I'm afraid I'm stronger than I was before.
좋아, 장부에서 샀지.
Here he is, obsessive Inquisitor. Oh, that's not him? That's not Guido. Well then.
해보겠네.
Focus on negating attacks, and the rest will be damage. At least they don't have the healing bullets the N-Corp has. The other Corp has, I mean. N-Corp is nail and hammer, the
장부에서 샀지.
R-Corp is the healing one. Yeah, here he is. Guido the Persistent. Passives. When an ally is defeated, gain power up. After being an enemy, gain damage up. Joy of execution. Focus on... Yeah, unfortunately an ally is gonna be dying here no matter what, so he's gonna get powered up. We don't have a choice. We have to reduce the amount of attacks coming out. That's alright. Spike drive. Yeah, it looks like the idea is that he inflicts a number of N-Corp nails, and that causes him to inflict higher damage. At the start of turn, gain bleed and effect count. The other turn reduce the count by 1. Drive, I'll make bleed and fragile. Hammer on, applies fanatic to all allies next turn. You are cleansed of sin. Inflicts 3 nails to target, stagger them. I don't know if enemies get ego ultimates like we do, or... Yes, please focus on damage above all else. The good news is, it's okay that Sinclair took a bunch of hits because the identity he's got right now likes taking hits to get stronger. Excellent. That was a tough
힘든
opponent.
상대였어요.
We should move before they come back to their
수치스러운
senses.
소리를 잘
What a shameful
듣거리는
thing to say. A soldier does not retreat
승기를
before the
잡을
enemy when
군인.
victory is in sight.
지금 군인
Can't
정신이
you save the
중요할
military drill
때예요.
for a better time? Ishmael's right. This is not someone we can beat easily.
철수하겠습니다.
Fine, we'll fall back. Otis reluctantly backed down. Sinclair, do you know what the Cromer meant by the familiar spot? That's, well, he shook. He's seemingly overwhelmed with dread, but I could also see teeth-grinding anger that suppressed his fear. Looking at him, a thought blossomed. You need to talk, Sinclair. Tell us what you know, and you'll prevent half the deaths we might suffer.
작전의 성공률도
It'll also
올라간다.
raise the likelihood of our
효과적인
success.
정보를
I look
기대하지.
forward to hearing something useful. I hope I'm doing the right thing as the manager. Sinclair shook his head upon my words, breathed in, and finally opened his mouth after some struggle.
우리 집이야.
My house. That's where
크로머는
Cromer must
분명
be.
너.
So you know that bird?
진짜.
Bollocks. My head's still
하도
pounding
귀가
thanks to her
찢어질
real laugh.
학교에서
I met her at
만났어요.
school.
저런.
Oh boy,
혹시
is she a friend of
친구였어?
yours? Whatever's going on, I sure
친구라면
hope you
잘
can talk it
타일렀으면
out.
좋겠는데.
친구 아니에요.
She's not my friend. Cromer killed my
Cromer.
family.
미안해.
My bad. Don't worry, just show us where her limbs are and we'll take them off piece by piece for you. A prosthetic head hanging from a tree turned to face us. Lights and sparks flickered within. Sinclair. Why did you return?
싱클레어?
Sinclair, are those your
이웃들이야?
neighbors? Roger asked while looking at the dismembered
그런 것
prosthesis.
같아요.
It looks like they were. I hope this isn't the case, though. He replied, watching with a grim look in his face as the bare wires sparked and short-circuited. The robotic head soon stopped moving, only emitting discordant things. Then a song begins to fill the air. Silent night. All the heads hung from the trees began singing. The carol, leaking through the vocal units of so many lifeless heads, lands on the flames below.
이들에게 이단이란
Clearer
건
than ever now, the prosthetic
역시
body parts are the
의체
heresy
보유자를
to
말하는
them.
것이군요.
도시의 의체
Though it's been
보유자들이
quite a while
보이게
since the
된 지
prosthesis
꽤
work
오랜
first
시간이
introduced to the
흘렀지만
city,
여전히 그들의
many people
모습을
still
보고
find them
이질감을
foreign and
느끼는 사람들이
alienating.
저희 마을은요.
Our
저희
town
마을은
was called Holy Knights of
K사 의체
Nest,
산업의 성지라고 불릴
K's
정도로
prosthetic industry. Most of the
주민
residents were
대부분이
working in
하이엔드 의체
manufacturing
부품
high-end
제작에
prosthetic
종사하고
components.
있었어요. 크로마는
Cromer's been
오래전부터
keeping an eye on our
K에서
town for a long time.
네 가족
So was your
누구?
family? Yeah. My father
저희
owned one of the
아버지는
fledgling prosthetics companies.
신생
So that's why
의체
they want us dead,
대표였어요.
because we have a prosthetic, not because of who our past was. Although it's kind of...
그래서
Is that why?
아니, 제가
No.
보기엔
The way I see it, attributing
이자들에게
a
그런
high-flown
거창한 사상 따위는 없어요.
cause of any kind is giving them attributing what they've done here to any kind of high-flown cause is giving them way too much
그냥-
credit. They're
그냥
lunatics concerned by
광기와
madness
폭력에
and
매료된
violence.
미치광이죠.
Ishmael asserted to him. After a while of staring at the Christmas trees decorated in the neighbors, Sinclair turned to me. Manager, I have a question if it's all right with you. What is it?
그
How does it feel?
네,
Yeah.
머리 대신
How does
의체를
it feel to
달고
have a
있는 기분이
prosthetic replacement for your
어떠냐고요.
head? I was a little taken aback since I'd never had anyone ask that kind of question before. The issue is there's no way to know how I might have felt before I got a clock for my head.
아,
Oh,
그,
that's... I'm not trying to argue with you or anything. It's just...
무례한
That was probably rude of
질문이었겠죠.
me. I'm apologize. No need. It's all right. The other sinners were a billion times ruder to me in their daily interactions anyway. I'm afraid I can't answer that. I don't remember a single thing about my life before this clock.
그것이 항상
I see. I've always
궁금했어요.
wondered what it's like when there's something
머리 대신
sitting on...
다른 것이
where your
자리를
head
잡아
should be.
가족들은
My family said it's no different from
모자를
wearing a
쓰고
hat or
시계를
watch.
걸 저는 아무리
But I couldn't
떠올리려고
picture it, no
해도
matter how many times
그
I've
덕에
thought about it. And now, I'm the only survivor
저만
thanks to
유일-
that. I'm sure the procedure seemed terrifying at such a young age. You don't have to feel guilty about that.
아니에요.
Oh, that's not
그런
it.
게 아니에요.
It's nothing like that. I'm
단테 씨
afraid I'm not as
생각처럼.
innocent as you might think, Dante. Oh, he must have brought... Was he the one who brought her to them? Did he leak secrets that allowed her to do this? Sinclair hung his head. I racked my brains for an appropriate reply, but no suitable words came up. Only the unpleasant sound of sparks and flames filled the streets. Sinners with low sanity will be corroded by ego.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는
One of many
아시가
cycles is
그리던
now
공허에
broken. The home you dreamed of beyond a mist. A land where its
가까워진
inhabitants may thrive is near to fruition. Upon that day of our reunion, do exercise
언젠가
generosity, hold a
재회할
banquet. I gallop endlessly through the sun,
은자를
unspattered fields with
풀어주시오.
a singular goal.
내 그것만을 바라고
The implication I got from
온몸에
his story
피를
was that his
묻혀가며
master was
쉼없이
dead.
달리고 있으니
So that is unfortunately a bit more depressing than it sounds. Silent Night, Holy Night. Oh dear, are we gonna go through the whole song? Wow, 20.
정도는
You're really gonna burn me out,
소득이 나쁘지 않군
aren't you?
그래.
Sheesh. I could at least get to... It'd be nice if I could at least get to 16 before this became a problem. so that I could unlock a new XP
일기당천.
thingy.
물 넘고 꺾어서 제쳐라.
Our enemies seem to be a little under the weather. We should take advantage of this.
해보겠네.
좋아. 장부에
헛!
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Everyone of one of the sinners has something they need to atone for, so what's Sinclair's?
맘. 맘.
Yeah, I think part of this is he's the reason this happened.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
반항하지 마. 반항하지 마. 좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
펄스 맘.
Oh yeah, by the way, I was able to beat the mirror dungeon in roguelike mode. Unfortunately, I wish I could attribute that to skill. It's first of all, I did it before the Arknights event dropped, so unfortunately it didn't help me too much, but
완벽한 장부
I
집행으로
got a
다들
very easy final
고생했다고
boss by getting the chapter 2 one.
자그령님께서 자라완을
From what I
몇 개
can tell,
주셨다.
the mirror dungeon uses entirely bosses from
팔구의
events and
첨언놈들은
chapters,
운
so
좋은 거라고.
I'll have to take one set of
꽤
each.
귀한 거거든.
Gonna have to use boxes again. Well, I suppose whatever these two are for, if not to be used, right?
하나씩 차근차근 그어서 되갚아보죠.
Prosthetic bodies pile up like a landfill in the corner of a town. I could see someone still conscious laying out pain moans. The Inquisitors paid no heed. They strenuously jammed nails through each of their victims' chests over and over, executing their pure intent. They have surely pierced their hearts, yet a pulse remains in their body. It must be patched with steel. Even the core of their humanity must be tempted by heresy. How filthy, a disgrace to flesh and bone. The Inquisitor began carefully pouring a bottle of liquid over the prosthetic. The person looked like a solemn ritual. Judging from the pungent smell, it's most certainly oil. Imbibed with the oil of humanity, yet heretical stone. Oh no, they're gonna set on fire. Those who cannot return to the earth find solace in scattering to smoke. A lit match is thrown on the pile, letting rise a huge flame. With the sounds of sparks, the air is soon filled with an acrid smell. It's not quite like the smell of burning flesh. This spreading fire brings a cackling glimmer on those prosthetic bodies to permanent darkness.
입으로는 정화를
If this
말하면서
hellscape is the idea of
지옥을
purification, I'd rather
창조해
stay unclean.
목과 망치는 언제나
The nail and hammer
인간성을
has always been devoted to
해석하는 데 몰두하고
scrutinizing the ideas of
있었다.
humanity.
고통도
Some
응당
criticize
겪어야 하는
prosthetic use. They
경험이라며
believed the pain
의체를
is a
달고 있는
necessary
인간을
component of the
비난하던
human
자들도
experience.
있었지.
However, it never escalated to the
이렇게
extent of the direct action that we are
행동으로
witnessing
드러냈던 적은
now.
아까부터 들었던
Been meaning to
생각인데
ask, how do you know so much about Encore?
내가
I was once
엔서
employed by
직원이었으니까.
this very Encore. You used to work with these
저들과
people?
같이 일한 적은
I have never
없지만
worked with these specific
소속의
individuals, but in
관점에서
terms of
본다면
affiliation, you could say that I did. Come to think of it, this might be the first time I've heard Marcel actively talk about himself. He rarely would recount about anything related to himself. Perhaps he felt it wasn't necessary to speak at all.
진작 말하지
Yeah, he seems to
않은
only talk if specifically
그럼
spoken to.
당신도
Anyway,
저런 괴상한 무기를 지니고 다녔어.
why didn't you tell us about that earlier? Carry one of those freaky weapons then?
굳이
Am
이야기할
I
필요가
obligated to
있나?
elaborate?
뭐?
The hell? Oh,
야,
why don't you explain what makes it different from
그럼
those
내가
others then?
말이야.
Listen, mate, as much as I like to call our
관리자
deaf manager
저놈의
Clockface,
시계대가리
I don't think they
라고
deserve by any
부르고는
means to
있어도
be on the stake or a chopping block.
말만
Those buggers talking big about purifying, but all I see are a bunch of
있어도
loonies who just need an excuse to
내
kill.
말해봐.
Speak up then, are you like those
너도
screws,
그런
Bucknet?
것에 대해
There was a time I
생각하던
did think
시기도
about such
있었지.
things,
같은지 다른지
though I did not come to a
답을
conclusion.
내놓지는 않았지만
그럼 지금이라도
I
답을
don't want that damn
내놔보란 말이야.
I want that damn
관리자 놈이
conclusion now. Are
명령이라
you gonna
치고
go
마을
butcher the
사람들의
townsfolk
모조리
if your
찾아봐
manager
죽이라고
says so?
하면
꼭 답을
Must I give an
내놓아야만
answer?
하나.
That does not aid us
그
in
일이
handling of our
업무를
work.
처리한 사원은
An
명령에
employee
따라
must follow the
움직이는
employer's
것이
orders in
규칙이다.
terms of presented
베르길리우스,
the terms Virgil
그자가
has
내놓은
presented
취업
state as
규칙에
much.
관리자가
If the
행하라고
manager
하면
orders me, I have
행할
to.
뿐이다.
I may provide my input if I'm told that's
내
necessary,
생각이
but I don't have a
필요하다고
habit of
말하면
rambling my thoughts
제공하겠지만
unprompted.
그럴 필요도
Base
없는
versus
상황에서 나불대는 버릇은 없다.
I wonder if he has one of those paladin outfits then. Paladins, we don't pay you to think.
뭐?
Pardon? Did you round the twist?
너
Are you
돌았냐?
round the twist? To get a chunk out of
너야말로
metal for your
머리
brains, of
깡통으로
course,
교체.
there.
단백질이
I'm 16%
16%,
protein,
수분이
7% water, 7% minerals, so
60%,
forth. I'm clearly
무기질
different in terms of
7%,
composition.
불필요한
Moreover, unnecessary heavy
중금속은
metals do not
나의
compromise
구성
any
요소에
portion of my
해당하지 않아.
body.
그 또한
That is
차이다.
another difference. Oh, so he doesn't have prosthetics. Heathcliff's face confronted with frustration. Marceau was already an enigma, and he only felt ever more distant after this conversation. I was gonna say that maybe they don't see Gregor's bug hand as a prosthetic because it's technically a living thing, and since he was from a science experiment gone wrong, or gone right, depending on your point of view. But then I remembered, oh yeah, he can change it, so he can disguise it as if he wants.
하지만 전
Now that you mention it, there's something I've
예전부터
been
쭉
wondering.
궁금한 단테님을
I've been thinking about whether or
정말
not
인간으로 봐야 할지
Manager
말이에요.
Dante should be seen as
그게
human.
무슨 소리지?
What do you mean?
그러니까
What
단테
if,
씨가 말하는
when dear
건
Dante's speaking,
단테
it's actually
씨가
the clock
아니라
and not the person
저
we know as
시계일
Dante
수도
behind the
있다는 거?
words?
우리가 진짜
You're trying
시계
to tell
따위한테
me we're being
명령받고
led by an
있었다고?
actual clock? Good grief, you're
정말
reaching uncharted
멍청한
depths of
발언들이네요.
idiocy with your theories. I can't
반박할
even be
의욕도 안
bothered to
생겨요.
refuse them.
그래도
Don't misunderstand,
전
I do
지금
like our
시계머리를
Dante
한
with their
단테 씨가
clock-headedness.
나도 그래.
Honestly,
그냥
same.
머리를
Why don't you
되찾지
just give up
말고
finding your old head and
평생
stick
이
to that
머리가
one?
그럴 리는
I know it's probably not going to be the case. What if
진짜
Dante's
머리를
real head
되찾은
turned out to be
단테가
super
갑자기
evil or
엄청
something?
못된 놈이었다거나 하면
Well, I mean, we
어떡해.
could be a company CEO or something. Well, there's only one of us who know about our manager Bud's past. Gregor's eyes naturally fell on
그
Faust.
부분에 관해선
That is confidential. Its access is restricted to security of the highest level. And I get the feeling I won't be able to be allowed to read it for myself either. It's only natural. I have no idea who or what I originally was, so I have nothing at my disposal to refute Honglu's lighthearted accusation. Maybe he's right and I really am just a clock. Even if I ask Faust, there's no telling if she'll give me a real answer, and I won't be able to discern the truth in such a thing ever. Yeah. There's even a slim chance the real Dante is hidden away somewhere, and that I'm just some advanced imitation trained to believe I have free will. Oh no, maybe I'm a... I believe TV Tropes calls it a replacement goldfish for a real Dante, and Virgil just feels bad without his boyfriend around. In any case, sitting here ruminating is not going to get me anywhere. Who knows, maybe I'll mount this thing on the wall when I find my real head. Ishmael sent me a chastising glare for suggesting something like that, but she has no choice other than to shrug. It is, well, I guess it is true.
자, 부숴줄 테다.
Yeah, these guys try to put a bit more care into your health. You know why? I just care about you all.
깔끔하게 물었군.
일기당천.
Someone earlier told during the Code Purple told me that it looked like less violent ice hockey, and now that's never going to leave my head. Now I can't look at this battle system and not think of less violent ice hockey. Damage.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
좋아. 장부에서
Nice.
삭제.
Gangster Sinclair's really doing some good damage himself.
완벽한 장부 집행으로 다들 고생했다고.
Good to know that even if I'm
작은
not getting the,
형님께서 자라완을 몇 개 주셨다.
I'm having trouble getting his full damage out, he's still
팔구의 첨언
carrying me
놈들은
pretty hard.
좋은 거라고. 꽤 귀한 거거든.
Fortitude. Purification. Fortitude.
정리 시간이다.
자, 이제
Okay, so what should we do
어떡할까요?
now? If we move
지금
quietly, we
저희가
might be able to
조용히
pacify the other
이동하기만 하면
inquisitors unnoticed.
다테씨,
Dante, I'd like to apologize
저
in advance.
아시다시피
As you know, I'm not as
저는 다른
experienced
분들처럼
with fighting
전투에
like the
많은
others.
경험이 없어요.
Don't worry, that I am aware of that. That's why I decided to give you your gangster alternate timeline persona to
그래서
help out.
저놈들에게
Our foes might jab me in the heart over and over for
그래도-
that. Will you bear me for that? He was trembling so badly it would be pitiful for anyone to witness. I could tell he was desperately trying to suppress his fear. It wouldn't be the first time Sinclair's died. Whenever he bit the dust, I'd always bring him back, but he's now asking for my understanding. He looks determined to confront them directly, even if it means he'll die again and again. A feeling quite unlike the fright a usual battle invokes. Maybe he's holding off the kind of fear that comes... Maybe he's holding the kind of fear that comes with a certain courage. In that case, are you scared, Sinclair? He suddenly turned around and gave me a startled look. Did I say something weird? No, it's just I'm reminded of a friend who asked me the same question. He opened his mouth for a brief pause.
전 히스클리프 씨 말에
I agree with
동의해요.
what Heathcliff
의체
said.
모델을 가지고 있어도
Prosthetic head or not, you've been the same
단테씨라는
person
사람이
regardless,
달라지는 건
Dante.
그리고
I guess the same could be said for my family. Thank you, Sinclair.
아니에요.
It's nothing. I can't have you be too
이제부터
thankful when I'm
질리도록
about to make you
죽을
suffer
테니.
by throwing my life away. Just as I realized I forgot to ask what he said in response to the same questions as his friend had, Sinclair already charged the fray.
자, 부숴줄 테다.
I kind of... While Don Quixote's armor does, in this identity, does genuinely look pretty neat, I do miss the steampunk outfit she has in the actual artwork. I'm sure this is because that's what the T-Corp soldiers actually wear, so it makes sense for her to be in the full armor. And don't get me wrong, I do love girls in armor. Mudrock and Arknight, it's Mordred and Joe. Voice a little have. Voice a little have. The girls can look really nice in armor, but I don't know, I guess I just like the steampunk outfit too. Damage.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제. 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Make sure we win. We got another crushing blow in you, right? Yeah, these enemies are starting to have HP in the 90s. We're probably gonna run to ones with hundreds of HP too. I'm glad I leveled everyone accordingly. Then again, it does seem like this chapter is a bit of a level jump compared to the previous one. Chapter 2 ended at levels 15 or so, and even the early fights here were recommended level 19. Don't get me wrong, I get why.
자, 부숴줄 테다.
벌써 끝나간다.
Go Don Quixote, T-pose them, T-weapon them to death. T them to death. Damage time.
자, 부숴줄 테다.
바람 불어오는 대로. 바람 불어오는 대로.
This was the first post-launch Canto, so they expected a bit more, but still easy for now. Yeah. Okay, so it launched with chapters 1, 2, and then got 3 a little while after. That makes sense.
완벽한 장부 집행으로 다들 고생했다고 작은 형님께서 자라완을 몇 개 주셨다. 8구의 처음 온 놈들은 운 좋은 거라고. 꽤 귀한 거거든.
What is the recommended level for this one? Oh, 24, yeah. Yeah, you weren't kidding. They were definitely expecting a little more. This one's 25, too. Yeah, the average level is in 20. I did level up in 25. Sheesh.
정리 시간이다.
Yeah, I like this team here. Even if I'm a few levels behind, though, I should still be fine here. Sinclair's home was the largest one in the neighborhood, staring at the innermost part of town. One could see from a distance a huge flame was engulfing the estate. I took a moment to try and imagine what this town would have looked like during its peaceful times, to bring to mind the times when the trees we saw near the town still had lush, verdant green leaves. How Sinclair would have been during those times, or when everyone around him had died. I couldn't paint a clear picture of either happiness or despair. Nonetheless, I hope that Sinclair can brace himself for the misfortune he'll soon have to face. This is awful, to say the least. A courtyard that could have been a vast, flourishing garden is now full of nails erected tall. A variety of prosthetic bodies were pierced by those nails, and the house was enveloped in a ferocious flame, ready to consume everything around it. While everyone's attention was drawn to the prostheses, Sinclair's eyes drifted to the corner of the yard. The graves there, dug up? Following his gaze, I could see 3 graves were violated. His expression alone was enough for me and all the other sinners to guess who they were for. To execute the dead? This is nothing short of the devil's work. Yeah, if someone's already dead, desecrating the corpses entirely out of pure spite. It's not until Canto 5 you can expect to play more than once or twice. Ah, that makes sense. Is there a partial refund if you fail a node, or is it just full penalty? I guess I'll worry about that later. Either way, yeah, I'm definitely going to start focusing on the event after Chapter 4, that's for sure. Father, mother, and sister. The family he mentioned. Partial. Okay, that makes sense. The family mentioned that's where they would be resting. Halt! One uniform, straight ahead. That whistling. I mean, it's just too funny when you think about it. Someone walked out of the burning household. Her laugh was simply sinister in every way imaginable. Why put so much effort into burying the bodies that can't even rot? Am I right?
그래도 여기 꼬챙이들 중에
I'm sure
잘
you'll find them around here
찾아보면
somewhere if
찾을
you
수
look hard
있을
enough. I do
거야.
remember nailing those
내
three.
말 잘
Be a good
들으면
boy, and I might
위치를
just tell you where they
알려줘
are.
어때,
Oh,
싱클레어?
Sinclair, you've grown a spine,
여기까지
coming all the way
찾아오다니
here.
시체들을
Enough for
찾아볼
one to
용기도
look for
기르고온가.
at a few dead bodies too, right? Why? Just why all this? Sinclair couldn't even speak properly.
기포팀들은 어디 간 거지?
Where did our before team get
지점까지
off to?
왔다면
They've got to turn up at this point. Sinclair's got some buddies.
같이 숨어들어온 다른 쥐새끼들을
Looking for the
찾나
filthy
봐.
rack. Let's stuck in there.
좋아 좋아.
Okay, watch closely. I'll turn on the lights so your eyes open wide. Ta-da! Effie was barely breathing. His limbs had been cut away, and deformed prosthetics were crudely lodged in their place. Wow, when they hate someone, they don't even care if they have prosthetics or not. They'll add one so that they can make you impure. He was too mutilated to even speak a word. In
저대로라면
his current state, it'll take around
온전히
2 days for him to
사망까지
completely die,
장대에
and the whole
서서히
piercing him
꽂히면서.
will only amplify his suffering. Then,
관리자님,
manager, I happen to know of a method to end a
저는
life with as little
사람을
pain as
치수했던
possible.
적이 많은 기술이라 말이죠.
It's one that saw many
명령을
uses.
요청해도
May I ask you to give me the order? I looked at both Gregor and Ishmael. They gazed back at me and as if in acknowledgement, dropped their heads low and bit their lips. I understood what that meant.
편해지도록.
Otis, do it. Rest in peace. The collar of Otis's clothes brushed against the wind, then silence. And then it's broken by Cromer with roaring laughter. At the same time, I could hear something else break.
어차피
Really, it's
다 같은
hilarious
꼴이
watching you all
될
care for
텐데.
each other when you're all gonna meet the same
챙겨주는 걸
fate
진짜
anyway.
웃긴다. 싱클레어,
It just brings it
이러니까
back,
옛날
doesn't it,
생각나지
Sinclair?
않아?
Interesting, she has a... I'm assuming that's not a prosthetic arm, but it could be. I mean, Inquisitors can often be very hypocritical. But it could also just be a gauntlet designed to be in the form of one.
그때 네
Your face
표정도
back then was real priceless.
크로마,
Cromer,
너는 죽어야만
you
해.
have to die.
그게
Yeah,
맞는
that's
것
the right.
같아.
I think
내
that's the right
손에.
way. You'll die by my... He was interrupted by the sound of a nail dragging across the floor.
궤도라는 장착.
Guido. We thought we'd failed him with our best, but not a scratch is on his body anymore. It was as if all his injuries were healed. That means the K-Corp has restored him, or they used technology K-Corp gave him. After all, we went in here under the full impression that, yeah, an under-the-table deal was made, and that could have included some of their healing bullets. Seeing him walk towards us in perfect condition fatigued the sinners. Rendered speechless, all they could muster from their hearts is the deep groan
Guido,
contempt. Guido, why
나머지는 왜
couldn't you take
처리를
out the
못한
others?
거야?
Forgive my ineptitude, O one who grips. My incompetence allowed them to escape.
항상
You have to stay
경계해야
alert. You
해.
never know what's hidden under those
저 망할
cursed steel
철판때기
craniums.
머리에는
I shall keep you at your word, O heart that grips.
재회는
Since the reunion's over,
끝났으니까.
I'll be heading back. Cromer turns the walker into the burning mansion. Cromer, get back here, I swear to you, I'll grab you with my hand.
아니지 싱클레어.
No, Sinclair.
항상
It's always been the
그랬지만.
other way around. The long smirk dances across Cromer's face. It's hard to tell if it's the violent blaze or Cromer's vice that is consuming the other. And then,
쥐는 건
I am
나야.
the one who grips.
차 부숴줄 테다.
Fuck is a magic cure-all is a magic cure-all for your problems.
일기당천.
Ooh. Those skill effects really are adding up. I'm slowly getting an idea of everyone's hit, but it matters mostly for the characters I have in Type 3 since they have their whole passives and stuff to interact with one another. They're up to some trickery. Perhaps we should watch out. Yeah, there's music playing. Scourging and Corp Inquisitor. Yeah, all of them get a damage up bonus if they get a kill, and all of them get angry when their allies die. Hopefully there's no debuff. Hopefully we won't get a debuff on Sinclair while this goes on. Slash Fidget. What's the status here? What's that purple O beneath? Passives. Vendetta mark. Get it right? We've got your back. Huh. Yeah, this is definitely one I should probably get to the third at some point, or Uptie. Ascension, Uptie, Elite, they're all functionally the same. The only difference is how they interact with the leveling system. Ow. Yeah, I'm not sure if that music is actually causing a buff or debuff. Oh, it is causing a buff. Let's see the what's the statuses? Here we are, Chroma's whistles. We shall fear not, for the one who grips us is with us. It doesn't. It's possible that it powers up one of their attacks. Do any of these attacks interact with it? It's got to be doing something. Book of Vengeance. Max stack, deal more damage. Based on stack. Let's go. Here we are. Do again what you just did. Yet another.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Oh dear, that one actually won.
넘고 무수히 넘고
얼마든지 down. Oh no, he survived it.
바람 불어오는 대로
Oh no, he didn't.
짓밟아라.
Staggered and killed.
좋아, 장부에서 삭제.
훌륭한 전시회였어.
Manager level up.
오히려
Wonderful.
고맙다고 말해야 하나?
Scheiterhofen. 27, ooh. Maybe I should at least level up a few of these. Level the sinners a bit more. Oh. Oh, one moment. Let me reload here. Could do another 10 pull. Oh, that's right. Alright, just let do the update here. I guess that's a good a sign as any that I should take the sanity here and do a tenor and see what I get. I like this title screen music a lot. Alright. I'm not a fan of doing these directly on stream, but
어두운 것엔 익숙해요. 정전이 된 좁은 방에
no balloons, so no rate-ups.
넌 예술의
Have you seen
극치를
the
본 적
pinnacle
있나?
bars? I'm here to find out.
실례하겠습니다.
Excuse me, here's a cup
한가에서
of afternoon
준비한
tea,
애프터눈
courtesy of the house.
콩입니다.
Minor time.
편안한
Wuthering
시간
Heights
되시기를.
butler. Damn it, she looks good in that. And Callison's getting a maid uniform. Dang, can I have both of them, please? I have no idea how good any of these are, but... There we are. I guess that's alright.
어두운 것
Worst case scenario, I can always, let's see here. What does Butler, her Faust do exactly? Lust and confiscation and slow perception. Alright, so lust and gloom. Sinking. When hit by an attack, fix SP damage by the effect's potency. Units with no sanity take gloom damage instead. On it, inflict echoes of manner. Chance and click once when gain potency or high. Units with SP, change pack. Dispensing a unit? Bubbles for boxes. I might have. I used a couple from the past earlier, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't need to worry about that one since I've already got a good one here. Although this does remind me I should probably level. Alright, there we go. And my two strongest ones I absolutely need to level up here.
어두운 것엔 익숙.
Inventory. Ego shards of a center of choice. Of a random one. Let's use some of these just to see what I get. Heathcliff, Don Quixote, and Gregor. 20 yellow, yeah. Yeah, I can get ego shards for a center of my choice here. Not enough. Thought you'd have more. Oh well. Unfortunate. Level 28, 27, 25. This will have to do for now. Oh my, this is quite the road trip, isn't it? Level 26 average, we need 27. This will be fine. In theory, we should be fine. Hey, wait. Sinclair left forth to chase Chrome before anyone could stop him. However, he's blocked by the remaining Inquisitors. In response, he swings his weapon he thought he could never exert, crushing the head of the one who grabbed him. The Inquisitor collapses before he gasped to escape their mouth. Sinclair would normally keep them back of the group. This is the first time I saw him charging on purpose like that. The hell have you been dawdling for in the back if you could do that? I remember with clarity that I had ended your lives. I undoubtedly witnessed torn brain tissue you crack your skulls, and yet here you heretics are before me on your feet. Hey, you're not one to complain about miraculous recoveries. Guido examines me close with his piercing glare. He then slowly nods as if to get observation given the nauseated. You there, the one presented the head of a heretic. You must be a false shepherd, enticing his herd into heresy. He proceeds to nudge his chin at the nailed corpse of the courtyard. They committed the grave sin of entering a site of hallowed rites with their unclean bodies. Thus, they've been punished with the same penalty the heretics receive. They've also been subjected to humiliation of bodily mechanical intrusions being installed against their will, but you're different. The sin of worshipping a heretic is less severe than indulging in heresy oneself. Therefore, as long as you're willing to repent and cleanse your minds, we, the Hammer, will demonstrate your forgiveness. So I implore you, ye pitiful sinners, lead astray by temptation, shake off the allure of the false miracle and kneel. The confrontation came to a standstill. No one's willing to speak first. So you've all been under my spell or something? Who'd have thought that? I tried calculating a joke to lighten the mood a little bit on that. Dante, that man, he just insulted you. He doesn't even see you as a human being. I mean, you guys call me clockface all the time too. That's not the same at all. Besides, I don't use that nickname. Ishmael grunted. So you think throwing some fancy words around will be enough to persuade us, huh? Listen up, faceplate, you're the one who needs a little shaking off. Seems your human brain's pretty defective. You were given ample opportunity. You are no different from those we hung to the nail after all. I am a hammer. I am the tool for the one who grips, tasked with the great mission of piercing the false flesh of heretics. I shall bind thee to a nail and lay thee down furthest from soil, for he who shall repent. Oi, when are you gonna finish your stupidly long taunt? He's not granted rest beneath the earth. Are you hoping for me to get a 4th ascension for a 4th uptie or something?
자, 부숴줄 테다.
Sadly, I'm only at 80 of 200 summons needed to spark. So it's gonna be a little bit, but the event's lasting a month, so I'm sure I'll be able to get it by then. They usually give new players a pretty solid amount of items. Yeah, this is somehow buffing them. The UI isn't telling me. I could look it up on the wiki, but I'm too lazy, so I'm just going to power through.
일기당천.
Fatal. Excellent. Yeah, these guys are getting a lot more tanky than they were last time.
내가 눈에 새겨주고
That is satisfying.
벌써 끝나가고
He's gonna get powered up by all these kills we're gonna be doing, but we have no choice. We have to reduce the amount of attacks coming out at us.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 얻고 제쳐라.
Through the guard.
겹겹의 중문 뚫어보이겠어.
Damage focus.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고 깔끔하게 물었군.
There we go, he finally died. Dang, nail through his head. Some of these death animations are quite gruesome. Like something out of Darkest Dungeon. The ground shook as Guido finally fell. I couldn't help but wonder if we really did him in, yet we were too exhausted to bother and take his helmet off to check his breathing. Sinclair was repeatedly jabbing his spear into the dead Inquisitor. The corpse was mangled beyond recognition, blood and organs spilling. Sinclair, calm down. He didn't seem to care about anything other than the body was set out to destroy. Occasional pants of rage and tearful gasps swirled that came out of his mouth. I'll kill them all. I knew stopping was the right thing to do, but no one dared step in. It was evident he was too blinded by ire to listen. I know of a way most simple to bring him back to senses. At that, Don Quixote suddenly jumped Sinclair and pinned him to the ground, and then she started laying into his face, one fist after another. Shouldn't we do something? Leave him be. A couple of cabs tussling isn't worth intervening. A cloud of dust rose from her ruthless beating. After all, Don Quixote cut up our onslaught. Pray tell, how dost thou feel now?
미안하네.
Pardon thy rash action. Oft I find myself overcome by fervor, rampaging much the same as a
빗비른
rudderless
말처럼 날뛰곤
horse.
했지. 그럴 때는
At such
내
moments,
옛
mine old
친구들이
friends help me
정신
come
차릴
back
때까지
to
나를
myself by
두들겨
beating me
패거나 그렇게
senseless.
해야만
Twas at times the only remedy
정신을
that
주는
the
때도 있는
favor
것 같더군.
had to overtaken me.
아하.
So in a sense,
그러니까
Virgilus must be a good friend of yours too? Well, tears plinked from Sinclair's bruised eyes. I'll get her for this. I'll go to my home, skewer that bitch, skewer her with a stake, and... The rest of his sentence was overrun with pain sobbing. After a while sniffling, Sinclair seemed to calm down as he put his hand to his face and started muffling. I lost everything overnight. Back then, they didn't parade the nail and hammer name around. You didn't see large groups like that in the open. But at some point, people started calling themselves hammers. They started showing up in town one by one.
됐어, 꼬맹이.
It's okay, kiddo. No need to push yourself. Radia gently pat him on the back. I still think sometimes this is all just a bad dream. I'm having trouble waking up. It always comes every morning before I open my eyes. Maybe this time I'll wake up and see a familiar ceiling. Just maybe. After he said that, he broke into tears. It only made sense for him to wait to settle down.
마침내 굴레 하나를 끊었어. 두려움 없이 나아갈 수
I
있는
did wonder if this world might actually be a purgatory, hence the sinners needing to find redemption.
가까워진 것이야.
But no, the fact this is in a universe as other games doesn't really make that work.
꼭 내게도 은자를 풀어주시오.
A bad
내
dream.
그것만을 바라고
Oh.
온 몸에 피를
Oh,
묻혀가며
interesting. That went up. I'm guessing because that's a
쉼없이
major
달리고
boss
있으니.
fight. Wait, what was 316? Alright, so I should have unlocked that extra XP table now, so... A bad dream.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서 되갚아보죠.
Alright, so yeah, that was a bit harder because it was a boss one. Screw you guys. We're going home.
잘 생각해보라고. 하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Dawn's working out rather well.
해보겠네.
She may be more a tank than damage dealer, but at this point, just being high-leveled is all that matters. Although, don't get me wrong, my A-listers are still the main damage dealers by a country mile. Yeah, I should probably up-tie 3 via the Sinclair one later.
예상 못했나봐.
Because upside 3 does seem to be doing a lot more for me than just levels by a country mile. I guess it makes sense, because uptying as well unlocks new passives and active abilities. Same with the Ego, that's also why I made sure to get at least one upgrade on Brilliant Glory. Just gang up on this guy. Upside 3 is probably the most important upgrade, also high. Hello, Wreck, so Sax. Yeah, that's quickly what I've been learning here. No wonder I was recommended to uptie 3
완벽한
via my
장구제품으로 다들
Ryosho and
고생했다고 작은 형님께서
so many
자라완을 몇 개 주셨다. 8구의 첨언 놈들은 운 좋은 거라고. 꽤 귀한 거거든.
Underpass. Green means the EX clear, right? Yeah, all these are cleared within 10 turns. One of them must have... I know one of them came rather close, but... Yeah, then again, I guess I could, it would also behoove me to at least uptie 2 some of the members here, because the only Uptai 3 here are Yisang, Hing, and Ryoshu. The others are Uptai 1 at most. Like, middle little brother here, Uptai 1. I believe this one's also Uptai 1. Yeah, 2, yeah. Oh, Dun Quixote could use an Uptai as well. But I've only got, 41, yeah. Well, I suppose getting the passive might be nice, but it also might behoove me to get my main damage dealers up. Green is X, yellow is clear, no EX. Okay, it's good to know. I haven't gotten any ones that weren't with the EX clear yet, so... Team building isn't too important, that Yisang ID is strong. Yeah, as soon as I got it, my friend told me immediately to Uptai 3 that, and he'll carry me, and yeah, he wasn't kidding. Although the Ryoshu one's doing work too, make no mistake. Underpass. We enter the charred mansion and Sinclair led us to the basement. When he opened the door, a long underpass leading to an unknown destination was revealed to us. To think there'd be tunnels down here. So if my guess is right, this passage should lead to the branch facility. Why are you keeping this shifty shaft in your basement? It wasn't here before. What? Then how'd you know we ought to be going to the basement? It's like how magnetic fields draw a compass needle northward. I was brought here by definition. Isn't that what it is? You're the one bringing us. You're bringing us along to use as sensors for the bows. Sinclair quickly looked at Faust. Instead of answering him, she strode past and stood before the door. Judging from the material, this tunnel seems to have been made relatively recently. It was likely dug by N-Corp's expeditionary forces when they'd occupied the town. It won't be a short trip. Given this passage was excavated, we'll assuredly run into foes. We should move once we're ready. Don't give me that look, Dante. I'm simply not in the position to comment on it. You have two pretty decent tremor IDs, though. Might be worth building eventually. Yeah, I have noticed. Yeah, even the weaker ones like, oh crap. The one for Ishmael and Heathcliff also have tremor, even though they're not very good. So I do have enough for. I didn't notice that I had enough for tremor. I could also theoretically do a rupture team if I get the Calcit one eventually, because Calcit works well with rupture. I must say I'm impressed at how loyal they basically did a good job of converting the way they play in Arknights into how they play in Limbus. I really like how they all work. I'm hoping to get all of them, and I'm sure I will be able to at least spark one more if all else fails, since I know new players are going to be showered in resources because they want you to stick around, you know? Yeah, for now I'm working with what I got. That's why I have these 5 as my designated carry units. That said, I might do the, oh crap. That's kind of painful. Damage focus, if you please. Wave 2. Limbus tends to be pretty generous with resources anyway. Oh, that's good to hear. No. And one of the reasons I take big breaks from some other gachas like FGO is because those have you pretty much grinding constantly because you're always going to be short on something. Still, I'm glad gachas are really stepping up their story stuff. Arknights had a really good, one of their story arcs finish, and the new one has a really good start. This one I've been liking a lot. I can see why people say it's a good step up from the first two, even though it's, even if it's not done, it feels pretty invested. And of course, FGO is famous for the story's great. The gameplay is just okay. And this just be often events basically reinforces if the stage is unlocked. Yeah. I can only hope I can get at least most of the Arknights ones over with by the time, completed by the time it ends. Like whenever I'm not streaming, I may not be doing the story, but I'm doing other stages like the XP stuff. Here we are. Underflow. We were fine against Guido. We'll be fine here.
차 부숴줄 테다.
Though I will say I've gotten to like a lot of the characters so far. Only a handful. Hong and yeah, only a. And Yi Sang, I feel like I haven't gotten much on, but I'm guessing that they'll get their story stuff later. Fun thing is, the story picks up a lot after Canto 3, so I haven't gotten the actual peak. Yeah, I'm told the 4 is when it really hit. Yeah, I'm told the first 2 are mostly just time setup, then it starts peaking after 3, and supposedly it's peak at 4 or higher. Hoping to level up. Yeah, I won't be streaming this tomorrow, but my hope is when I get to it on the weekend, I can do at least half of Canto 4 or Saturday, and then the other half on Sunday, but we'll see how that goes. And of course, when I'm not streaming, I'll be trying to level everyone up to the best of my ability. It's a bit tricky, but at least I'm leveling quickly, which of course restores my stamina, which makes it easier to get some more of these resources. I just need to make sure my team can kill everything first. But as you mentioned, at this point in the game, it's not too big of a deal, so I could probably even give the steampunk Don Quixote a good amount of resources. I imagine once the actual challenging stuff goes on here, having her as a dedicated tank might be quite nice.
좋은 맘 잠에서 삭제. 맘.
대상 사망.
You can refill for 26 lunacy if you ever need it. The box from events. Yeah, I've already used a couple of the boxes from the. It was either from the battle pass or the free login. Either way, it was quite nice. Is to not have to stop and get myself to level up with the XP stage or something. So I'm probably gonna have to do those before the stream ends, anyways. Just to level everyone up to a reasonable level for the dungeon. I do like that they have a dungeon system. Though it does seem like there's not much reason to go through every room unless you just really want to. I mean, I want to, but it'd also be nice if there was a reason to. For now, I should definitely try and focus on getting all of the event currency from doing story stuff so I can immediately buy the Scotty ego for Ishmael. Although I should probably get a better identity for Ishmael because I feel like right now I don't have any good ones for her. I'll worry about that later though because I need to get the Arknights stuff above all else since, again, that's the reason I started this game. After that, I can worry about getting something a bit more specific for her. Sinner took out multiple foes at once. I owe you some praise. Yeah, that's always satisfying. The dungeons are a bit more straightforward. The earlier ones a bit more exploration. Yeah, I do genuinely like the exploration. Don't make no mistake. I just kind of wish it gave an incentive to do so. Or else I did so anyways, just because I felt like it. Okay, that's gonna be the ending dungeon. So it requires only 3, huh? In that case, I should probably do some more of the excavation. Here we are. Useful types. Difficulty level 28. Oh my. This might be a bit difficult, but the rewards are a lot better. I'm assuming the rewards are better in Stage 3 than 2 anyways. I'd hope they were. Sometimes you get ego gifts, so I suppose there is some kind of incentive. Yeah, that's true. Now let's see here. Oh yeah, I need to clear 322 for whoever the boss is there, I'd assume. So I won't bother with that one. So instead, I'll get some more XP here. I'll do it manually, so I'm sorry you all are going to have to suffer a little bit of auto battling to quickly, so I can get my team up to levels. I could probably do it even at my current levels, but if we're honest, I kind of don't want to risk it. Plus, I've got a decent amount of these, so, you know, why not? Oh yeah, feels nice having at least a couple very powerful identities.
차 부숴줄 테다.
Focus on winning clashes, team.
일기당천.
열어젖히고.
Ooh, yeah, these guys are actually putting up a fight since I'm not over level like I was with the other ones.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
Damage focus.
차 부숴줄 테다.
좋아. 좋아. 장부에서
Wave 2.
자,
This should only be 2 waves of damage. This will be a little easier.
생각해보라고.
Ego gift stuff is usually from the one specifically marked as the exclamation point and question mark areas, if I remember right.
물론고.
The point flips can be a bit tricky, but luckily, most of them I passed, I guess. I have the feeling the story's gonna take us on a tour of all the various courts, including a lot of remnants of the lobotomy court, since, yeah, when I first started up the game, I did not realize that when I first decided to play the game for the crossover, I did not realize Library of Ruina and Lobotomy Corp were in the same universe as this game. It was only after reading it during the initial download thing that I learned that. But it's pretty cool. They've got a bit of a shared universe thing going on. Although it seems Lobotomy Corp did not end well.
이걸 오히려 고맙다고 말해야 하나?
Yeah, we're just gonna keep going at least one more time here, and then I'll start leveling everyone.
나쁘지 않군 거래.
해보겠네.
Just be careful. I'm just worried for you, is all.
물론고. 꺾고 제쳐라.
Yeah, though you do also get evos from bosses up too. That is true, though those you can't avoid.
일기당천.
Oh, thanks for the follow. I stream just about anything on this channel, so feel free to stop by if something catches your mind. I think on Friday I'll stream something a little different just to break it up a little and then go back. Which will also give me a break so I can be refreshed for when I play this game on the weekend to get Canto 4 out of the way.
일기당천.
Should be fairly easy though. Still though.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
Yeah, I do like Dun Cutie's armor there, but I wish there was an option to put her in the steampunk artwork from her the card outfit.
일기당천. 바람 불어오는 대로.
Gregor surviving a stagger with a single point of HP. I've had a few funny things happen through some of these fights, that's for sure. Should have seen me in my first ever playthrough of a mirror dungeon last time I streamed this game. My final boss turned out to be Wu, who kicked my ass. Then on the run I actually won, I got the Chapter 2 boss, which was a little disappointingly easy in comparison. But I guess I can't complain. The more I beat it, the more rewards I get after all.
바람 불어오는 대로. 짓밟아라. 이건 예상 못했나
I told me this Gregor insanity is a little weak. No, it's high in damage, but a bit disappointing somehow. But he's the strongest one I've got for him no matter what, so.
부숴줄 테다.
Here we are. Connecting through combat tips. Way to get hard. Mirror Dungeon unlocking is get all 3 elite weekly rewards from a single run. Oh, that's gonna be very nice.
고맙다고 말해야 하나?
It's fun, but it can be very time consuming. I guess I might as well convert these last into 2 more. Now let's go and start leveling the sinners then, shall we? Alright. Oopsie. Let's get everyone to at least 27, and then I'll worry about leveling anyone past that. Oh, right, I'm out of the tickets already. Who? And what's the recommended announcer, Dante? Oh, Amiya. Time consuming, but also quite fun, especially discovering EU gifts can make you completely broken. Yep. 452, a good about a little under halfway to the Scotty skin. To the Scotty ego.
정리 시간이다.
I was kind of impressed at how the Scotty one incorporates both her base form as well as her ult they added a little later. Arknights also has its own roguelike mode, and it is hilarious the kind of things you can do in there too, so whenever I'm in the mood for it, that mode is a lot of fun, and I'm actually probably going to be the same. Oh, great. See if I got this right. That doesn't say where you're playing. Thank you for the raid. Hey, Technicus. Welcome, streamer. Welcome, raiders. I'm Luce, your resident legally distinct fake creature. I'm in the middle of Limbus Company. I'm about to do the final dungeon for Canto 3, but I'm trying to level the characters I'm using for it before then. Whatever you were playing, I hope you had a good time. Don Quixote's taking a beating.
바람 불어오는 대로.
But then again, that's what this particular identity former is built for.
일기당천.
Ponderous Inquisition. Taking on the event mode, it's nice here they did. Also, Flame Stamp did the event before the nerfs. They nerfed it. There was a patch you put out right when we got the dungeon. Oh yeah, halfway through the stream, there was it said data update, please download. I have no idea what that was for. So one of the dungeons had a bug or something they had to fix. Yeah, the event itself recommended I do it after doing Canto 4, which is part of the reason I'm doing this here. In other words, to unlock some more stuff. And also, I'm just interested in the story a lot. I'm gonna be real with you. The game has done a pretty good job of making me invested. That's interesting. So the maintenance I got out of nowhere, the patch download I got out of nowhere was to fix something about the event. Hopefully I'll be able to beat it. But, well, the event, my understanding is the event's not very difficult at all.
굴레 하나를 끊었어.
So it shouldn't be too bad. There.
두려움 없이 나아갈 수 있는 아씨가 그리던 홍원이 한
Don Quixote. There we are. Excellent. You know what? I think I should up-tie her at least once. The bad news, though, is if I do this, it's gonna put an uptight 3 on someone else behind. It's definitely more difficult than this, that's for sure. 2 hours fights are getting a nerf. Oh my. If there's a challenge mission or something, I might not be able to do that one. Well, I guess I have a month. There is probably going to be time for that. Then again, I guess having the yellow parts are what they gain from the uptie, right? These are not insignificant upgrades. You know what, I'm using her. Let's do it. Uptie updated. There we are. And I got the passive out of this now. Turn end. If the student's HP is below, instantly heal and recover from stagger, but only once per encounter. Borrowed time. Haste, kind of fragile. More bind. That's what they gain. Get what's improved. What gets improved? Then yeah, I think it was worth it, just because I'm using Don Quixote a good bit here. She's a bit more tanky than raw damage, but one of them felt very unfair with the checks. Guess I'll have to worry about that a little later. Yeah, next time I think I'm gonna stream a different game, while in the background I'll just be farming for XP from the Luxcavations. 448, wow. Yeah, I heard after Chapter 3 they get a lot, after Canto 3 they get a lot longer, but I guess if this is 448, then yeah, they were not kidding, wow. They do get longer. In which case, might as well try with the newly powered up team. Everyone's level 27, which I think was the recommended level for the dungeon, but I think it'll be in my best interest to use these a lot. Yeah, the event currency item said that it was about the Seaborn, and that concern gave me very much concern. Well, yeah. I have 3 of the 4 before hard cap, so if I don't get the Faust one, I'll just hard pull it. Good luck then. I was able to get another Tanner while I was playing here, but unfortunately I was not lucky enough. Recommendals aren't that important. You can be bit, maybe, but I guess I should probably have everyone I'm using my team at least at uptie 2, if only to have their passives upgraded. But I ideally want to get uptie 3 sooner than later for the main ones I'm using. And that's definitely going to be this team here. These are probably the strongest ones I have access to. I should probably raise Faust a bit though, since the Calcit one's probably going to be used, although I don't have a particularly good identity for her yet. Same with Ishmael and Hong Lu. They could use some work. Oh, the extraction took the nail. There it is. Honestly, if you can get one of the egos, try and aim for Faust or Gregor. Faust is an amazing auto heal, and Gregor's is unclashable. Yeah, I've already got the Brilliant Glory. That was from my off-stream pulls, but that was the only Arknights one specifically I got. I did get some nice spooks though, like the Steampunk Don Quixote, which I'm definitely gonna like once I get her going. She seems like she's gonna be very hard to kill, and I imagine once the fights actually get challenging, having someone who could be a proper tank will help. I'd check out after this. Compensation. Yeah, if I can get Calcit, I can really make a good Rupture team. Oh, luck for the pull. Thank you. Raw damage. Ooh, yeah, we're getting really beefy enemies now. At least the good news about being new means failing to get the rate up doesn't necessarily mean I won't get anything useful. Manager level up. Wonderful.
I'll
make at least 3 at the moment here. Also, oh thanks. Technically it's live 2D, but yeah, same premise. I was actually, funny thing, a story about this, about my avatar. I originally made it for Soul Hackers 2 when I streamed that game because it had a bit of a VTuber theme to it, so I thought, you know, this should be work. But I don't get many people stopping by, but when everyone who does stop by says they love it, I figure I should probably use it a lot more. Alright, so let's see here. Yep, compensation.
정전이 된 좁은 방에
The
홀로
extraction.
59일을
A
있어
free
본 적도
tenor, huh?
있어요.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, devs of Limbus Company. I suppose it'd behoove me to do it now. Let's do it. Extract 10. Here we go. Pilgrimage of Compassion. No blues. Aware of friend support. Yeah, I'm aware of that. I just don't have too many things on it yet.
워프
Those warp
열차라는
trains
거
are rather cramped.
생각보다
don't you think?
좁던데요?
That's it, huh? Yeah, nothing particularly notable from this, except for some pieces, I guess. That'd be rather cramped, don't you think? Those warp trains. Charge Loo. I don't know what any of these are.
어두운 것은
Let's see, cleanup agent. Let's see what he gets here exactly. Land of Illusion. After attack, heal SP on hit, sinking, skills. What do these do? Charges. Okay, so yeah. So the cleanup crew focuses on getting charge counts, it looks like. Anyone who watches is free to add me as add my friend code if you so wish. That's why I'm willing to publicly show it here. Charge and barrier. Yeah, it does look nice. I'll have to consider it for him then. Only 2 stars, huh? Granted, I'm not sure how big the gap between a 2 and 3 star actually is in this game. It can vary a lot. Like, Arknights has a weird system where it's 1 stars to 6. But the first 3 are basically beginners, are very specialized, so basically only 4 through 6 matter. The penultimate ones there are usually a more experimental, while the 6-star ones are a huge step up. The 4 stars are usually just the budget ones. Most freebies are 5, but that's because, again, experimental. Didn't have time to write the code. Oh, here's one of the more impressive 2 stars for Honglu. Interesting. I definitely won't mind getting Honglu Ling. Again, it's looking at what it gives him, it looks like it makes him more powerful each time he uses it, which is about as fitting as you could get for this game with Ling, since in Arknights, Ling specializes in summoning dragon familiars, and they get stronger as she can merge them to make them stronger. So it's pretty cool. Alright, yeah, I've got the code here. Yeah, I'm fine with anyone adding me if they want. Still, I'm glad at least I have one of the Arknights ones here. Hongling's pretty good, but the problem is he's also reliant on the buff to do extra damage. Yeah, well, Arknights is a tower defense game. The big nuance with it is how and when to use the various skills, and that's probably why they want you to time using the egos from them at the right time for maximum effect. Secretly hoping they would have gone for something like Saga. Honestly, I'm genuinely surprised they didn't go with Siege/Vina. She's been there from the game from the start and was always pretty popular, but looks like we have one here. Calcit with Faust, of course, is a match made in heaven. Those characters are way too similar. Although again, for Faust, I just plain don't have any particularly notable ones of her. I'm told these are okay. Both of these are okay, but not amazing. So, I'm kind of just leaving her at default for the moment. Falsit just makes sense, yeah. Muinar was definitely a surprise, but I'm not disliking it. And I'm surprised they chose Ling over any of the other Sui, but she's not a bad choice. Wuthering Heights has amazing coin potential. I will admit she rocks the butler outfit amazingly well. Yeah, she only wasn't one ego right now, but... Looks like she's good at inflicting sinking to the enemy. The ego fits really well with Honglu's character, and that's probably why. Her third is a rare 4-star on a... Interesting. Or the rare 4 coin on a 2-star. Interesting. Maybe I should. Maybe I should stick with the butler outfit. I mean, Calcit's getting a maid outfit in Arknights, so I guess it only makes sense to have the butler as well. Obtain hydration? You know what? That's a good idea. Let me grab a drink. Sip my drink here. SP drop. Just be careful if you run into someone like Wu who gets better with lower sanity. It did not escape my notice that Wu had a negative coin modifier, which means she didn't want to win the coin flip for the maximum damage. I must say, that's kind of interesting. I'm also told that this version of him has the same gimmick. Yeah, here it is, self-destructive purge. With that said, though, this sounds like I'm gonna be honest with you, this sounds like a pain in the ass to do. Wait a minute. This is the house. Is this one that came out as a result of the story chapter? Oh, that is neat. Lucky for me, I didn't realize what it was referring to before the story came out, huh? Yeah. Minus coin's very rare, but can be devastating. His skills lower his own sanity as well. Yeah, but the thing is, you don't want the sanity to actually bottom out, or there's a good chance the sinner will become corroded and attack your own team. You obviously don't want that, so it's definitely a balancing game with this. Frankly, I'd rather take the middle little brother, since that one's a lot less complicated. He takes damage, he deals more damage. Claire and Sunshower Heath are indeed pains to run, but they have ways to guarantee lower speed, and you'd have to use in the dungeon. There's a special final boss if you use him. Oh, don't worry. I'm always going to bring Sinclair with me in the dungeon because, as I mentioned, he's one of my main damage dealers. Frankly, part of me wonders if I should have spent the threads on him to get him to Uptide 3, but question, how hard is it to get event currency outside of story stages? Because I do know for a fact that the Arknights event shop has threads in it. Yeah, exactly. So if I wanted to, I could bring him to Uptide 3 right now. However, it will set me back getting Scotty. Family or Gregor just throwing on the bench makes negative SP. I don't have very many Gregors. Get plenty of lunacy, at least 750 to do the 5 floors. Yeah, I did Mirror Dungeon twice this week already, so I've already gotten those. Yeah. What I'm asking, yeah. Well, I was asking about how to get event currency, not lunacy. Yeah, right now the main thing that's been giving them to me is the Mirror Dungeon, which, again, I've already done it twice, and also the main story, which I've just done now. However, I'm not going to be able to do the main... However, I don't know where it comes from outside of that, and while I do have Gregor's Myanmar ego to increase my gains, the story event ones are once per, so I can't just do a story stage over and over in order to get more of them. So I'm not sure how much... Event currency is currently easy to get. And to use a bunch, Kalishan story. More if you complete. Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I got 400 just in the story itself here. My only concern is if I buy them here, it's going to set me back from getting Scotty, because title elegy is one of the main things I started this event to get. Although, if you were to say, but you don't have a very good Ishmael, You would be correct. I've been told this is actually one of the worst identities in the whole game, the Slime Ishmael. Unfortunately, the only other one is the tutorial pull, which my understanding is not very good either, so I don't have any good ones. When you get to the event stage, you can do them multiple times to get infinite currency, special last stage. So let's just go. Yeah. She's good at inflicting tremors, to her credit. She's actually been very good at helping inflict tremors along with Don Quixote and Yisang, but yeah, she's really slow and is really picks over. Garbage, but funny garbage. Yeah, funny garbage is the reason I've been using her, if we're completely honest. But yeah, as you can see, I do not have a single good Ishmael, so even if I were to get Scotty right now, I can't exactly use her because the Ishmael that she's on is not worthy of her. Sorry there, Ishmael. Oh yeah, I guess while I'm talking, I should do some farming of experience, just to make this easier. Support it? Oh, I could do that, yeah. IDs? I suppose I could do that. Doesn't base Ish have an attack power down gimmick?
저 부숴줄 테다.
Oh, I was under the I was recommended to replace the base ones as soon as I can. Although I suppose if the base one, I suppose if the replacement is that bad, the base might be worth considering. Plus, she does uptie directly from the story completion. In fact, I'm assuming she'll be even stronger once I complete this one. So that's definitely a good investment.
저 부숴줄 테다.
바람 불어오는 대로.
Yeah, Gregor, I'm told I can use this the current 3-star I have on him just fine. Even if many consider it disappointing, it's still a legitimately strong one, is what I was told. So I'll probably have to uptie that one 3. It doesn't synergize great with the Munar ego, but at the same time, I don't seem to use egos that much unless it's a case of I really, really need to win this clash, or a B, it's a dungeon or mirror dungeon where I will be using it a lot. Keep in mind the only upside of previous story. Most of the time, the 4th update is extremely overshadowed. Oh, that's a bit disappointing, even if it's only the 3. The 4th upties are extremely overshadowed.
일기당천. 깔끔하게 물었군. 깔끔하게 물었군.
I'll admit Calcet was my #1 that I wanted, so if I can't get all of them, by the time the event ends, I'll probably prioritize that one, but I'm hoping to get all of them. Plus, Ling would give me an excuse to use Honglu more, and that'd always be nice. He's been one I haven't actually used very much. Basic can clash with the second attack inflicts 3, her third inflicts blunt agility.
자라완을 몇 개 주셨다. 8구의 첨언 놈들은 운 좋은 거라고.
정리 시간이다. 내가 눈에 새겨주지.
Try to be carefully held. Yeah, if the dungeon's level 27, I think we're about ready for it. But if it's level like 30 recommended, then probably don't want to be too under leveled for it. Focus on winning clashes now, buddies. That said, the fact that the egos can even change elemental resistances and stuff makes them a bit more tactical use than just a big attack to use whenever you get the chance. I'm also trying to break my habit of, but I might need it later feeling by being a bit more liberal with special ability effects like that, so we'll have to see. You can use supporters in anything except mirror dungeons.
물론고. 자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
I should also probably pay attention to anyone who has Wrath and hit normally, just because I need at least one person with Wrath on the team in order to power up the. That's the one thing I'm missing from my team, because Gregor's Brilliant Glory requires Wrath and resources I don't have. Yeah, part of me is wondering if I should buy the Arknights currency to get an immediate 80 threads there, and immediately bring someone to Uptie 3. There's a handful that could. That's why I keep the team update all the time, so others can wreck face with them.
훌륭한 전시회였어. 하, 이걸 오히려 고맙다고 말해야 하나?
Yeah, I need to either bring middle little brother to Uptie 3, or what does he get at Uptie 3? Honestly, for as much as people were trash talking the C branch for Gregor, or it honestly looks like he'd be pretty strong if I brought him to Uptie 3 immediately. Wrath on skill 2 and 3. Alright, let me check, while we're here, let me check levels just to make sure, because if it's level like 30 or something, that's gonna be a bit of a pain. Recommended level 30, oh dear. Yeah, it is. I know I can be a little under-leveled, but I also don't want to push it too hard.
정리 시간이다.
Yeah, I think I will have to borrow support for this, because my Promise 30 is not needed, especially if you can support. Well, all the same, I should get my main damage dealers to 30, if only so they can carry. Because, I mean, look how hard he's going to be. He's hitting. I think Brilliant is to help as well. That's true. If anyone falls, I can bring someone else. In that case, maybe I should just level up the Butler. I got Knights of Despair ready on standby. Base choice.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
Even so, part of me does still want to Uptie 3 somewhat, and probably, yeah, either Gregor or else Hinclair's current identities, because those feel like the best ones to have access to, and their damage isn't disappointing, and their effects are quite nice. Thinking Pearson? I found myself quite partial to Rupture and Tremor so far, but I'm sure I'm willing to give it a Sinking a good try too. You know, as long as the enemy doesn't have a negative modifier on their coins.
바람 불어오는 대로 바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
해보겠네.
If you have any doubts on Sinking, take Wild Hunt Deep Cliff. He'll put them to rest. I do appreciate the sheer amount of build options the game offers you. That's a good sign as well. Part of the reason I'm stuck with Arknights all these years is because that game lets you get away with so much bullshit as long as you have at least some idea of what you're doing. There's teams that beat the game entirely by putting enemies to sleep. And attacking an enemy wakes them up, so if you're sleeping them, you can't attack them. So that requires a very specialized strategy.
대상 사망. 징수 진행 불가.
I mean, sure, that game has a meta like anything else, but for some reason, people are really... There's a lot of ridiculous things in here. In fact, part of the reason
훌륭한 전시회였어.
part of the reason it's nice we got the Moinar's Brilliant Glory is because he's one of the more interesting characters. Since he just straight up doesn't attack at all. Well, he just kind of has a taunt aura. Oh, nice. Let's get whatever this is. Pass missions? Oh, there we are. Okay, so yeah, I did get this battle pass. Oh, wonderful. Additional XP. Attack passives gain more attack based on sinking on the enemy. Oh. I started playing a bit from the collab, got 2 6 stars. Oh, congrats. Something news in the mail? Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. Pilgrimage compassion adjustment. Oh, I see. That was the maintenance compensation. Sigh. That is just barely not enough to do another tenner. This guy's my main damage dealer, so I kind of want to bring him to 30, even if just because it's fun. There we go. That's gonna help a little. And I guess since we're gonna have with Butler for a bit. That should be workable. Now the question is, do I want to spend the Arknights currency and bring someone there to Uptie 3 immediately? Let me double check here. Let's see here. What does Uptie 3 do for middle little brother? Oh, no. Got your back. Ally with the least amount of current HP percentage gets defense up. Huh, not bad. It requires a good bit of envy, but I've got a decent amount of sources of that, so I'm not worried there. Write them all down. Including for myself, for that matter. Aggro. In focus encounters, slots with higher aggro values are more likely to be targeted. First grabs are always the event grabs and pull tickets, in my opinion, then leveling up time mats. True. Oh, I guess I could. Oh yeah, I should also get the pull stuff, shouldn't I? But at the same time, I do need to actually win these fights, which is why I was thinking of focusing on the upgrade mats first. 3 offense level difference, basically the same as 1 clash. 3 defense level up is is more power and defense skills. But yeah, I do plan to. Don't get me wrong. Once I figure out how to, once I start farming the event, I intend to clean the shop completely. Yeah. It's just that I need to make sure my team is strong enough to actually do that, and part of that means getting as many people to 3 as possible. And so that means either getting Sinclair's one here, or to Uptie 3, or Gregor's E-branch here to Uptie 3. And I'm tempted to go with this one, because while it doesn't synergize too much with Brilliant Glory, it gives me an excuse to make sure he's always in the party. Wait. Yeah, Man in Scabbard. That icon is the icon for the Liberator, the class that Muinar is in Arknights. That is really cool. Yeah, he's a guard, which means he's a melee character, but they have a subclass after that that kind of explains what they do, and for him, that's Liberator. Yeah, like I said, I'm sure I could win. It's just that I kind of want to get my team going so that I can be self-sufficient, get these things going right away. This way, she's a wall. On defense success, she just defends everyone. Branch K2. Yeah, this is gonna look like the stupidest team ever. I should probably take a support though. Let's see here. I should probably bring someone. Let's see here. I don't need to borrow one for him because he's always already good. Ishmael probably isn't half bad. His way is so shit. Oh, I could also look at Gregor here. Fire Fist Offensive Survivor. Yeah, I think I should bring him so that I can get Minar's more easily. Oh, no I can't, because then it'll be replaced with his egos. So I need someone else with that. Fire Fist. It's a pretty good Fire Fist, that's for sure. It's just that without the Brilliant Glory, why? I need to keep him. Yeah, I know I should go for the pulls, but I think I will sports or get the right egos. You know what? I think I'm gonna do it here. Shop. Let's get the threads first, just so I can get someone here. And it's probably gonna have to be Gregor, or simply because, well, he's the main, well, the star of the show, since he's the only one with the Arknights crossover thing so far. Here we are. I think this will be. I genuinely think this is worth it. Oh, 400. Wow. Okay, never mind. I'm getting all of them. Gregor should have Brilliant Glory. No point to look for way out. We're coiled up with a strike. Identity Uptide. Oh, alright, the story. Let's enjoy it. Man. I guess it's all just a lie. What was it again? This procedure is going to replace my arm with an actual snake? Very funny. This is why I never listen to guys who made it out first. The child impassively injects his mutated arm, growing pensive. Was it because the 7th procedure did not result in the changes that he was expecting? His arm was more flexible, the venom coursing through his veins had become even more deadly, but it wasn't all that impressive to the child, whose emotions had been dulled and eroded by the Heisho bolus. Would you excuse us? The Zenren has bestowed us a bolus. The child, who was still investigating his changed arm, looked up curiously at the other Heisho and turning to use it. It was odd. New boluses already. It hadn't been that long since the last batch. Not to mention they were accompanied by a small crowd soon to be converted to snakes. What? It's already time to marinate the newcomers? It didn't take long for the child to realize what was going on. I guess we lost quite a few snakes last time, following our lord's half-baked orders. Rumors of the next family hierarch evaluation began to circulate in Hongyan. The prominent candidates used their Heisho pack more strategically, but certain lords who happened to get a hold of the leash by sheer luck used Heisho too haphazardly. If you really wanted to take on an army, you should have taken those cockfighting roosters' leash. Ha, what was he thinking? Throwing a bunch of snakes at a full frontal assault? No wonder we suffered so many losses. Heisho cannot defy their lord's orders, even foolish orders from the last lord, who ordered assassination and ambush specializing snakes to attack in the open. Of course, since it's difficult to gain control of any branch, most of them try to use them carefully, but like all things, there's always exceptions. Aw man, come on fellas, why the long face? You're all getting bestowed with those precious boluses today, aren't you? Some snakes began to grow visibly uncomfortable upon hearing the child's conversation with the other snake. So the child stopped, thought for a moment, and attempted to alleviate some of the palpable tension. Well, at least give me a few pointers. Let's see. I got no idea if this applies to all Heisho boluses, but you do not want to drink the sea bolus solution, okay? One time there was this guy who grew a bit impatient in the process, so he decided to chug the solution. Well, let's just say he wasn't of much use to us anymore. So context people get turned to Heisho by consuming those boluses. Yeah, I also saw that the mutations were too, but let's say it wasn't much use. The mutations were too severe. Just relax and soak it in, huh? You barely have to do anything. Not like they're sawing your arms off. Oh, and remember to take it slow, okay? It takes some time getting used to how squiggly your arm can get. I swear, getting them tangled up was a real mess. They were certainly helpful, but also cold. The silence in the room grew more awkward. The child scratched his hair a bit, slowly turned to the other snake and changed the subject. So, weren't you supposed to be on a different mission for our lord today? A different snake is on standby, having volunteered to take the assignment instead, with our lord's approval, of course. I got a feeling I know who that snake might be. I'll head over there too, just in case. Seems she's infiltrating the infamous Gia family. It won't hurt to have an extra snake to back her up. I had a feeling this would happen. It's always been the newborn snakes. Takes them all to realize their place. The child read the mission on the bamboo scroll before letting out an exasperated chuckle. The mission was to find a small hermitage called Pine Hermitage and decapitate everyone on the list. However, the child knew the exception clause written in small letters at the bottom was the most important part of the mission. Should you encounter a target not on the list, crush their head. He saw a fellow snake hesitating before a young boy at Candid. The boy was tearing up. The child watched in silence, but not when he noticed the other snake's eye focused on the boy's neck, he moved his arm without hesitation. The arm slithered across the ground like a snake before coming quiet, stopped behind the candle. Let's see, was it a downward cut? No, stab the right. The pole arm of the child's hand suddenly let forth a swift strike and penetrated the skull precisely as easily as stabbing an inert apple. The strike was quick and silent, no room for emotional judgment. The child casually saunters up the other snake, who stood frozen, eyes trembling with shock. He chats her up. Oops, I realized you pretty much had the situation handled. I didn't jump the gun, did I? My bad if I did. The child understands how his fellow snake feels. He's been a beast of Heisho for so long, he knew exactly what this newcomer wanted. It was simply that he could not empathize with what she felt. He also had to wrap up the mission for Wenari. Then he let the incident slip away like a snake, pretending to be ignorant about what she was about to do, and told the snake to return home. He'll take care of the report. The child wasn't exactly looking out for her. He simply found it unnecessary to point out. She might have hesitated because she's still the only on the first procedure. Well, then going on another procedure will take care of that problem. Child's ruthless, unfeeling words betrayed the casual cadence with which he muttered them, but his expressions neutral, his gait unaffected. Perhaps the reason he was able to survive all those missions, the point he was receiving his 7th procedure, was because he stuck to being nothing more than a tool in the hands of others. I guess in every timeline he's always going to be a weapon. Oh yeah, they have live 2D to them. That's really cool. And yeah, we need to get this one up for the next. Ah yeah, pipe down one at a time. Where's Big Brother headed to again? Identity uptide. Excellent. This should be good for now then. Title 125, Section 79, Row P, East Exclusive Clause. Clean decapitation of the offending party using a weapon. Resolved. Oh, that was, yeah, that was Marisol. You sure like to go into details, don't you? Great work. Let's move on to the next right away. Understood. Brother Sinclair. This cur hath insulted Big Brother before my presence. What? That's it. Rotate his ankles 4 more times. Then 'tis decided. Let his judgment most fair smite thee. Thanks to the untimely visit from Middle, the Backstreet District 8s were now in complete disarray. Now that Middle of the East have been away from District 8 for a while due to issues, most fugitives were either escaped from the Middle or had their sentences delayed for whatever reasons, were preparing to strike to make themselves scarce. Oh, but I heard you'd all left District 8. You're lucky we caught you before you fled. If you'd given us the slip this time, the punishment would have been doubled by the time we inevitably caught up with you. And they really could have escaped too, were it not for the Big Brother and his little brothers from the south. But thanks to a certain someone who decided to steal the Big Brother's hair coupons at U-Corp, the middle of the South traveled all the way to the eastern part of the city. It might seem foolish and frivolous to some, but to the child, the middle as a whole, this was serious business. He'll be back soon. Thinking back to the conversation with the Big Brother, the child checked the time, perhaps have anxiety. Big Brother had left the other little brothers in his care, and the child wanted to deal with his business before he returned. Normally, I would have left our siblings in 8 to deal with this, but I suppose my overenthusiasm is giving you all undue trouble. We're family, Big Bro. There's no such thing. I simply cannot bring myself to forgive them. Not only did they dare to leave my cute and adorable he discarded on the ground, they also dared to nick my hair coupons. We'll take care of the small tasks. So why don't you go to some sightseeing now that we're in the H-Corp anyway? This place is pretty popular for the medical tours. You should get yourself some of those famous boluses so you can avenge your hair coupons with real vigor. Don't worry about us, okay? You tell me you had to visit the senior brothers and sisters of the East too? Then I'll leave them to you while I'm gone. I'll be back in about 4 hours. A loud, dramatic voice broke the child's ruminations earlier on the trip. Hark, Brother Sinclair, I must relay unto thee. Both acts of vengeance shared us to us the book have been paid for. Precisely calculated. Among the retributions that have been synchronized to our books of vengeance, 5 have been highlighted by our senior, which in the East are now complete. We've still got about 20 minutes until Big Bro returns. Nice work. There's a lot of time left. I'm sure this will satisfy your Eastern siblings. After taking care of a few lines of vengeance, the child from the south and the other little brothers were having discussion in a circle. Alright, shut up. One question at a time. Did I have any restaurant recommendations, District 8? This is a treat for Big Bro. I've already got a reservation for a pretty damn good roast duck place, so don't worry about it. Next question. So I wore this all the way to the port. It's gonna be okay if I wear this? Without asking something now, really? Anyway, it's not like we have a uniform policy like we're some legit association. Just gotta be able to blend in with each other. Don't worry about it too much. What should we be respecting the East? What some taboos should we watch out for? How can we make sure the brother has the best possible time while he's here? Despite the barrage of questions, the child was able to answer most of them. I ask thee, brother Sinclair, however art thou so knowledgeable in matters of the East? Dost thou hail from this region, perhaps? Nah, but I happen to live there a while due to certain events. Anything more we can add to their sins while we throw the whole book at them to make sure the big brother's happy? Or so. And remind me what the punishment is for stealing hair coupons? Title 8, Section 20, Row A, Line 6. Complete and total extermination of all the involved parties. Well, it can't get much worse than that for all of them, huh? If certain impudent behaviors are observed after our encounter, it may be possible to apply a few more articles to punish them further. Perfect. We should be able to make sure the big bro has a good time here. After staring at its text for a while, the child shuts the Book of Vengeance and brings the other siblings to attention. He's lording over them like their boss, but the little brothers don't mind. They know the child's been part of the middle for a long time, despite his young age, and there are even rumors that the child was to be promoted to young brother soon. They also know that he's been on several vengeance hunts alongside Big Brother, and that's some of them pretty. Oh, of course, but he returned early. Sight seems great and all, but I just couldn't focus on anything else other than those damn hair coupons. Oh, take this. Don't forget to share it with you boys. All those boluses, these Ortis boluses must have cost you a fortune. Our siblings in the East were selling them at a discounted price, so I picked them up. Anyways, you've really grown since we met, huh? I can remember like yesterday, kid, bawling and trembling, terrified of even throwing the meekest punch, and look at you now. You're gonna be promoted to young brother soon, aren't you? Big bro, can we please not talk about my early days? Perhaps the big brother's description of the child was too different from the way he presently called himself. The other little brothers looked at him with apparent disbelief. He could not wait to move on with this discussion. He turned away and changed the subject. Anyways, Big Brother's given us boluses for our troubles. Now we really have to get those bastards, otherwise the folks will start to think the middle's all bark and no bite. Let's go show them what it means to mess with the middle in the city. The child and little brothers get a match behind Big Brother. Perhaps those chains may one day become shackles to hold the child back. But for now, they're his unbreakable and untrustworthy bonds. Yeah, I figure it's a gangster situation from the general aesthetic. Oh, I already have Sinclair's ego shards. Oh, well, enough Sinclair ego shards for this. So should I do it? Is it worth it to go to Uptie 4 with this? There's more context to this later in the story. Yeah, I'm told some of these are unique are a story in and of themselves. Some are tied to the main story. I'm guessing the Grips one is also tied to the main story here. But yeah, I'm genuine. Oh no, I don't want to pay for this. Yeah, but it cost me all those threads. Not when I need to get everyone else up to speed too. Yeah, I'll just go with these guys and maybe borrow someone with a good burn effect. Yeah, I've got 4 out of them. I'll eventually get Don Quixote up. But for now, we're gonna do the dungeon. And I'm gonna borrow someone's. We just have to decide which here. Support. Let's see here. Actually, maybe Don Quixote's wouldn't be a bad idea. In the name of love and hate. Wow. The magical girl one sure is popular. I cannot possibly imagine why. Any Wrath ones here, actually. Ooh, these are actually a couple of Wrath. Gregor should have Grilly and Glory now. True, but I'm at, honestly, I'm kind of tempted to borrow your Don Quixote. But yeah, I should probably take Gregor here, but... Oh wait, does that lose the bonus? No, it doesn't. And that's a Fire Fist, right? Yeah. Yeah, Unbrilliant Glory. So yeah, I can use him. I'll use the support Gregor here, and I'll use the rest of my own. Yeah, a single level 55 will probably be able to carry me, especially with my main damage dealers at the recommended level. Current average level 22. Yeah, the support doesn't count.
규정이라면 따르겠습니다.
Alright, this should make it a lot easier now that we have a level 55. Although I don't think I'm going to regret giving Uptie 3 Gregor there either. I think, yeah, I was told getting my units to Uptie 3 should be my top priority in terms of getting started, and after that I can do things a bit more free-form. The branch facility we entered was not as well preserved as the one we visited in District 4. It seems N-Corp's Inquisitors were using this place as their base. Various torture devices and bits of machinery, like those we saw in town, came into my sight. Stop, it hurts so much. Ah, this one speaks of suffering. It must be a false cry. Pay it no mind. No, the pain's real, I swear.
불순물을 몸에
Did
붙일
it not
때는
hurt to attach those
아프지
impurities
않았는가?
to your flesh? Did your conscience not
인간이기를
scream as you
그만두면
rejected humanity?
마음이 소리치진
My
않았는가?
Gregor could almost definitely load this if he really wanted.
그만.
Enough. This one's
이자가 참회를
too far
하기를
gone to
도와라.
repent. Does the absence of
눈물도
tears
흘리지
not say enough?
않지
This one's only pretending to
거짓
confess.
아니야.
No way, I can shed tears, I beg of
확인하지
you.
않을
We can afford to
필요까지는 없지
verify, can we not?
물론
Indeed, for a genuine affection of
거짓
sorrow
없는
suggests
노릇.
humanity. Thank you so much.
자,
Now we shall lift your eye.
눈물샘마저도
Their
추악한
heretical depravity knows no
불순물을
bounds.
몸에
They've gone so far as to make
붙인다.
vile devices that mimic tear
직접
glands.
보지
We
않으면
must see our own
신뢰할 수
true eyes if this is the
그대의
case.
눈을 뽑아
We'll let you
그
go if you can
자리에
confirm your eye
살이 들어
sockets indeed of flesh and
차있다는
blood. No, stop!
이단은 본래
You
어두가
heretics truly are like pests, never alone with the habit of constantly obstructing our great task. You're kindred spirits indeed. Roger struggled while I looked back. What? I want to take charge for once. Yeah, I'm told I don't have to worry too much until around Canto 5, and that's when I really need to make sure my team is in good shape. There we are.
입증을 알리는 음악 소리가 들리는군.
And now that my team's finally getting up tie 3s, I should start seeing some very good dividends. Oh, you weren't kidding about the Fire Fist tower. And I'm definitely going to be using your Brilliant Glory where possible. Though the only problem here is they might die too quickly. Oh, welcome. I was able to... That was with the tails coin too. Dang. You've all gotten better at fighting, haven't you? A faint voice calls from the corner. Saudi. Saudi was resting against the wall, exhausted. She was covered in bites and gnawings left by the Picatula.
괜찮으세요?
Are you alright? Can you get up? She could barely talk, let alone stand to her feet, as she slowly began to speak, each word filled with pain. Effie, how is he? Alive? Yeah, you must have been outside. Everyone's hesitant to answer the question. How could any of us inform her of the morbid state Effie was in, how we had to put him out of his misery? Yeah,
살아있어요.
he's doing fine now. Honglu answered quietly. No sinner came forward to elaborate. That's enough chatter. It seems more of those oddities are crawling our way. A swarm of Picatula approach us. It was as though our guilt about lying to her had gained physical form. Yep, dungeon time. Ooh, this is a good event where I might get a gift. Oh no, I have to go with the middle one no matter what. Yeah, I end up borrowing the Fire Fist one here. Do I have enough? Maybe not. Lust, actually, maybe not. No, Sloth. Yeah, I've got some Sloth. But not much, Ooh. What's skill 3? Oh yeah, that's another one. I should probably have up tie 3 to Don Quixote here. That would have helped out, wouldn't it? Oh well. Yeah, that's a lot of envy. Might want to get Sandy before you do the event node. Oh, I'm not gonna... Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna do the story before I do that. So this weekend I'm gonna be doing... My plan is to do Canto 4 and then I'll start doing the event stuff. Yeah, I should probably have gotten some more... Yeah, only 3 Sloth is not going to be enough given for Brilliant Glory. Oh well. It'll add up over time because this is a dungeon after all. It's going to take a bit of time. Oh my, that's a new enemy. Luxure. Choice of enemies in the dungeon. Okay. Yeah, everyone's getting a decent amount of sanity due to winning the clashes at least.
자, 부숴줄 테다.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
do a regular fight against the Inquisitors.
시간이다.
I'm expecting this Inquisition, so they have no power over me.
해보겠네.
I gotta sip my drink while this plays.
얼얼하지?
아직 징그러. 이러네. 대상 사망.
What does Magical Girl Don Quixote do, anyways? I didn't check out the whole kit before I moved on. Or is that one everyone's favorite for reasons unrelated to gameplay? You can also type in Butler Faust. It'll take about half as much resources. I might also do the same for Charge Hong Lu, since it was mentioned he's one of the better 2 stars in the game. Machinery room. There's a machine in the dilapidated room, a long bulky levers at the center adorned with springs. The urge to pull it's going stronger. What will you do? 50% for positive, 50% negative. We're already playing a gacha, so gamble. Putting a spontaneous thought into action as impulsive as uninhibited as a child reaching for off-limits marshmallows. When you pull lever, a clack soons counterclockwise. You feel anxious. Pull the lever. Machine stop at last. What's happening? You now begin to tremble and crack. The ceiling split open, giving way for nails outside. Damn, I told you it was a bad idea. Mess with it. You and the sinners evacuated, not without harm. Oh dear. Yeah, I see why that's kind of a problem now. Magical Knight Rogia is kind of better if you don't account for Don's magical girl ego. I'll take your word for it. I'll just have to use Steampunk Knight Don for now.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로
Although I probably should
질주하겠어.
uptie 3 her as well. Luckily, I have both the D and the ego.
자, 부숴줄 테다.
I guess fighting abominations is a good idea just to raise my knowledge level of them and increase damage dealt to them.
좋아. 장부에서 사.
Okay, yeah, the uptie really is a huge difference.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고.
I guess my beginner's luck was all done on the skill checks rather than the gacha. Oh well. Hopefully a failed skill checks in here will lead to good stuff later. Barely squeezed by getting night before Walpurgis ended. Interesting.
징수하겠네.
일기당천.
Yeah, the more sloth and energy we get, the better. We're definitely gonna have an abundance of envy energy by the end, that's for sure.
좋아.
Write them all down.
장부에서 삭제.
The first use some brilliant restores Gregor, so you can definitely use him on him. Huh, that's a good idea then. Gate number 1. You see a large gate in the distance. There's something eerie about those pointed faces and stone walls. Looks to be the only way to get through, but it's guarded by a large number of Inquisitors. Is there anything we can do about them? We're gonna pride check, combat encounter, distract them. We're gonna lust check. Pass to reduce the number of waves by 2. Pride time. I'm sure this can't possibly be. We tread carefully, might be able to strike them from behind. Considerable advantage. Who's best suited for pride? Ooh, this has to be perfect. Fingers crossed. Haha. Some fell to the ground. The heretics are here. We couldn't take them all down. It was enough to break their formation. We'll be able to pass through once the rest are taken down. Enemy raves reduced by 1. All allies get 3 attack. You also got Ego Gift. The steed marches forth.
하나씩
Oh,
차근차근
super cheap. One of
그어서
each resource normally uses.
대갚아보죠.
Yeah, I do need to use it the first time because my understanding is that's what sets up for it. No. That'll be good.
언제까지 버티나 보자고.
Let's see that beautiful animation. Oh yeah, Myanmar is extremely cheap to deploy, so it makes sense it'd be a cheap one to get the initial activation of. Don't fear the absence of brilliance.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
벌써 끝났네. 맘.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
Let's use it again and see how it looks. Didn't regain much sanity, probably. Alright, I want to see the animation, so let's do this. Alright, let's see the animation of the second use.
얼마나지?
Is it second time? Rest assured, this sword won't be tarnished. Oh wow. Full animation going played if he has 40, so gotta read past it. That's okay, I can just use it again next time since it's not that expensive. It also obliterated those guys. If you want, my own whistles is the ego test as well. Oh, nice.
내가 눈에 새겨주지. 맘.
It doesn't say the stacks expire though. Does that mean they'll be carried if it's something like the mirror dungeon or here? He suffered sanity as a clash. Yeah. Oof. I heard familiar ominous nail being dragged across the floor. Manager, if I may forward, I suggest soon including steps in your combat protocol to confirm our foes are dead. The thought of his return makes what hair I have stand on end. You heretics must be exterminated. How long have you been? Gaido approaches a slower gait, his gaze firmly fixed at me, and the rest shall be purified. I need to rewind the clock. Most of the sinners were dead or gravely injured. Oh, come on, we're all in good shape. There's no way to effectively non-combat manager and someone barely holding their life to take it. Please stop. She pulled a gun. She pointed the barrel at me. I need you to keep still. The moment you turn that clock, my gun... Saudi? Don't look at me like that. I can't hear you, but I can tell you this. They promised to let Effie go if I would get rid of you. I let too much time pass. Guy comes and grabs me by the neck. He grabs my head slightly as if the others will crush it. Creaks, rattles in my head. His fingers inches away from shattering my head terrifies me. Is this it? Could I have turned out differently as a better manager? I remember Heathcliff menacingly asking if there was a way to open my head to see what's inside. Tough luck, Heathcliff. You'll be missing out on a good show. I heard a sound. It was something breaking. Fortunately for me, it didn't come from my head. Gaido staggers. A nail was lodged in his back and Sinclair was gasping for air. He was nearly unconscious, lying still moments ago. It's a miracle he managed to get up and do this. I could escape Gaido's grasp thanks to him, but he stood firm despite the attack. He collected his breath and slowly turned around. I see. You two are filthy heretic. You're all insane. You're out of your minds. The one who grips once said that you could have become one as well, or shame. Grip in the wrong direction. Sinclair, run away, I can't help you. No. No, I'm not running anymore. I like that answer, Sinclair. The gunfire filled my ears, but the bullet struck Gaido's head. You will bring ruination upon yourselves. The hammer shall continue to pursue you. With those words, he fell to the floor motionless, and in that hush, I hear a gun drump to the floor. Sod. Effie. He's dead, isn't he?
당신들은
You're terrible
헛소리예요.
liars. At least try to make it
강을
believable.
쏘듯이.
Come on, Solid. Let's get out of here. You'll be okay. You just gotta stop the bleeding. Patch you
맞아요.
up.
제가
Right, I'll
지을
get a
때 무슨
tourniquet.
말을 하는
Don't
거예요.
be stupid. I can hardly
제대로
lift a
가고
finger.
나면
Besides, those
저
Inquisitors will keep
신문관들은
coming, won't
계속
they?
올 텐데요.
You guys need to keep moving down.
당신들은 제가
I'll hold them off. You should go. You can't do
제대로
that.
움직이기도
You said yourself you can hardly lift a
힘들다면서요.
finger.
그래서는
I can't let you watch
어떻게
your
길을
back to
막히겠어요?
rest, please. You know, in moments like this, you're supposed to just nod at me and be
길을
on your way.
격떨어지게
Why do you care so much about the one who
남은 사람
volunteered to stay
걱정했지만
behind? You can't just... You're making this pretty awkward. You
이거
know that? Here, I
진짜
thought I could have a
구질구질한
cool farewell.
파우스트.
Faust, please take the absolute
얼른
dorks out of here.
베르길리우스
I'll make
씨한테는
sure to give Virgilus your
안부도 안
regards.
인사나
No
한번
need, just tell him
와달라고
to come visit and
해주세요.
say hello someday, you know what I mean?
네.
Of course. We headed to the next area, leaving Saudi. We all stayed silent for a while. Ego gift. Sinclair's determination to stand up to Cromer after 3 strokes have been drawn. I'd recommend using defense skills for a bit if Gregor is able to clash, just to prevent staggers where he can. Clash early. That's interesting. Why am I going to the... This corroded block doesn't seem to lead anywhere. Elite training quarters. Yeah. Sanity's in pretty bad shape, but I think we might still be able to do it. The main tune is mostly good.
목소리가 들리는군.
Yeah, some
일기당장.
fires and sloths should help out, I guess.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Yeah, these characters are all
벌써 끝나간
working rather well now.
불타버렸다.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
That wasn't too hard. I should definitely see what's in there, I guess. Absolute cinema. Ah, so that is a way to the boss zone. I can also go to the chapel to heal everyone immediately. I'm also going to do something very dumb and go to the sealed door. It's on one side of the room. It's too thick to be broken or breached. There's got to be a way to get valuable behind here if it's too bound this, if it's sealed this tight. What should you do? Open it with force. Run a wrath check. Look around for a solution. Run a sloth. Pass to open a new. Perhaps a look around might reveal something. The attentive sinner would be good at this. Yeah, let's go with this one here. Yep, I knew I could rely on Yi-Sang. After tinkering with the wall, he lets out a triumphant grunt. The door was open. Apparently there was a protruding brick. Yi-Sang explained that sliding it back got it open and proceeded through. There was a hidden thing behind the door, path behind the door.
이것이 말의 행진이요.
Forgotten passage.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
자, 부숴줄 테다.
Oh my, new mutants. Abominations. Payback with interest. Yeah, this guy's a boss. These guys are bosses. Wow. Well, let's hope your Gregor being able to solo it proves true. Although I guess mine aren't doing half bad either. Everything there of an Inquisitor. Proceeding Inquisitor.
자, 부숴줄 테다.
남길 말은 없겠지.
He's winning those clashes at least. Rest assured he doesn't have to full solo or now that I've got people at uptie 3. Time to focus damage now that he's staggered.
놓고 열어젖히고.
Well done, we got one of the parts. Let's deal with the rest of him.
불타버렸나?
Dang. Those things used to be an Inquisitor. Used in certain events. Expires on use. Old warehouse key. Dozens of old broken crates litter the floor. Yuck, cobwebs. His clash is basically guaranteed to win due to the sheer offensive level difference. Yeah, that does feel to be the case. Clearing things away, you found 3 particularly large crates underneath. They're all locked. Looks like the keyholes are the same shape. Alas, the keys of soft constitution won't be feasible to use once it's been inserted. Which do you pick? First crate, boost defense, boost tremor, boost bleed. Huh. These are all chances, so let's go with the guarantee. Worn helm. Oh, equipment of a pauper knight, is it not? One sinner excitedly rubs the helm. Not a bad haul. We carried the helm, the sinner infatuated and led the room. Top helm, defense skill, power +1. I guess that was probably worth it. Maybe, kind of, possibly.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
Yeah, basically anyone not in our immediate team seems to have a very bad survival rate. Yeah, when it came to chances, I figure I should probably take a sure thing just to be safe. Don't get me wrong, I love my wild magic. When I did a tabletop campaign with friends the first time ever, I ended up enjoying some of the magic items we had. Well, the wild magic items I got, but at the same time, it's hard to compete with the sure thing.
짓밟아라.
Yeah, these are pretty easy. One's defense isn't much, but it's nice to have. Plus, it'll add up as soon as if I can get some other things with it. Elite training quarters. For no reason, I'm gonna do this. A select your tick in your box. And not that I saw. There is one for the login, but the most recommended one for it is the Sinclair that I already have, the one who grips. So I'm probably gonna look at them more later. I don't have to do it right away since it doesn't look like it expires. I don't have to rush everything in this game, you know? So much for elite, huh? Says a lot when even my team. Like I said, there is a new player login bonus, which does eventually give me one of those, but I don't know if that's the one you're referring to. I'm not sure if there's much reason to go into these. The torture chamber I probably want to go into for an event. The Inquisitors are busy torturing someone. Yeah. The filtered screams fills the cramped room. The victims are people with prosthetic bodies. Sinclair didn't utter a word, but his eyes are full of wrath and torture as he breathed heavily. His body shaking. He looks like he might charge. Do you stop him, or...? Certain identities will lose his SP. Stop the torture. Run a wrath check. Use Sinclair for the check to gain a sign. Pass weaken all enemies. We may not be valiant knights, yet even casting moral aside, we have to fight for them. Equip End Corp Sinclair for the final boss. If you want to see something funny, you can change IDs at checkpoints. Do you really mean it? When you express your Sinclair looks back with surprise. I thought you would stop me. He spoke anxiously, but seemed nevertheless happy with the decision. Go on, do it. He sprinted with the Inquisitors were alongside the others. Sinclair healed SP, and Don Quixote healed. Heretics have appeared. All the sinners approach. They cast their victims aside. You bastard. Sinclair stood at the forefront, but the hammer might be too big for his weapon to stop. Wrath. Very high success rate. Ooh, barely, but we made it. You figured it'd be best to ask Yi-sang to do it. The hammer bounced off and the Inquisitors were perturbed. We'll now be able to keep the flow of battle in our favor now. Combat encounter. Enemies are weaker.
이것이 말의 행진이요. 만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소. 일기당천. 하나 넘고 물 넘고.
Which one's N-Corp? Sinclair again? The one who grips? Okay, then yeah, I can equip that one. I'm a little concerned because that means giving up one of my rare or 3 ones, but the one who shall be, right. Sorry, I couldn't remember. I just remember Griff in the name. My only thing is I haven't leveled that one, so he's gonna be level 1. Is it okay even if he dies immediately? Because he's going to die immediately. Gregor carries. I guess so. I guess you're right. Again, I kind of want to do more of these, but corroded into block. But I don't think there's a real reason to. But I like to explore dungeons. It's fun. I mean, you can have backup selected as well, right? I guess that it doesn't ask me to specify a backup, but like I said, I do have a max level support who is definitely going to be carrying, so. Crawling Inquisitor. Sounds like Canto's trying to help me.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
연애 대상 사망 징수 해보겠네.
Yeah, there's no backup options like a mirror dungeon. So if I lose someone, I just have to deal with having one less person. But yeah, like I said, I think the rest of my team's fine. Let's go to the chapel to heal up. Oh, I can also grab a support here. Might as well. You said you're. Yeah, you said she has it. Let's see here. Which one has Calcit there? Let's see here. Which one is this? Which one's the Calcit one? Command Meltdown. Here we are. Oh, Hong Lu has the ego. Alright, here we are. Here we are. This one is listed as support, so it's either this one or this one. Full stop. I don't remember which one belongs to who. That's the one. Alrighty. We'll save this team here. Oh, I had to give up Gregor to do that. That's a bit annoying. I can only pick one, but I guess it makes sense. But if that's the case, I should probably at least replace with mine. The least I can do is change him to the one I actually... Wow, did it really reset everything? We can just take turns here. I don't suppose these two stack, do they? Weird, it's not letting... What? It's not letting me? Yeah, this one's mine. It should allow me to borrow your, Up to 20%, huh? Nice. Yeah, what is going on here? Here we go. Yeah, I can take out Don Quixote since she's not doing much here.
정리
To battle.
시간이다.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Hear beasts crawling
어디서
around
침-
somewhere. There's certainly the sound of something moving along the floor.
저것들도
Are those
환상.
abnormalities?
봐요.
Take a look. They
환상체가
aren't
아니에요.
abnormalities.
인장이 박혀 있어요.
Honglu and generals are so strong. Yeah, I need to use him more. He's one of the ones I haven't used nearly as much. I guess because I haven't gotten any particularly good ones for him before now. Time for the neutral special, the gun. Ishmael whistled softly. Upon inspection, I could spot the emblems. They were the ones worn by the Inquisitors.
에고 침식 현상이군요.
Ego corrosion has rested them. You mean that
기분
nauseating state?
전투 중에
I think it
멘탈이
happened to me in
흔들릴 때
battle
그랬던
once when I
것
was on the verge of a
같은데
breakdown. It's like I was being
마치
devoured.
지저구적 씹혀
Although
먹히는
not quite
것과는
like the consumption in the
다르지만
conventional sense. I do suppose that's a serviceable
본질의
analogy,
종
seeing
먹어
as how it eats away at your
들어간다는
essence. And in
의장수는
observation,
아까
unlike last
친구와는
floor, this
다르게
place does not seem to be exclusively for
의체들을
torturing
고문하는
prosthesis
장소가 아닌
users.
스스로
It would
침식을
be fair to say
강행시키는
this is to
장소.
induce corrosion onto oneself. Staring at those things stumbling about, it evoked complex feelings that made me sigh. Is my artificial head really worth raging over so much that they would transform themselves into something more hideous than having a clock for a head? Choosing to lose themselves being possessed? What about when they claim the golden bow after going to these lengths? What would even be used to their benefit? Then it occurred to me. Am I really so different from these unsightly zealots when I'm searching for the golden bow without even knowing what they'll be used for? To be fair, we basically have a gun to our head to do this.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Not that our attacks didn't land that well.
그 삶에 마침표를.
Full stop to life.
타겟 포착 1시간면.
Oh wow, he lost the clash. Yep, the neutral special, the gun. Oh, you don't have to equip it now, it's on the final boss. Oh, how many floors are in this dungeon? If it's 3, then I'll just have to remember that one.
타겟 포착 1시간면.
Believe me, you'll know when it's time.
불길 속으로.
Four-legged beast. I got seriously hurt, didn't they?
일기당천. 하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Victory. Oh right, I still need to get the identity again from Hong. The church corridor.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서 배가
Honglu
바보자.
ID gets a lot better when he uses the identity when the other full stop identity Heathcliff's with him, but that's not possible here unfortunately. Yeah, not unless I get really lucky if I get another tenor, but yeah, I do think getting all those spreads is a good idea just to expedite getting my team functional. With these guys, I should be able to farm a lot more easily, and by the extension, farm the event once that gets going.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
일기당천.
맘.
Fire Fist Gregor was really good. I'll definitely have to consider building him if I can get that, but one step at a time. What's this odor? The sinners frowned at the oil factory assault. Following their eyes, you see an Inquisitor collapse, definitely dead. The smell must be coming from the corpse. While everyone's hesitant, you see something sparkle. Something writhes among the mains. What do? Examine it. Runs a gluttony check. Passes to get an ego gift. Fail to lose HP and SP. It's gonna attack me if I fail. The sinner, enticed by the trinkets and baubles, will be willing to dig through this morbid mess. On the other hand, someone uninterested will probably be happy with this order. Ooh, not ideal. Check passed. Yisang found a bent sigil of N-Corp between it. It might not have been worth reaching a corpse for, but it's going to prove useful down the line. He took the sigil and left, comforting the sinners who were retching at the sight.
이것이 말의 행진이요.
The steed marches forth. Full stops are the Walpurgis Night identities, an event that happens sometimes with limited magical acuities also in that. Okay, so it's basic. Okay, so that's how they handle limited banners in this game. Good to know. Ring room of echoing screams. You hear a snappy mechanical noise through the closed door. Sounds like a cry for help. You focus your attention. You begin to hear footsteps. Steel. Those are clangs of steel. Inquisitors coming for them. What will you do? Free the prosthetic. Sinclair heals SP. Begin a combat. Win to gain an ego gift. We're gonna have to fight. Get brown ropes. Get here quickly. As soon as you untie them, I hurried out of the room. Bastards. Not even a simple thank you. Some of the sinners complained, but Sinclair looked satisfied. Calm me down, left the room. Another assign. Bridge of separation. The passage was red hot. Yeesh, had to melt my shoes. The sinners carefully approached the road. Dispensing? Oh, as in converting them to the neutral thing? Alright. The sinners carefully approached the road, only to retreat from the overwhelming heat. Something's written in the passage. Prove your humanity, and through weakness and separation, spear a path of mobilization. It took no time to figure out what it meant. What will you do? Present the N-Corp seal. Treat the heated path. Only available if the N-Corp seal is in possession. We proved ourselves already, haven't we? The sinner suggested. A reminder you bore proof. Right, the seal. Tapping the seal on the sign, passage cooled. We retreated without a problem. Excellent. I probably don't have to save here, honestly. Everyone's in pretty good shape. Oh, I do have to save here. Oh, finally, I actually kept the support this time. If you have 400 of a specific sinner shards, you use those quite literally buy nearly any you have. I remember that, yeah, it's just I'm gonna be a ways away from that. 150 for a 2-star. Maybe I should look into some of the good 2-stars. Yeah, do I really want to go through all of these? Well, let's find out. You see a pedestal adorned with engravings of nail and hammer. Must have something to do with N-Corpus. And her mother's new agree. She'd try and get some info. Examine the book on the pedestal. Might as well. You take a few look at the pages. The indecipherable content gave you a headache. You decide to hold on to it and read it later. When using a pride skill, lose 5 but boosts damage. I'm not sure if that was worth it, if we're completely honest.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
타깃 포착 1시간. 그 삶의 마침표를.
Oh yeah, the login bonus selector was for a season 1.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Unfortunately, I cannot get the ninja one for some of the others. Oh, well, the flashes you get the sanity back if you don't lose due to the reduced sanity, of course. Everyone's sanity seems to be in pretty good shape right now, so I think we should be fine.
차 부숴줄 테다.
Oh, nice. A huge chain of envy.
이건 예상 못해 깔끔하게 물었군.
좋아, 장부에서 삭제.
Altar of Penance. A passage is written above a large gate. Only those who wear pent may find motion thorn yourself. Atone through flagellation. Look like wants to impale ourselves. What will you do? Perform the right run a wrath check. Select identity loses HP. Pass. This is to gain ego gifts. No. It's simply too much risk. You don't see the point in ordering someone to fling themselves on there. Have you played Robert Bruno? No, I know of them, but I've never played them. Man, there's actually a lot of exclamation mark, question mark areas. I could just go to the end, but
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
I know they're taking place in the same universe in this game. It beats me where on the timeline they go compared to each other, though. Just lay on the damage, buddy.
깔끔하게 물었군.
Victory. Hideously transformed N-Corp Inquisitors stood guard at the gate. You move to attack, they don't appear to be hostile. Only exceptional ones allowed in this place. Prove yourself worthy. You don't know what they mean. What should you do? Present proof of passing their rights. Use words. A lust check. There doesn't seem to be any other way. Conversation is the only option. Lust. Who's the best speaker? Oh, ooh, that's a rough one. Looks a bit of bother, but probably doable. Have you played Library of... Excellent, check passed. I said I haven't played them, but I know of them, and that they take place in the same universe as this game, though whether or not where on the timeline they all belong is hard to say. You've spoken well, one. Your words are persuasive. Allow us parlance. The Inquisitor opened the gate for us.
어려울 거 없다고 했잖아, 죽은.
Purifactory. You find a row of glass containers in the area. Inside are dried organs and pieces of life showing your active movement. A tragic display. The containers can be opened easily. You can take a piece if you want. You can take a glowing skull. Provides healing at low health. Power-ups at low health. Take the bleeding hand. Wriggling tongue. I don't expect low HP, so let's get the clash. Claps. You feel as though the tongue's mocking you. You should try to pick another one, but the containers won't open. Seems you can only take one. You'll have to leave with what you chose. Plus damage on one clash. That sounds very useful. Labani's first, Library of Ruina directly afterward, and Limbus is a while after. I guess I should fight this extra boss for absolutely no reason.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
얼얼하지?
하나 넘고 물 넘고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
이건 예상 못했나. 깔끔하게 물었군.
일기당천.
Easy. Why not free sanity with a possible addition of ego gift?
하나씩
Bring some
차근차근
wrath, huh?
그어서
I don't have too much of that,
내가
unfortunately, but who cares? Oh my.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
suppose I shouldn't be surprised that a cult obsessed with body purity would be fine mutating themselves. That doesn't go completely against it. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna call the stream after I complete this dungeon. I've gone longer than I was intending. It's depending on how many floors there are, it might go even longer. See you later, though. Hope you had a good time. Next, I'm probably gonna play a different game. Not sure which one yet, but keep things interesting, and then I'll swap this for the weekend to try and get through 4. Also, you have resources for the ego. Just saying. Oh right, I should be upgrading the ego as well. I forgot those need to be level 2.
그 삶의 마침표를!
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Death Venom. Most of the egos are dying to be used multiple times in a single battle for their true effects. Yeah, I did notice that. Presumably because the nuance in Arknights is about properly utilizing skills, usually multiple times in a map.
저 부숴줄 테다.
Heartbroken. Heartbroken. Never mind, the whole thing's broken. Damage up.
일기당천.
It feels like there's a bit more reason to be screwing around in this dungeon, which is definitely a good thing. They could definitely do more with it, but this is a good sign for the future ones, I think. Altar of Tears. Their inscription above the gate goes, "Prove your terror and fears, fill this vessel. Looking around, you suppose the vessel. Pleasant looking chair. What do you do? Perform the rite. Run a gloom check." Perform the rite. Staying in the chair as I begin it. How may I admit's the only way to open the gate. I think the 6-star that guy was Blaze. No, loses health passively and shoots fire explosion arrows. Forgot the name. Ah, that's Fiametta. What sinner should be made to sit? Very high chance of success. Easy. Honglu sat in the chair. Dreadful screams filled the room. A consistent scream of tears. Soon enough, it was full. His eyes were shaking. Probably not best to ask what they saw. There's a sigil behind the door. Take the room.
계획을 세워두면
Everything can
이런
be made
것도
manageable
어렵지
with a little
않답니다.
pain. Boost the power of gloom by 2. Boss time, and there's definitely going to be
어머,
yeah, I see the
부탁드려요.
stairs down there. Hung Lu would not. Hey, had the best check. Slithering Inquisitor, oh my. No, let's try out the... Yeah, let's try it. Oh, I can even use the super if I want, but now let's just use the regular because I want to see it. Let's go.
일기당천.
Oh, wow.
흐릿한 등화.
Faint lamplight spreads over the neatly folded spear. Holmes' brushstroke becomes long and tried instant.
용이 되어 빈 벼루에 남았구나.
물 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Corrosion has a way cooler animation. Oh, so the animation differs even in corrosion. Interesting. That said, I don't want him to attack my allies, so I'm not gonna do that. Sorry.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고 타겟 포착 1시 방.
Yeah, checkpoints.
끝나간
Heartbroken.
자, 부숴줄 테다.
I guess I'd rather not abuse the checkpoints right now.
다음 목표로
There we are. Victory! You can also watch our YouTuber in the extraction trailer. That's kind of what I was thinking, honestly. Ritual Square. Oh dear. You weren't kidding when you said I'd know when the end is near.
어머 부탁드려요.
I see endless mounds of dead bodies. The Inquisitors raising their arms in unison as if to worship something, and there Cromer stood at the highest peak. She held out her hands in prayer-like gesture towards a golden bow on
이미
the altar.
자아신도가 열렸어요.
The fathoms of the ego are already open. I see someone's resonated with the bow before us. What the hell are they up to? What are they raising their hands for? Prayer. What's this sound?
어디서 많이
Feels
들어본
familiar,
소리인데
somehow annoyingly tingly.
왜인지 머리가 간지럽고
Oh, I didn't.
기분 나쁜.
I could also just, you know, quit. Oh. Can't I quit out of here?
학교 종소리잖아. 어지간히도 학교가 싫었나 보군.
School bell. I didn't equip him before the snow. I made a mistake. Maybe I could crash the game, intentionally close the game and restart it, and it'll go to the checkpoint. So no, he's in the wrong one. Let me try restarting completely. I thought you said it was at the final battle, not at the, because there's clearly 3 battles here before the boss fight. Which is,
어두운 것엔 익숙해요. 정전이 된 좁은 방에 홀로 59일을 있어본 적도 있어요.
Oh, I got something. Past mission? Oh, 1,000 enemies defeated. I guess that's something. Wait. Oh, I was gonna say, am I gonna have to redo that all over again? Because if so, I probably should just call it a night. So I skipped the story, whoops.
이 경로는
Die fancifully wins
스모덱이
the ego
나쁘지 않군
animation.
거래.
I mean, I don't need to die. I see endless mounds of dead bodies.
이미 자
어디서 막그 정도?
Say for one, the one who should have been the owner of the Fathom showed on ease.
아니야.
No, I don't want to show
보여주고
these
싶지
enemies there. Unfortunately, his plead held in
자,
the power room.
모두
Alright, everyone, listen up. The one who grips the prayers.
이단들이
Not only are
우리의
those heretics serving our
신성한 의식을
sacred right, they're
방해하는
not after the
것도
offering
모자라.
that's rightfully ours to consecrate. Disgraced and defiled are they. Disgraced and defiled are they.
가서
Go
죽어라.
forth and die. Don't fear your end as long as the offering of the gold is with us. We should be brought back to life again and again. We shall fear not. The one who grips is with us.
그리고
No, you didn't skip it. The list showed the post-battle story. So is it this fight where it happens, or I thought it was actually the final boss fight? Because I can just go back to the save point and redo it after this, if that's all the only problem.
이리 와. 어서.
지는 자께
No
부려지는
greater joy
것은
exists to be wielded. No greater joy exists to be wielded.
싱클레어.
Sinclair.
동천은
Bring the
가져왔지.
coin.
또래들이 모여있는 쉬는
The
시간에
break between class is always lively since everyone gathers to talk.
어른들은 때때로 그런
The
우리를
adults would often watch from
멀찍이서
afar to make
바라보며
this tolerable
하지만
sight, but there's something they don't
조금만
realize.
가까이서
When
보면
we take a closer look, the merry
떠들썩한 시간이
interactions bring with envy,
치샘과 과시,
vainglory, pride, and guile.
그만큼
Children are crafty
옆반의
creatures.
라훌은
Hired
아버지가
Raoul from
직접
the next
양팔
class over
시술을
is being surgery on both of his
해주신대.
arms. Gonna be something
심지어
the tech has
아직
never been
제대로
shown before. How
잡지에
cool is that?
나온 이
You
배우
know this
알지?
actor on the
우리
magazine.
어머니한테 안구 시술
Did I
받기로
ever
했다는
mention
거
they're getting an eye
내가
transplant on my
말했나?
mom? So the wait list is so
대기자가
long, they
너무
personally
많아서
beg
한두
me to move
마디씩
up.
던지는
I grow more
친구들의
anxious
말에
with each boastful story my
너는
classmates
뭐
tell.
없어?
What can
라면서
I share?
쳐다보는
Their
눈동자들은
expecting eyes point at me.
금방이라도
They look like they could turn to
비웃음과
scoffing leaves at
멸시로
any
바뀔
moment. This is secret,
시샘이
but
꼴딱
still
넘어지면
nervously.
뭐
Maybe they don't ask
엄연하지만
me after
나는
all, but I had to keep their
그
curious eyes on
순간
me. I
내팽개쳐질
knew for sure
것이야.
I'd be the outcast the moment I
우리
looked away.
아빠는
My dad signed a contract. They saw
기사와
the
협약을
technology was
맺었어.
working on and agreed to give their full support.
맙소사.
My goodness, just what was I thinking when I
나는 그들의
spilled that?
눈밖에 나지
Out of
않으려던
the fear I'd be
공포에
isolated, I
섣불리
carelessly
혹은
spilled my own ruin. Maybe I was
순간의
compelled by a
지켜낸
childish
것에
urge or an inherent urge to be
또래들 사이에서
recognized by the
기업 간의
students.
비밀
Now in
협약이니
mill, this is the
다른
confidential agreement on
사람들에게는
business you
절대
mustn't tell
말해서는
another
안
soul.
된다고
An insistent reminder
신신당부했다.
echoed in my head. I could see his face.
그게
Is that for real? P Corp? Was that a little
대화의
jealous?
중심은
I became the
순식간에
center of the
나로
conversation in a
바뀌었다.
split second. I could feel stimulated
주위에서
eyes into the
흥미롭게
class drawn to
독주라.
me. Superiority is pretty
그거
sweet.
아마도 나는
I guess I was driven by a depraved
저열한
craving
허세에
for
휩싸여
attention.
그러고 보니 싱클레어
Sinclair, your
너도 곧
procedures seem right.
받겠네?
Your prosthetics? Of course,
당연하지.
they told me I get the newest
저들이
model.
만약
If they paid a bit of attention to my
납득잖아
face, they
내
had no
얼굴
reluctance to my
하지만
expression.
다행히도
Fortunately, no one pointed it
쉬는
out.
시간이 끝나고
A massive wave of guilt
주위에
washed over me
아무도
after break was
남아있지
over and I was
않았을
left
비밀을
alone. I
지키라고
was supposed to keep
했는데
that secret. What if father finds out?
손톱에서는
Blood is leaking from my
불안할 때마다
fingertip.
손톱을
I have a
뜯던
habit of biting
버릇이
my nails when I'm
나는
anxious.
그
That end
버릇을
up hurting
고치기
me.
위해
I tried clipping them as
손톱도
short as I
대신에
could, but I never considered that might bite
살쪄는
my
책상에
skin.
떨어지는
Watching
핏방울을
blood drop on the
보면서
desk, I thought of
졸업을
something.
하면
Once I graduate, I'll get prosthetic
그러면
replacement, and it'll
영영
never hurt to see my
상처날
blood
일까.
again.
하지만
But is that
너
really? You're
경쾌한
bleeding?
휘파람
Someone
소리와
cast a shadow
함께
over my desk with a
제
whimsical
말을
whistle.
거니는 이름
The
정도만
classmate I
겨우
rarely
기억할
talked to, I
정도로
could barely remember her
그
name.
나는
Flustered, I
당황스러움에
showed my response awkwardly.
우스꽝스러워도
What was that?
있잖아.
You said it earlier. Is it legit?
뭐
Yeah. Your father
그렇구나.
must be a real big deal.
뭐
You guess.
예상치 못한 찬사에
Unexpected flattery has me
아버지의
embarrassed. I
훌륭함이
guess my father's greatness was somehow my own.
그런데
Why'd you make that face?
뭘?
말이야.
You were thinking to
그러더니
yourself.
고개를 숙이고선
Hydration? Alrighty.
내게만 들리듯 조용히 속삭인다.
Yeah, my bottle's running low, so I guess this is a sign that I definitely need to end after this. Lowers her head for whispers only for me to hear.
더럽다고.
That it's filthy.
눈동자가 커진다. 속마음을
Not
들켰다는
just because I was
당황스러움도
surprised how she
있었지만
knew what I was thinking.
애써 숨겼다고
Though the Packer
생각한
told a
의중을
stranger like her been able to figure it out.
어떻게
Gonna need a battle ahead. How'd you know?
뻔뻔하게 부정하면 될 일을
I get away with it if I just denied her
나는
accusation.
허를
Tactlessly, I
찔렸다는
asked her
표정으로
what had dumbfounded me with my face. Because I agree with you on that.
통하는
I can see a lot from
사람끼리
those who are on
많은
the
게
same wavelength with you.
반가워.
Nice to meet you. I'm
이후로
Cromer. Ever
나는
since then, Cromer and I were friends. We would talk often. This honestly looks like a
내가
shockingly
눈에
easy
새겨줄-
battle.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
내가 눈에 새겨주지. 벌써
The
끝나가는
arena's very sick though. Yeah, it's
맘.
very nice. That was pretty easy. Yeah, I can go back and change him at any time if I really need to. Oh no, I can't. Whatever. If it's really that big of a deal, I can look it up on YouTube, I guess. Strange though, I could recall being able
우리
to go back.
가족은 매일
As a
아침마다
household, rule. My
같이
family used to
식사를
have
해야 하는
breakfast at the same
규칙이
table
있어.
every
온
morning.
가족이 식탁에
It was a pleasant
둘러앉아
time when our
이야기를
whole family was
공유하고
able to share encouraging
격려는 나는
words.
그 시간이
I like
좋았다.
those mornings. The rule was ever so kind
그리고
and
그
gentle in my
규칙은
heart.
내게는 너무
The natural
당연한
unchanging world belonged to
그
me, my
세계가
world. That world began
슬쩍 나의
alienating one
누나까지
day.
의체 시술을
The day my
받고
sister
식탁에
sat at a table
자리했다.
after prosthetic transformation was complete.
그날 아버지의 머리가
My world became changed. My
양철과
father's head was
각종
replaced with an
전선,
unfamiliar
회로로
contraption of
이루어진
steel
낯선
circuits and
것으로
wires.
바뀌었을 때 가족들 간의 식사는
Our family breakfast
더
no
이상
longer provided
따뜻하고
warmth and connection. It became an
밝은
occasion of
세계가
detachment where I
아니었다.
talked less and less. Oh wow, they completely
나는
changed their prosthetic
육체로부터
bodies. I started feeling
태생적인
inherent
불개가
abhorrence.
어려워.
That's filthy.
신체를
My heart couldn't
뼈와
accept the idea
살이
of
아닌
replacing
다른
its flesh and
무언가로
bones, let
대체해야
alone the
한다는
need
거에
for it.
우리는
Why do we use prosthetic bodies?
의조심스럽게 이유를 물어보니
I asked for an explanation. The quite
인간의
simple.
몸은
The human body in its
고리타분하다는
modified
것이었다.
state is too old-fashioned. What? I mean, I can understand replacements if there's damaging and or making an upgrade, but just because it's not fashionable?
먹지 않으면 배고파하고
It needs to be sustained
자지
with
않으면
food, revitalized
피곤해하고
with sleep, lest it
다치기라도
fall
하면
from
회복을
fatigue, and
기다려야
injuries take a
이
long time to
모든
heal.
것들은
All this makes
한없이
them
비효율적이다.
incredibly
그러니
inefficient.
시간이 지날수록 의체를
Polluted
사용하는 이들의
prosthetics will grow
비율은
more common
늘어갈
as time goes
것이며
on and ultimately replace the regular
결과적으로
part of our
나는
daily lives.
속으로 그럴
I
거라면
thought to myself, why don't I just
차라리
fall
도태되어 버리는
behind
게
the times
낫지
if that's what the
않을까?
mainstream will be?
라고
Oh
생각했다.
boy, I can't wait for when bosses ask for 52-hour shifts. 52-hour shifts each and every day, 7 days a week. Dopian City would expect.
논리
Suppose
정연하게
so. That was an argument rooted in logic. Sinclair, you don't actually want to take the replacement procedure, do you? I nodded.
하지만
But your parents
부모님한테
won't like it if you
솔직하게
confess that.
아무것도 할
Isn't it
수
frustrating
없는
there's
게
nothing to
다시
do?
한번.
I nod
내가
again.
도와줄까?
What if I helped you out? You could live a free
그런
life
것
with no
따위
worries about any of that junk.
어떻게?
But how?
그건
That you'll find out
그
next time. In
대신 내가
exchange,
너의 원망을
you'll need to help me deal with a
해소해주겠지.
grudge of my own.
타깃 포착 1시 방향.
I was thinking, wouldn't you die if you replace a prosthetic? I thought, technically speaking, you put stuff like the brain and stuff into a prosthetic head. Although I'm not sure why they did it to us when they were just trying to kill us anyways. Seems like an awful lot to replace our head just to then make us die.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
It seems easier just, if you want someone to die that much, it seems easier just, leave the head severed.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제.
정리 시간이다.
One
어느 날
day, a new
옆반에
transfer student named
데미안이라는
Damien was
이름의
placed in
전학생이
class
왔다.
next to
전학생
mine.
주인은
He's surrounded by a crowd every
사실
time I saw him, but I got the
그
sensation he
누구도
didn't
좋아하지
feel
않는
attached
건
to anyone
내
around him. To me, he
눈에는
seemed as if he was floating in
그저
air. He was aloof like
고마찬가지고.
that. Likewise, he
그
wasn't
또한
interested in me
처음에는
either. That's how I was at first
그날은
anyway.
지루하기 짝이 없는
It happened during
공학
the
수업
boring
시간에
engineering
칠판에서
class.
자꾸
My
시선이
eyes kept
어긋나.
drifting from the board. Before I knew it, I was
결국
looking out the
낡은
window.
창문 너머에는
In that window, I saw him
그는
taking a
언제나
walk.
그랬던
As usual,
것처럼
he's surrounded by his
친구들에게
fellow students wearing a
둘러싸이는
faint
그
smile.
웃음마저도
Even
또래들과는
his
다른
expression felt different from the kind someone his age should make. The smile carried a mature yet solitary aura.
낯선 웃음이었다.
I think he mentioned basically a religion. I think he mentioned it was a ritual or something. Yeah, it seemed like it was more than just a practical thing. So,
그러다가 그가
bask in the sunlight, he
햇빛을
stroked his hair. Huh?
순간
I thought I caught a
그의
glimpse of a
이마에
weird red thing on
무언가
his
잘못
forehead.
보았던 걸까?
Was I mistaken? Maybe it was the
순간적으로
blinding sunlight reaching his
그러다가
skin, and then
그와
I had the feeling I made eye contact with him.
여전히
Some
창밖에서
students were chatting
나는 그의
outside.
시선을
As soon as I felt his
느끼자마자
gaze, I quickly averted
황급히
my eyes and looked at my
책상에
desk.
기묘한 사건 이후
Ever since the strange incident, Damien started
데미안은
talking to me in a
곧잘
friendly manner.
신기하게도 데미안이
Oddly
내게
enough, on the
오는
days Damien
날이면
approached me, Cromer didn't
다만
come to greet me.
기회가 있을
Nevertheless,
때마다
when she had
내게
a chance to,
다가와서
she'd come to make sure I remembered our
약속에
promise.
대해 잊지 않았는지
She is Damien,
재차
then,
확인을
isn't
하곤
she?
했다.
She's got a disguise. I was talking about how it would be possible to replace a head with a prosthetic without actually killing the person. Nevertheless, whenever she had a chance,
난 종종 꿈을
I
꿔.
often have this dream, Sinclair.
그 꿈 속에서
And I
나는
climb an endlessly
아주
long
기다란
ladder.
사다리를
Then
타고
everything comes
올라가지.
into view. The nest, the
그러면
back streets, the outskirts, all of it.
그런
And then when I
다음에
look beneath my feet,
내려다보면
lights are the city. And it's as if all things, the end of all things have come,
움직임도
fallen to silent
보이지
death,
않는.
empty of emotion.
맞아.
Indeed, the
그건
state of death
데미안.
itself. Damien, have you been to the
넌 나는
outskirts?
두려움해.
I whispered,
외곽은
frightened.
누구도
He was
가선 안 되는
talking about a
곳이고
forbidden place no one could or
Sinclair.
should go. Sinclair,
세상은
the word is people
사람들이
define
정한
it cannot be
것처럼
divided
가야 할 곳과
divided places
가지
where you should
말아야
and
할
shouldn't
너는 이
go.
둥지에
Do you
자유와
think love and
사랑이
freedom found
존재한다고
at the confines of the
생각하니?
nest? Compared to here, life is much
외곽은
richer in the
오히려
outskirts. Well, the city
이것보다
has countless
풍요로워.
absurd technologies. Yeah, I guess I can't be surprised there'd be a corporate cult among those.
나는 오래전부터 생각해오던 것이
There's
있었고
something I've been pondering a long time. I
어쩌면
thought maybe it's where I'd find the
데미안과
answer.
이야기할
Whenever I
때는
spoke with Damien, I could feel
나는
my
내
soul
영혼
mature a
하지만
little. But I never mentioned my fears about the upcoming prosthetic procedure or my particular relationship
그는
with Cromer.
나에게
Even though he wanted to know more about me, I was
궁금해 내
hesitant to
안에
share.
은밀한 두려움까지
I was too ashamed to bear my
끄집어내기에
deeply hidden
그리고
fears. And
마침
finally,
크로머와의
the promise taken.
싱클레어,
Sinclair, can you show me your basement?
그녀의 말은 너무나도
She
갑작스레
struck me out of nowhere. Yeah, there was light as a
떨어진
feather.
지우개를 주워달라고
She
하는
asked me as though there was something
당연한
as simple as
부탁을
picking
하는
up an
것만
eraser.
같아.
Almost caught myself agreeing to it.
우리
Why
집
our basement?
내가 우연히 들은 이야기가
If the rumor just so
맞다면
happened to hear is right, your house is
그곳은
connected to a
엄청난
scandalous
곳과
place. Something I've got to
하지만
check. But
부모님
my
좋아하지
parents
않으실 텐데
won't like it. I couldn't even bring myself to
그럼
finish.
내가 확인만
If you let me
제대로
check it out,
저번에
Sinclair,
했던
I'll keep the
약속
promise with you.
확실하게
Cross my heart.
지하실
Just let me
열쇠를
see the
몰래
basement key and I can
가져와
그녀의
navigate it.
말에
It's
숨어있는
fine.
기시감을
Unable to detect
끝끝내
the faint
찾아내지
familiar feeling, I
못한다면
slowly nodded.
그렇게
The world of evil
악의
began
세계가
here, right in the middle of our house. I was mistaken about what I said regarding it being religion. I thought you were talking about the other scenes.
자 부숴줄 테다.
이건 예상 못했는 깔끔하게 물었군.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Prosthetics are just a business. Having fancy new models and normal being old-fashioned, all that.
좋아. 장부에서
Well, don't forget there can be techno cults as well as corporate cults and there were just ones.
쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
I did get,
벌써 끝나고 맘
though I will say I noticed that the Inquisitors don't aim to poke anything, any god or anything. They just worship a hammer and the concepts, like what the hammer and nails stands for. Literal mountains of corpses, indeed.
만곡된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
부모님의 눈을 피해
After she
지하실
stole my
열쇠를
key
몰래
without my
훔친
parents,
후
after stealing the key without my
나는
parents
약속했던
noticing,
대로 크로머와 만나
I took Cromer the basement of my
지하실
estate as I
크로머가
promised.
안내한
From
곳에
there, she led me to a
환풍구를
dirty air
한참
vent.
기어가자.
Following the vent for a while, a dank, grimy odor, the sound of small critters
매캐한
scuttling
냄새가
about assaulted my
옷은
senses.
점점 더러워지고
My clothes were
있었고
stained with filth,
목은
my throat was
말라오며
parched, and I was overcome with the desire to go back. That's when I noticed the smell my nose
여태까지
picked up
와는
and
다른
changed.
너도
Can you
느껴지지?
feel
크로머가
it?
속삭이는
Cromer
소리가
whispered.
뭔가
Something
있는
up
나를
ahead.
돌아가야 할
This
마지막
might have been the last
기회가
chance I had to turn
지금이라도
back.
그녀를
Might have been better to
말려하고
dissuade her
온갖
with all kinds
달콤한
of sweet
회유를
placations
끼얹으며
and leave and come back
그녀에게
later, even if I knew the empty
그따위
flattery
사지만
would work on
나는
her. But before I try a
갑자기
vow, curiosity
처음으로
came. I was entering a world where villains
악당들과
belonged for the first
했을까?
time, and for some
나는
reason, I gave up
그게
turning
마지막
back.
기회라는 것을
All while knowing in my heart I was
어렴풋이
squandering my last chance.
그 광경은
Oh,
정말이지
the sight
두
I
번
had to
다시는
witness.
보기
There was
힘들
something I
정도로
couldn't think to
끔찍한
behold
장면이었고
twice.
이걸 단순히
Could monstrosity be apt for what I saw?
그러기에는 지성이 있는 것처럼
It seemed too
보였고
sentient for that, yet also decidedly
인간이라고
wrong to say
하기에는
it was remotely
어딘가
human.
두려움에 몸부림치며
Shuddering in fear, I regretted
나는
just
이 세계에
regret
발을 들인 것을
stepping
후회
this
기회를
world.
걷어차고
Sinclair,
나서야
you idiot, I told
다시금
myself,
기회가 올
hoping by
수
some
없을지
miracle to get
기원하는
another chance right if we
올 그런
wasted.
후회와 함께
Along with my regret, I had a feeling
이건
I'd
아마
never
죽을 때까지
get what I
잊을
saw
수
that day
없는
until the moment I
장면.
die.
크로머
Cromer, come
하지만
back.
크로머는
On the other
달라.
hand, Cromer was in
그녀는 아주
rapture. She
황홀한
mesmerized by the scene, watching
일생에
intently as though
대단한
she'd made
무언가를
the discovery of a
마주한
lifetime.
어떤 말도 들리지 않는
Leaving
것처럼 보이는
Cromer all
크로머를
enamored to herself, I
두고
crawled
왜
back.
우리 집 근처에
Why is my
그런
basement
끔찍한
connected
곳이
to such a
연결되어
horrible
있는 걸까?
place?
왜 크로머는
How did
이
Cromer
사실을
know
알고
about
왜
this?
크로머는
Why isn't she
뒤에서
scared?
바람을 타고
I could almost hear her spine-chilling
크로머의
whistles with the
오싹한
wind from
휘파람
behind.
크로머는
The next day, Cromer
아무렇지
came to school.
싱클레어,
Sinclair,
내게
thank you
귀중한
for so
것을
much for showing me
보여줘서
precious
정말 이건
things. These are, take these as my thanks. She handed two mysterious coins
항상
to me.
가지고
Always
있도록
keep them at
해.
your side. Got
고개를
it?
끄덕이지 않을
All I
수
could do
없는
was
그 후
nod.
매일 밤
Since then, the things I saw in the vent
환풍구 너
constantly
나는
haunted my
자연스레
mind, and I began to avoid
그녀를
Cromer.
바라보는 것만으로도
I could picture myself
두려움과
involuntarily
기시감에
trembling with
절여져
terror just by
들어오는
looking
아직
at her. But there was
크로머에게는
something I needed to take back from
받아내야
her.
할 지하실
The
열쇠
basement
만약
key.
부모님이
My parents would find out at any
우연이라도
moment.
열쇠 정리를
One
하는
minute
날에
sorting the keys is all it
나는
would take.
따뜻한 세계에
For the first
계시는
time I betrayed my
부모님을
parents in
더
a living
이상
world of warmth. I was afraid my
그들의
deviation
세계와는
from the
같은
world would
곳에
end up
있지
becoming
않다는
an
것을
irrefutable
크로머
fact. Cromer, won't you give it
뭘
back now?
말이야?
Get back?
지하실
Basement key?
용기를 쥐어짜낸 어느
I
날
mustered the courage to ask one
크로머는
day.
예상치
She
못한
burst
말을
into laughter
들었다는
as though she
웃음을
didn't expect this,
터뜨려댔고
intimidated, I still expect that. When here I was wondering what you're struggling so to say. Oh, fine, you can have it. We don't need the key anymore. Besides, your grudge will almost certainly bear fruit, Sinclair. You don't want to get your procedure right. You remember our promise? You fulfilled my grudge, so it's only fair I pay you back.
열쇠를 받았다는
I was too
안도감에
absorbed in the
사로잡혀.
relief of getting my key back to realize what she was really
크로머가
talking about and
무슨
curse my
크로머가
ignorance.
말하는
About what Cromer's
우리가 왜
being
이제는
meant.
필요 없다고 한
And
건지.
why she said it's not needed and how she was going to fulfill my grudge.
한마디도 묻지
I didn't think to
않았다.
question a thing and
후회하고.
I regret my inaction. I curse my foolishness. So he was responsible for what happened here, and he didn't want to face it.
물론고 거꾸로 제쳐라.
차 부숴줄 테다.
바람 불어오는 대로
Two tails at 45 SP, peak rolls. Indeed.
다음 목표로.
Yeah, that's two failed 95%. I've failed multiple 99% in a row, so it's not the most unheard of thing ever, but it is funny. RNG is RNG after all.
결국
So you end up giving Cromer the key.
어떻게
How'd you know that?
데미안은 말을
Damien had
하지
this
않은
ability to get grip
것까지도
on things I've never mentioned to
언젠가
him.
그에 관해
When I asked him about it, he
물어보았더니
said it's something you learn by carefully
사람을
observing
자세히
others and didn't
관찰.
elaborate. Sinclair, a series of much more painful events may await you in the future, but you mustn't give up.
거기에서는 그 고통이
That
널
pain will foster
더욱
growth into a
아름답게
beautiful
성장해.
being.
아무리 어려운 말도 데미안의 입을
Final boss from here
거치면
on out have
모두
some very unique
그럴듯해지고
music.
마는.
Songs by Millie.
그에게는
No matter how complicated and
신비한
perplexing
힘이
those
있었다.
statements seem, Damien's mystic charm made them
그의
sound
말을
convincing.
들으면
Listening to his
나는
speech
꼭
gave me hope I
성장할 수
could
있을
grow.
것
I was hopeful
같았다.
I'd become a worthy being. Yeah, but I don't dig it though,
네가
Damien.
알아내.
It's up to you to find
그런
out.
다음에
Make sure you tell me your answer when you do.
말투는 부드러웠고
His voice was soft, his eyes
물론
had part
웃고
pleasantness,
있었음에도
but I still felt compelled to do as
그
he said.
눈동자에는
His eyes must have had some kind of
눈만
power.
마주치면 힘이
Disarming those
풀리고
who make eye contact, sapping
무력해지려
the mental
하지만
strength, but
그렇다면
if that's the case, why didn't he
나는
warn me?
지금까지도
It's still something I ask myself to this day. Interesting. Was Damien someone we already met, or?
차 부숴줄 테다.
If I don't get the special scene with the final boss, I'm not too worried.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
As soon as this one goes down, it'll be a lot easier to gang up on the mini boss.
그 삶에 마침표를.
Dang, that's a fancy. Oh,
깔끔하게 몰았군.
easy. Sheesh, this is really making us go the scenic route, isn't it? These aren't hard fights, granted, but
숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
그날은 크리스마스
it was
이브로
Christmas Eve and the whole town was filled with jingles and joy. Under the blessing of the holy night, I was planning to confess my sin to my family. I wanted to tell them I made the foolish mistake of stealing the basement key and I'd go back to
그
being a good
시간 동안
son.
나는
The short time I spent
너무도
away from the wrong
괴롭고 끔찍했다고.
away from the right path was agonizing. But I
내가
learned how
속한
peaceful and
세계가
fulfilling the
얼마나
world
그러면
I was living
가족들은
was truly fun.
처음엔 잠깐
Right? My
놀라겠지만
family might be surprised at first,
이내
but I was
날
sure they welcome me back to
분명
paradise. That was how it should have
하지만,
been. However,
원래
I
같았다면
was supposed to hear Robot Dog
정문
greet me
앞에
when I
설
stood at the gate,
때부터
but my home was
나를
covered in
반겨줄
silence and
로비여
darkness.
내가 마주한
When I
건
walked inside, I was confronted with a fallen paradise. Sinclair, run. Sinclair.
누군가가
Someone
아버지의
smashes my
머리를
father's
내리친 듯
head.
녹색 은색의
It's a
갑주를 입고
disturbing
있는
individual wearing
괴상한
rusty
우리가
silver armor.
인간되지 아니한
How
것들이
unsightly
인간성을
of these non-humans to still admire
거짓
humanity and display
감정을
false emotion.
내버려둬 기도.
Let those impure things
불순물들
go,
특유의
Gaio.
생존
It's their
본능이야.
survival instincts kicking in.
아니,
Or should I say, they're scared of shutting
정기가-
이게
down.
파편과
Piece of metal, flesh, and blood fly in the air, parading the floor. Sinclair,
너
you're here.
피와 살점이 묻은
Cromer
망치를 든
approached
채로
carrying a hammer stained with blood and flesh.
아,
Oh, this
난
thing. Ever since I was little, I couldn't
저런
stand being
더러운
with filthy
놈들이랑
affronts to
조금만
humanity like these.
왜냐하면
Because I'm a
나는
humanitarian who loves all
사람을
things
사랑하는
human.
파괴주의자. 그런데
I hope that.
그런 불순한
Now imagine how it
새끼들을
feels to face
자식이기까지
the son of a pack of those affronts to humanity. What should I do with you, Sinclair? My legs long since given up. My mouth couldn't move. It's as if my body refused to cooperate. I saw Cromer standing before me. I didn't dare look up. The terror kicked into the realization she was so close. My eyes shut themselves. I thought the same hammer that crushed my father, mother, and sister was now coming for me was unbearable. Nothing happened. Confused, I opened my eyes and lifted my head. Cromer was watching me, making a perfect smile, just like the one she made when she first came to my desk and told me her name. Well, you're my hero, Sinclair. Then she reaches my pocket on my school shirt and takes the coin. It's one of the two she handed me. From now on, you'll doubt everything, be anxious of everything, and live in ever constant terror as your memories of me haunt you. When the time comes, I will call for you. Hey, someone take this kid to safety. Lay a finger on him and I'll make you regret it. Amidst the piercing noise, the storms of heavy footsteps, disorientation, I lost consciousness. So she was a part of this strange cult even as a child. But even then, Guido was her minion.
깔끔하게 물었군.
벌써 끝나가는 거.
Oh crap, we're gonna fight him again, aren't we?
자, 부숴줄 테다. 하나 넘고, 둘 넘고. 얼얼하지?
More damage from black. At least true damage will bypass all that silliness.
내가 눈에 새겨주지. 맘.
Cromer did literally everything possible to make this as traumatizing for Sinclair as humanly possible. Yeah. She seems to be, despite what she says, it seems like she's into it more for anything. Because remember, Sinclair never got his operation to replace his body parts. Hudson. She didn't even offer to have him join her under some kind of delusion that he might be on her side in all this somehow. Frankly, she's just being a cruel and sadistic person. Oh, I'm sure she might have a bigger goal here, but we're gonna have to take her down. For as much as she hates those with prosthetics, she abandoned her own humanity long ago by doing this, by being so eager to do stuff like this. Holy crap, there's a lot of these.
숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 그래.
정신을 차리니
When I came to my senses, I
햇빛으로
found myself
잔뜩
in an alleyway, heated by the sun.
그곳에서
I stayed there on the ground, dazed and confused. I could see a haze. Sinclair, a
네
crack has been made in their
내가
world.
데미안을 봤을
I
때
felt like I was
종종
starting to
느꼈던
understand the
위화감의
strange feeling I
정체를
got from Damien was.
어째서 그
I always
아이는
felt weird how I never heard his
왜 모든 건
footsteps. Why does
고독하고
everything arrive in
조용하게
desolate silence as if it belongs to no
가족의
world at
죽음
all? Loss of my family, the world of evil,
그리고
despair, and you too.
두렵니?
Are you scared,
그는 내게
Sinclair?
말했다. 모든 것을
Spoke to me, yes.
관통하여 보고 있다는 듯이.
I mean, they had to get the
그리고 그
story in
모든
somehow, I
것이
guess.
예정된 수순에 지나지
Attitude
않는다는
of
듯이.
someone who predicts a
심지어
series of
그는
events.
알고
He didn't
있는
even wait
듯이
for me to reply. He knew what I was going to say.
언젠가 전부
One day you'll break it all together and
나는
soar. And I was just
전부
completely
입 밖으로
bare.
꺼내지
He
못하고 있던
responded
나의
as if he already knew
속대답이
the answer I was hesitating
그러나
on. Although his words seemed to
그의
radiate
제대로
warmth,
잊지 않은
I felt a chill like biting
차가운
cold in
내부를
my
씹는 나는
half-cooked
다시
turkey.
한번
I couldn't help but fall unconscious again. I'm not sure Damien's actually on his side or not. He even could be Cromer in disguise. We can't
눈에
take
새겨주지.
that. We can't take that option off the table. Okay. Indeed, or unless it's Cromer in disguise and she's messing with him on yet another layer.
맘.
Or she has a greater goal beyond whatever strange pseudo-religious thing she's got going. Like I said, they made no mention of anything they're actually worshipping in this cult. Just what they're here to stop. Oh dang, wouldn't that be something? They're all so caught up in everything they hate, they completely forgot what they were supposed to be worshipping and favoring. Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't be the first time.
움직임이 어설퍼요.
일기당장한 목표로.
Yeah, this is the golden bow area. Okay, yeah, we do in fact get one last area.
정리 시간.
They're worshipping humanity. They shun anything that isn't human, like prosthetics. Oh boy, more of these pricks.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
그 삶의 마침표를.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
They worship all that humanity, then they have no hesitation mutating their own bodies just to fight better. Or maybe they're being mutated against their will. We don't know what Cromer's up to, so she could be just using. She seems to be very charismatic and good at convincing them.
좋아. 장부에서 삭제. 차 부숴줄 테다. 얼얼하지?
일기당장.
Yeah, we should definitely be finishing these off sooner rather than later.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Yeah, let's make sure we get
눈에
these guys away
새겨주지.
immediately.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라.
Alright. And doesn't change the story or anything, it just adds a little funny extra scene for the end corp. It's actually a brainwash, it can be seen all possible. That's why I keep. That's why in some streams I've had to remind people your will saves aren't always going to save you as often as you might think. I recall one group of students trying to do a study on a cult of some kind. They went in knowing it was 100% bullshit, but they all got taken in by it in the end. You could just say, oh, they were dumb, or oh, they let their guard down, but... Alright, and to switch this one to NT. Does he have to be in the fight itself, or just equipped here? Because I can take him... Yeah. Does he, like I said, does he need to be in the fight itself, or does he just need to have it equipped? Because I don't mind just having it equipped, but if it's gonna be in the fight, that's gonna suck a little. Oh, I see. Changing any in the fight, I'm pretty sure. That's gonna be a pain.
만국된 직선을 직선으로 질주하겠소.
Shouldn't change the story or anything, just a little cute little extra scene, so we'll see how that goes.
어땠어,
Spore
싱클레어?
IDs carries if all else
네
fails, that's true.
마음속에 나 있는
Sinclair,
길에서
we're able to find the answer in your heart's path. Cromer. Oh, don't give me that look.
아직 때가
It's not even
되지도 않아
time
널
yet.
죽여보고
You're making me want to
싶잖아.
kill you. Oh, no, I should
아니야,
abstain. I
아니야,
can't let immediate
참아야지.
entertainment distract me from the more important
당장의 제목
things.
싱클레어.
Sinclair, the only way to
공명하기
retrieve the
시작한
golden bow that's a
황금가지를
golden bow
회수하려면.
that has begun to resonate is, I know,
황금가지가
even if we weren't for our
아니었어도
mission, I still
개새끼는
tear that bitch to pieces
제가
and drink up her
찢어먹을-
remains. Oh, Sinclair, when did you learn to act tough? That's not like you at all. What a riot.
그래도
Still, I guess you've made some friends since
이번에는
then.
도망치지
You won't run away
않을
this
거지?
time, right? I think you've almost counts as well off field when you have it equipped, but you're not using on the field. Hopefully, but we'll see him. Pardon Fatale. Oh, my Sinclair. Could it be? You might see my Sinclair? It's the time of the year. Oh, so that's it. Oh, she starts staggered. A very so merry.
내가 눈에 새겨주지.
줄 넘고 꺾이고 제쳐라.
So many.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Not many, Also, Cromar's interaction with the one-show group Sinclair. Yeah, I saw that. Shock seeing her ideal Sinclair, she gets staggered.
불길 속으로.
We need to win clashes. Three people told me to do that. It's still giving a turn of free attacks is always nice. How do you hold fire? Fire holds so much power. Someone got seriously hurt, didn't they? Maybe I should use one of these here. Yeah, I really need to win this clash. If only there could be forgiven.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
On Lucia clash. Oh right.
이상이 무엇이라 생각하시오?
Well, I guess an attack down still doesn't hurt. Instantly dominating due to being over leveled for the stage. Yeah, really. Man, that pierce damage kind of nice. All damage. Staggered emotional damage, indeed. Alright, oopsie. Alright, we'll do it this way because I need to get this started.
잘 생각해보라고.
An ally falling should help. It's funny, this song sounds like a Christmas carol. Fits how Chroma made sound of Christmas when they first arrived. Yeah, Christmas seems to be an odd theme here. However, Christmas is trying. However, it's not even October yet, and yet the department stores around here still have the Christmas decorations ready. Sheesh. Win rate time. Yeah, he's gonna win the clashes with this. Time for the loot power. Wow, she's actually winning. Defense skills are a thing. Alright. Well, at the same time, if he actually dies, that will actually give 20 stacks to... That'll give me 20 stacks right there, and that is good. Oh dear. That's a little painful. Yeah, get ones you can in, guys. That's something that can help. Fine, we'll just...
1시 방향.
Well, to be fair, yeah. One HP left, so this is gonna win us no matter what. Unless the story. So there's gonna be a scripted thing if she's staying at 1 HP. When you're using this sniper, Mercer could cruise this also, the failure's a good chance to learn whatever works. The sinners were fatigued and damaged. Some were already dead. As opposed to us, Cromer still stands triumphantly. He reaches the inside of Sinclair's coat with what seems to be a declaration of his fate. Now then, it's time, Sinclair. I'll be taking the second coin, your last chance. Why are you doing this to me? Why me? Sinclair, do you want to know why I gave you back the basement key when you asked? Listen close, it's not because I made my discovery or baked a copy of it. It's because you were my key. You see, I happen to know of a way to take a peek at futures that might come true. I saw one of them, where you and I travel nest to nest, slaughtering heretics together in the city. Even though you were raised by heretics bearing revolting metal bodies. Take a moment to listen to the music altar. It's, well, many plays you know you gotta lock in. Part of it you still felt disgusted by them. Funny, isn't it? You would stab them in the head with their halberd. Don't you lie to me? Well, I smash them into the hammer. Stop it. In a world, you look like the freest person in the universe, transcending all. No, you're lying. Whether I'm lying or not. Cromer suddenly cracked a wry laugh and stopped moving. The golden bow from the altar resonated the cackle and began to go brighter. Then, it's begun. Alas, my final grudge will be fulfilled. A mass of flesh engulfs her ash. From her hideous growth, a bundle of ambiguous appendages stretch outward, as if desire and madness may manifest. Come, Sinclair, rip me up and chew me down, if you can. The effect is still active on him. Yes, it is. The Liberator effect is still there. 40 stacks. I can unleash it next time for max. Let's not forget a fellow from 30. Forest with the flames. Should be able to win this clash. As soon as the stagger ends, I can use the full 40 stack of Brilliant Glory. We'll get to have a fun seeing exactly what it does at max power. You'll understand when we get there. Yeah, the fact that Damien is mentioned but he's not here. A distorted dream ripples.
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 하늘, 용이 되어 빈 벼로에 남았구나.
겹겹의 중문 뚫어보이겠어.
Panic, oh dear, this is bad. But you know what's not bad? Unleashing Brilliant Glory at percent corrode. Ugh. Maybe it's worth it. Let's go. Let's see what 40 his stacks does to Brilliant Glory. Here we go, 40 stacks. Corrosion will be way worse. Oh dear. Warning. Devoid wings. Corrosed, oh dear. Unless that's an instant kill, in which case, oh, it was an instant phase change. So I still don't have damage to win. I corrose, but I won, so it doesn't matter. I guess that's ultimately what matters there. Holy crap. The fleshy hill protruded, potent acid melting legs. On the other sinners were being dissolved by the secretion as well. He trips on the ground. No, I should say he was thrown off his feet. In spite of that, he crawls. Yes, it hurts, doesn't it? You're filled with rage. Accept it, welcome with open arms. Watch me, my glorious body, close to the purest form of humanity never before. The flesh is here, the sheer unmatched strength of purity. Sinclair, look how human you are. You can become like me too. Sinclair, you were scared all along. You lost your family. You rode a bus with these strangers, forced to do things you didn't want. You knew in your heart you don't belong there, right? Didn't you want to run? Didn't you quit at all? Am I wrong? I swear I. Join me, Sinclair. Don't avoid this. Embrace it. Complete my grudge. The arm Sinclair was using to hold his weapon was growing limp by the second. He nevertheless continued his Cromer's direction. He must accept the pain. Only then can we transcend suffering itself and be reborn. Bloat the flesh, spill the blood, according to all the most human things each second. The purest world where the impurities plaguing the city have all been filtered out. Mama, Papa, Sis. He vacantly mutters, looking in the faces of his now dead fellow sinners. I couldn't leave him like this. Sinclair, listen to me. I'm embarrassed it took me this long to take action. Act like the manager I am. I know you think a lot. There's a lot going on in your head you can't share with others. That's how he was. Worried it might be a bird, and he constantly puts his mind through doubts and ruminations, most of which he never let out. He's chewed up so many hot and form of guilt. My family died because of me. The stuff I really shouldn't have. Exactly, it's your fault. Embrace it. That's the way to be fully reborn. Follow me and rest in my grip. Don't listen to her. You have to see, look at her, observe her carefully. Alas, my voice didn't seem to reach him. His weapon leaves his hand and lays on the ground. His advance for Cromer stopped. Yep, looks like this is the end. I can feel my body melting the mound. I knew I'd die trying to pay proper manners sooner or later, but... Sinclair, I have to tell him more. I have to tell him that Cromer's spewing lies, threats, hypocrisy, and exaggeration. Every nerve in my body is screaming I shouldn't give up on him. I feel the pain. Look closely, Sinclair. Not with your eyes, but your heart. I screech at him. Only then we see what matters most. We see what matters most. In that moment, something quietly appeared. And then when you see things that matter most, you won't have to stifle yourself with shallow threats or cheap tricks. Isn't that right, Sinclair? He moved in with grace and airiness as though he floated in the air. He seemed lighter than anyone else, unbound by anything. Contrary to his impression of freedom of all worldly things, an oppressive air accompanied every step he took, with just a wave of his right arm. Whoa. Cromer's upper body vanished in a clean cut. It might have been your fault, Sinclair. Yeah, great motivation. And Dante. That was the most hilarious way to finish that fight. Damien, you've changed your own fate, Sinclair. Right now, you're neither a coward nor a hero, but you've yet to let go of your fears completely. I said it before, deny when you fear someone. That's because you gave them the power to have control over you. That's right, and I don't want to see anyone else domineer over you. That's why I got rid of that Cromer. The man referred to as Damien started to walk, his airy steps as though he was embarking on a light trip. The world's about to reach a new birth, and only a few individuals can get there. Sinclair, you're one of them. Sinclair fainted before he could answer. Damien slowly made his way to me. Cromer, attempting to become a god, like those which people in the past were said to believe in. Sinclair almost became her stepping stone. In the end, though, the one has to break an egg on their own. Cromer put in quite a bit of effort doing this, and to create that throwback to the time Sinclair lost his first coin, regardless of the fact that Christmas is still a while away. It's a bit of an unsatisfying ending, however, it's not arc yet. Yeah, I got the impression of that. We still don't know anything about Damien, and something tells me he was going to refuse to say anything before vanishing. It's ironic they resorted to creating false imagery, something they loathe so deeply, don't you think? What are you talking about? Who are you? A pleasure to meet you, Dante. Remember, no one said my name. So you're an adult who will condition the adult who will condition Sinclair at the moment. As for who I am and what I was talking about, you'll see in due time. When Sinclair takes flight with unshakable faith in the power of heart, right, when he becomes one with the beautiful stars, that is when I shall return. Take good care of Sinclair until then, Dante. You can hear me. I can hear all sorts of chirps and trills, Dante. It's natural that I hear your voice. As always, what matters most is something you can't see or hear. The boy vanished without notice. After that, the mounds melted away. They dissolved in mixtures of fresh and mud. With them gone, the single bow appeared before me, spreading its warm light. Sinclair's world was gradually melting with the hills. I excruciatingly drag what's left of my upper body across the floor to him. He was still breathing, and so was I. I figured I should still be able to turn back the clock. Thus, it means I'm their manager and should act like one. Plus, as I learned in dying moments, I have to strive to be a more sensible manager. Yeah, the mark on his forehead. I'll need to remember that. With all that, I need to tell him. It might have been your fault, Sinclair, but that's okay. It's a small mistake one anyone could make. You know, accidentally getting your entire family killed is a mistake we all make growing up. But don't beat yourself up about it. They're just, you know, dead because of you. Yeah, you need to work on your speeches there, Dante. Pat him on the back with my half-melted arm. Sinclair doesn't reply. To be truthful, trying to identify someone to blame on this would be a never-ending endeavor, from each of us going and carrying our sins onto the bus. It's too early. My loss of my memory. He accompanied by then... Well, he was basically doing the same thing earlier, so... Loss of my head and memory, accompanied by involuntary appointment as executive manager. The root of all this, I might find no one but myself to blame. Staying bound by that fact, though, will only keep us from taking our next steps. We found him! I can hear multiple footsteps approaching our incapacitated team. Virgilus must have figured we'd get into the mess of the after team to scoop us off the ground. Looks like the individual we seek, so I injected. The others can be revived as long as this one lives. Focus all resources on restoring his body. I felt a jab on my shoulder, sensation, enveloped parts of my body that melted off. We were provided 3 HP ampules, so I used all 3 of them. Keep an eye on the regeneration process and use them at your discretion. Luckily, trafficgoers, they're rolling in luxury thanks to having a color on their team. One with a friend in K-Corp at that too. Citation affirmed. The voices around me started to fade. Oh, there Red Eyes. Virgilus is using his connections to get K-Corp to use their immortality bullets. Sinclair's bawling lamentationally rings the emptiness. Our third mission marked its somber and in dismal defeat. I mean, we got the golden bow recovered. That's technically not defeat. We all died, but we got the bow, so technically we won. Even though we recovered it, we lost. On the other hand, the bus was more vibrant, possibly out of everyone's attempt to disregard the depressing outcome. I bought enough chicken kebabs for you all to have one. So if anyone doesn't get there, go out and put your detective caps on by yourselves. Such a serious cuisine. What's the intention of skewering chicken meat on stick? I may be familiar with this kind of dish. A kokochi of the dark variety. A sweet smell, the kind Nephi likes. Stimulated, Karen revved the engine. Humming in a familiar tune, I recognize the song this time. Karen isn't Christmas a long ways off. Don't put a damper on Karen's fun, bug guy. Also, those weren't K-Corp, it was the Limbus Company after team. Right, but they still had connections at K-Corp, or thanks to Virgilus. Yeah, the big thing around here is we don't know what Virgilus' goal is or why he's putting so much and so many resources towards this ragtag team of morons, if we're blunt, myself included. If Chiron feels it's Christmas like that, come on, I called you by your name for once. Why don't you settle the score by giving her a bus early then? You know, tit-for-tat all that. Virgilus was watching the scene unfold, leaving his food to cool and hardly taking a bite even though he's the one who bought it all. Perhaps he's gone quiet because of Chiron's song. It does come to mind that she was going through he said she was going through a tunnel. Then I turned to Sinclair, who was awkwardly laughing among the others. If we're going to go through a long tunnel, then what we do is wait for morning to arrive, right? What about Dante? Drop the goofy poetry and have a kebab. Our man say the manager has no mouth. There's actually a pretty cool comic, Folks from Virgilus called, I think. I'll look into that later. For now, the mystery is gripping me. The executive manager has no need for a mouth as they are perfectly capable of commanding us. Golly, do you ever get tired of licking boots so clean notice? I'm guessing there's a reason in their backstory that's how they do that. Oi, get more of this around its peak. Hey, BG, give me a light. I thought I wouldn't. You thought I wouldn't know what that's short for. I thought about giving a speech to them how this fruitful yet unsuccessful mission changed my mindset, but I shelved the idea. I told Sinclair to not let failure of the moment bind him after all. Instead, I've resolved to make up for this less than ideal outcome in our next mission. Maybe I have gotten thine attention, Red. I mean, Sir Vigilus. What? I do believe I acted with that sufficient caution as thou warned. Thusly, if I may lay claim upon a skewer. Go ahead. As Don Quixote's excited jubilation adds a layer of vigor. The message I couldn't speak, but the one I'm sure was conveyed to one another spreads between us, and so morning came. Tomorrow is another day. Dang, those kebabs look good. Well, it's only half. It's a comic. Some things went wrong, and the rest is text. Oh, that's interesting. A comic that even goes the old days of chasing down shadows. All that remains are vain memories. Yeah, so they're all singing the same song. It's just whoever was the folks the episode is there. As if a fire swept right over me. All that's on my hands is ash dust. All I have run all without rest. As time's gone by, they got me choked up. Will I end up missing them too? A long, long ways from now, when I look back on those memories, I sure hope that I can smile. Yeah, I would look forward. There's definitely a lot of stuff to look forward to further here. Peak content, yeah. It's nice when a comic has some funny break the fourth wall, stuff like that, where the panel stuff get interacted with them. It's always neat when they get clever or creative. Millie between two worlds. Yeah, that was actually pretty interesting, and I have to say that was hilarious. From with whatever time I have left to me now, I need to take my steps forward. Burning myself up until I'm no more. I must look just like a candle, without a moment to breathe. I was thrown into turbulent days. I hope that I can take my path. As long, long ways from right now, when I look back on those memories, I sure wish that I can smile. Let me fly so far away, so I can reach the stars like a bird upon the night sky. This night will visit me again, I'm sure, but that's alright since I can live on. It's alright. I need to make sure to talk over this regularly because it keeps getting copyright strike. I don't monetize my VOD channel, but it is a pain when people have to go to... If anyone wanting to watch has to deal with ads when I don't want there to be. Granted, most people are probably using an ad blocker these days, but it's the principle, you know? Contact me safeguard. Wow, looks like I make up this loss.
오늘은 제사비로 손해를 메울 필요가 없네요.
Oh wow. Well, I'd say that ended the most hilarious way possible because oh, sorry. Oh, I can look at. Don't worry, I can look at the link even though it's blocked. So it can't be done public. I had to block links because, you know, the bots. But yeah, thanks for that. Dang, that was a hilarious way for the fight to go. Well, I ended up corroding through the brilliant glory, but it was still so much damage that killed her and ended the fight instantly. That's the best way to end it. But yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I'm exhausted, so I'm gonna go to... My water's empty, and so I'm gonna go to sleep after this. Still, thank you all for watching. Hope you had a good time. Hope it was entertaining watching me bumble through all that. Because that was definitely the most amusing way, given how it goes. But thanks for all watching. Hope you had a good time, and I'll see you later.
갑작스러운 실종. 익숙해요.